On time.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Silva, come look at
Fuck,
the
I don't have
Indev.
my skin.
Oh, I remember you saying you were gonna do it before going to sleep. You fumbled.
God damn it, I totally forgot. Wait, hold on.
You're good. I mean, we're starting late anyway. Oh, actually, I guess we could potentially be on time. You're fumbling.
Oh wait,
That's
no.
Are we trolling?
There's 2 players who aren't on our team.
What?
Okay.
Who aren't here.
I'm trying, Dig. This is, I'm
No.
trying.
You stay up
Going
here.
through, I'm hand deleting every single mod that doesn't work. So.
This is messed up. My block course was meant to start 5 seconds ago.
No.
We're
Everything's falling
late.
apart.
No.
Guys, I got up an hour and a half early too.
No, man.
Blockworks isn't meant to start at 11 EST. It's actually starting at 11:30, and everyone knows that.
No,
So if we
no.
start
it's so
anytime
late.
That's
earlier than that,
true.
hey, if we start anytime earlier than that, that's a success, and everyone should be proud of it.
Oh dear.
All right, now it's just Rice and 2 of our team. Oh no,
Two
Airborne's
of our
going.
team. Oh dear.
I'm here.
Yup.
Yes. Only
Wait, I'm
one.
going through. I'm deleting all the mods. There's a lot.
Silver,
more
check
than I
out
thought.
check out the Indev leaderboard.
What the? How are you there?
You go to sumo, trident into the elytra, and then you like elytra in here and land on the barrier.
I have my own spot that I like to set at. If I can get there.
No, I keep just not making it.
Yeah, it's pretty high up. You want to deliberately come in at the angle where there's the green, or
No.
like from basically you want to go around the hub before you go into the hub, because then it's just a straight line instead of a 180.
I messed up my spot. My spot.
I've got friggin' practice on coming up here now.
Oh, I lost my elytra.
All right. I think we're good.
Let's go.
Are we good?
Never mind.
No, oh, it's okay.
Okay, wait. Actually,
This
dude, what the? All right. I'm just gonna go.
No.
Dakota, you want to try and go in from one of those 2 doors?
What 2 doors?
Oh, UTP.
Oh.
But like you wanna enter this area from a different angle so you
Yes.
can. Oh, Scotto, that's cool.
This is my spot. Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
I
second
know where you
place. wait, get over.
Oh, you're joint first.
Yippee!
Same points.
Yay.
Yay!
Oh, I forgot I have no F2 because it crashed my PC last time, so no screenshot for me.
Screenshotting crashes your PC?
Only on this instance. I think my PC was
What?
just overheating.
Hi everybody.
My PC overheated twice before the event started last event, and it was because they were both when I screenshotted, so I just disabled F2.
Yay!
Let's go, Scotto. Dakota,
I'm here. I'm third.
It was too fast.
I will take third. Look at us go.
You don't want to join us in first? We don't want to all be first?
I don't want to. I don't want to fall.
It's 1 block jumps, come on.
listen. You never know. You never know.
Yes, Dakota! All right,
I
no
did
name
it,
needs
I
to get
did it,
on
I
and get
did
here.
it, I
We
did it.
we almost have a team screenshot.
We're just missing one.
I'm like going on. I'm using Lunar Client now. I haven't used Lunar Client forever, so I'm just like hurrying. It's installed. I'm just like logging in.
I keep tapping on Tommy's name as if typing Tommy is like that hard to do. Oh, Wheezy.
Where's Weezy? Weezers.
Wait, spread out. I think they're doing. I think Tommy's doing an image for us. I mean, we'll Photoshop no name in.
Dude, this is crazy.
Oh, I'll shift. Sorry.
Smile for Tommy. Smile.
No, these skins are awesome. I love being a zombie. We all have like. Oh, never mind. I thought we all have lost the same eye, but Scotto's a free thinker.
My bad, guys. I want to be different. I want to be different. I want to be unique.
You're like, oh my god, I have.
Okay, wait. So for
Are you
lunar,
f-
should I just use like? Is there like a certain one I should use, or can I just use any of the?
Oh god, I've never
ones?
used Lunar.
No
Yes.
idea.
Uh,
does that
okay,
have
I'm-
Noxesium?
Yeah, if
I
you
think
you
so. I can add it to that.
Wait.
I'm just texting Epic, and Epic told me I should just go on lunar because it's faster.
Wait,
Okay.
no name took not a name. Tommy took so many images.
I messed with the arms on my skin. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a thing you can do on Lunar to enable Noxesium.
It's beautiful. I have another one.
I want to move off here. This is just a nice spot.
I got here first try, and I know I will not get back here first try. I don't want to move.
Well, like there's an easy line to it. You come in and you like hit you hit this
I
like
got in.
divot here, and then you just like fall straight down.
Going through that hole was a lot easier, I think.
Wait, you have the black bars? Come on.
It's
Are you
GG.
keeping the black bars? Oh nah.
Well, I don't want to leave.
Well, no name's not even here. You've got time.
And neither is another player.
Yeah.
I'm fighting for my life right now.
You're trying Lunar, right?
Lunar takes forever to boot
okay.
up.
I think I found a way to add Noxium to the client. Yes, I added Noxium. Does it matter what jar it is or no? Like
Char.
it says 2.76, 2.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah. All right, I think we're good, guys.
Yeah.
Surely, come on.
Surely,
Surely.
surely, please. This is such a bad way to start the day.
You're getting the bad things out of the way.
Yeah, I was about to say bad,
True, guys.
bad
Listen,
start means good games.
exactly. Listen, we're starting we're starting on the bottom so we can go all the way up.
I'm so excited. I'm just sitting smiling. It's really bad.
That's very fair.
I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm just excited.
I mean I enjoy Minecraft and Minecraft moments, and this does both.
Fixed.
He said, I enjoy Minecraft
Yeah.
and Minecraft moments, and this is both.
This is Minecraft.
And now Silver just has to get back.
Oh,
Hacking.
GG.
Oh,
imposter.
never mind.
Just want to see if they could do it, I guess.
No imposter allowed. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum.
Wait, I'll jump off so Dakota can have their moment of glory in first place. Oh wait, Silver just got back up. Never mind, I'm coming back. I saw Scotto leave, so I thought everyone has given up.
I just wanted to try and I had to move.
Let me get some PvP practice in.
In the sumo.
What the
a
fuck
good
was
idea.
that? Alright, I just missed like both my
And you're
hits and then
dead.
I just walked off.
You remember Sol's here. You gotta watch out for the Australian.
Oh my god.
It's what was the name of the guy? Dr. Cliffharm or something?
Oh, no.
yeah,
over
Dr.
again.
Cliffharm.
May wants me.
I'm like
Okay,
watching the
wait.
counter
What
on Lunar
the-
Client, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, it takes so long to boot up the first time.
May's on 105%.
I know.
What the
I'm
hell?
like, I'm like, hurry up.
May, May, you're gone.
Come on, Kel's so
Sorry,
high.
So
Kel's
much
killable.
going
Kel's
on.
killable.
Sorry.
Yes, Kel's gone.
No!
Updated.
Oh my god, you can hit your team. This is beautiful. You can hit your own team.
I've never seen this many people at the sumo arena. It just feels wrong.
Hey,
This is the
I'm still
brawl
up.
energy. Everyone wants to hit and punch.
It's just, this is warm up.
It's just a mosh pit. I can't even see who I'm hitting. Unless it's with my ex. I can see with my ex.
I feel
No,
devious.
mate, stay
No,
back.
fuck!
Stay back. I'm gonna get you.
No name, are you doing good with the?
It's
The time
launching.
too?
It's launching right now. I'm like staring this timer down. Everything's good. The mod went through. It's loading. It's perfect.
Oh, I got hit off. That's so sad.
It's like
Oh, sorry. Did you see? I didn't mean it.
I have enough.
My lord. I have so much fly.
I'm like staring at it. I'm on Winter right now. It's like doing the thing where it loads down. It's like trying to load, and I'm like, it's
No,
loading up again. It's
Enfium,
like
that's messed
launching.
up.
And
Wait, can I try it into sumo? Oh, this is perfect. This is beautiful. From the heavens. Mate.
What the fuck are you doing all the way up there? Oh,
There's only enough room for one of us. I could do. I win. Wait, what is Rod game? Oh, there's no one here. Ah, it's quiet. It's quiet. It's empty.
Thanks for the good luck, everybody. Dude, I'm like low key like pissed off right now.
Bottom.
I'm gonna have to sub out No Name just because he can't get the game loaded, and I currently have that
hmm.
ready. Is everyone okay with that?
You cut off.
Oh, I have Desert on standby for No Name because we just need to get the event started.
Yeah, I mean, if that's fine with no name, I don't really mind.
All
I
right.
don't want to hold up the event. I understand if you have to like sub. That's fair.
No
I
worries
think
though.
it's
Just
until you get on, right? Or is it the?
Okay.
all right. Anyway, thanks No Name for at least like showing up. It's just technical issues can be rough, but
I mean, I have it's on right now. I just loaded it. Like it's good. My thing's on. It's just,
Oh yeah,
I
no name did say that like
updated
it was
that.
the game was like counting down or something, like a timer.
Yeah, like I'm just loading up Lunar. Like I had no game issues while I was on the server, but I understand. Like
Yeah,
I'm
I think
not-
no name's just trying
Yeah.
to get the Noxesium working is the thing. But yeah, I mean it's up to you guys, obviously.
yeah, we've subbed in Desert just because we do need to get the event started like now.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, once Desert joins, I will.
I'm on.
I
I'm
need
on,
to.
like, I'm on it right now. I'm on it right now. Like I'm on the server right now. Like, I'm
Oh,
on
Wait,
the
you
server.
just got on?
It just loaded. It just loaded. Like I kid you, I'm literally. I will show you a picture. I'm not lying. I'm really not trying to waste your time. I'm like
What?
stressing for my life. Epic. I 100%
That's
understand.
crazy.
That's actually insane. Okay.
If I had a nickel for every time me and no name are on a team in an event and one of us doesn't make it, or well, I guess you made it, but we're
Yeah.
having issues.
Bro, no name shut up early.
Oh come on, please.
I
I'm
feel-
clicking on it. I'm clicking on it.
Okay. No. Try and log on. And is everything good? I'll give you like an extra minute.
Dude, what is it? It says you must have the launcher open to log in. I'm on the launcher. I have it open. I'm so confused. No,
I
no,
swear to
name.
God.
Alright, never mind. Stop me. There's no, this is crazy.
No,
I'm sorry,
No
guys.
name.
no, don't apologize. You have showed up.
I did not win away from time. I'm very, very sorry.
Pats.
It's a pets.
All right. I'm gonna make sure Des is back on.
Yeah.
I'm
Bro, I don't know what's
That's all?
happening.
No, don't worry about it.
I don't know. It says I've never seen this happen before when I played Lunar. This is my bad. I should have tested out the mod like yesterday. So
Nah, no
I
worries.
mean, you only built your PC yesterday, right? Or like set it up.
yeah.
All right. I need to give him the team. Oh no, he does have it. All right. You should be all good. So good luck, guys. Have fun.
Bye,
Thank
Epic.
you.
Bye guys. I hope
I'm
y'all.
sorry,
See you in
no
the
name.
name. I'm so sorry.
Bye.
I'll watch from afar.
Oh,
sucks.
no name.
That is really unfortunate.
They've got John from Down Pub.
We do now have John from Down Pub, and we have to fucking re-app.
You're gonna
everything I
yell
said
order
in
up at them
the
as soon as they join. John from Down Pub, your order up.
It's fine. Their job's easy.
For trolling.
No, that's that is just I feel bad because they were like here.
I
Yeah.
know, they were here
Like
early.
an
I feel
hour
bad.
early, yeah.
Yeah.
Even when they show up early. Stop something. It's sad. It's sad.
Oh, and now now Des is having his shirts.
Bruh.
We're
Wow.
starting someday.
We need the sub for the
Keep it
Sub
up.
sub.
2. All right, let's get with it in.
Why is that our team? True.
We're cursed.
Oh, I haven't talked to Desert in ages. This is W.
Let me ice spot. Wait. Donut. Decision.
Yeah.
Decision
What did they
donut.
True.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
I found it in Hub, that's all.
Oh, you found the voting area.
Mm-hmm. I'm ice
God,
spotting
for
the
the
first.
please no order up in the initial 4. That's the perfect ending.
Well, that's assuming we do good at it.
Also, please battle in the first 4.
Yeah, we need a miracle. Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
Deza!
beautiful.
I don't know
Hello,
what.
Desert.
I don't know how to fix my thing. I assume Tommy sends me something, but I don't know what to do from there. So
Well, you
What
need-
did they send you?
I haven't sent me anything yet, but
Okay.
something's
It's the
probably
resource
been sent.
pack.
Okay.
You just you just download it, put it in your resource pack folder, and then just equip it like the usual.
Okay. Oh, my back. Okay.
Only 15 minutes late. Could be worse.
Well,
Your back's gonna be feeling
yeah.
worse after this with the amount of carrying you're doing.
oh, I know.
I'm gonna get
be
yelled at by
like-
Kaelin multiple times.
No, it's just not even true.
Multiple
You're not-
times. Multiple times.
I expect perfection and nothing less. No, it's unfortunate with No Name. No Name has been here for like an hour. They just couldn't get Noxesium to work.
I've got the resource pack, and then I need to disable the server resource pack.
Wait, there's a
Anyone know
triple
how
Neo.
to- open pack
Don't
folder.
mind if I do. Oh,
Yeah, I'll head
That's
over to
embarrassing.
the Triple Neo.
Oh, wait, I'm actually good
do?
at technology. Holy.
oh, beautiful. I did a triple
Right.
Neo. I'm ready for beep test.
Every time I've played a Block Wars with Ham, we've tried to make sure all of our team can do the Triple Neo. It's such a wholesome moment when all 5 of us are here. Yay!
Beautiful.
That's good
Yay! This is good enough. That's crazy.
It's not like it's still, well, we did it together. That was wholesome.
Wait, where is it?
The Triple Neo, it's south. If you TP to the fishing pond, it's no TP to the practice like trident thing or the fishing area. It's to the left.
How do you disable server resource packs?
Good question.
It's not in the game. Oh my god, I don't want to log out. It's in like you click the server as if you're gonna join it, and then you click options.
Oh, wait.
I think.
So if I edit
What?
server
Yeah.
resource pack disabled. There we go.
Yes, I made that enable.
Bum,
Yes.
bum. Yes.
There we go.
Dakota, get in on this.
Dude,
Quick,
you're
Dakota,
funny.
quick. You got it.
So funny.
First try. First try.
Okay. Wait, I don't even know how it's supposed to work.
So what team are we?
We are
Uh,
T6.
Six.
Okay.
6, 7.
6, 7.
Oh yeah, I have
Wait, they
6,
fixed
7
the-
zeros.
Oh, that's the first thing I'm definitely. 6, 7. Take a shot every time someone makes that joke. I'll do it. I'll do it. I will.
I think it's more symbolic of us if we don't even make the joke while being on Team 6.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe we get
Oh,
6
yeah,
or
we're
7 points
starting.
again. Yippee!
Yay! Oh, I'm excited.
Remember to have fun.
Wait. What?
Only if I
I need
win.
alcohol.
It's good. There's gonna be 4 of us in zombie
cool.
skins, and then there's gonna be the classic
Yeah,
John from
for
Down
somebody.
Pub.
Fuck
Yes,
no.
jump from the button.
How awesome is in this
I've
event?
got
put
a
a
Peter
no-name
Griffin skin
skin.
on. I could do that.
I think it'd be
Well,
better to do that when we have time to do it.
Yeah, not now.
We're gonna cook.
But I'm getting
and
top.
It's gonna be awesome.
I'm getting second.
I guess the only thing is I have to like do like a mini yap to John for 2 games, but oh yeah, do you like permanently go by John now, or are you still dead there?
Just call me whatever. Des is
Okay.
probably easier. Des is probably.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm
a
gonna call you
silly
Jonathan
username.
Demcock
There's,
at least
you
once.
can do that. I'll respond to that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
If you all of a sudden
Yippee!
start like calling me like Bob, I'll probably
You,
also
I
respond
hope
to that.
that's
No,
not
no,
true.
it's Bob the Blind
Down
Hunter.
pub,
That's already
down pub,
taken.
follow me.
But if you
Yeah.
win, if I
Okay.
do get first
And
in, you better be getting
from-
like 50k.
From.
All right, Rain. All right, AC. All right, runs. Let's do this.
Okay.
That's crazy.
You can just be underscore.
I'm not good enough for LAN.
No, you're just underscore. Okay. I'm nervous.
What's there to be nervous on? You're gonna
scared.
cook.
I'm scared. You're up
I'm getting
for a
Scott
lot.
already in chat.
Yay!
Yes.
Yes.
You need to applause.
I'm
Yeah,
new.
it's that guess. They're guessing. I think for the 7.
Mhm.
I did not know.
But they used to be a
Oh.
tester, so they're like a fake
Okay.
newcomer. Okay,
That's
this
just
isn't
not true. That's not fake. Like where are we lying to? We're just lying for fun. Okay, wait, it's like, it's all a blur.
Bang.
Bang, bang, bang.
Dang. Oh, it's so beautiful and like with the music.
Oh my god, we're next. We're next. Yippee!
We're lime.
I love the intro. The intro just gives me so much like dopamine.
Lime team. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yippee!
Oh.
We're gonna
Middle.
destroy. Well, we're literally killing Peter Griffin.
Wait, what team are they?
7.
What?
6, 7.
Yup.
No.
The bit, it paid off.
That's your 167. That's it. No more. No more 67.
Why not?
I said so.
Oh my god, Labubu's.
La boo boo. La boo boo.
Right. Battle, please.
Wait, so if we don't see a battle, we cry.
I'm using my.
Oh, everyone wants battle first. Ooh,
You
everyone
wanna
wants
play
battle.
so bad.
Oh, you want to play battle so bad. Ooh.
I do think most teams want battle early.
I don't know what's going on.
Are the maps gonna load in? Like, hello?
No, this is
Welcome
actually
to
this
Block
is
Wars.
the
We're
Block
gonna
Wars.
sit here and punch each other for the next 4
This-
hours.
This is
She's-
Block Wars.
She's testing me.
Oh, I'm locked. I'm locked in on face ready. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. I'm being cooked. Oh, it's beautiful, the combo. Stop! Stop! Where's this?
Who is that?
Oh! Wait, guys, maybe we want battle late. Thoughts? I'm taking.
I mean, are we gonna get
away.
any game to vote for?
No.
No.
This is the Block Wars.
Oh, I'll be.
Who can punch most?
I'm getting PvP ready by fighting Stu. This is my warm up. Oh, we're back.
Oh.
That's it. The good events.
Hey, let's
You know
go.
what? We tried our best.
GG,
0
guys.
points.
I'm happy. That was a
Yeah.
good block course. A good
I
first
can't believe
experience.
Good
that was
game,
well
good
balanced.
game.
Everyone
That was a
got
good first
pretty
block
close.
course. Oh, we did better than I thought we would, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Proud of
I
us.
was scared. Oh, it's quiet.
Wait, are they moving battle intentionally to be early? What the fuck? Surely not.
Chat, who is L9 Owo Feinberg
know.
Boo?
Surely this early battle. Surely they love us.
Slide Tommy 20.
End it.
Cook.
Jesus Christ. That might be the
Beautiful.
worst name I've ever
I am
read.
curious if it is genuinely random or it's like fake random, where it's a set. They like set what their AR, but it like feels
The
random. to us,
Saxion, thanks for the
millions in there,
prime.
obviously.
Thanks for the primer. I got.
We saw
Let's
the
take a look,
server.
Derek.
Oh my god.
Was it my block course was meant to start 24 minutes ago? This is not okay.
It's not
It's
block
okay.
wars if it's early. That's
If it's
the,
not half
that's
an
the
hour
truth.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you the server.
You were right.
If it's supposed to
You were
start
right,
at 11,
Dakota.
it means it's supposed to start at
I still-
11:30.
I still
You
remember
were right.
playing in Block Wars Chaos, and that event started an hour 20 late. Because the server was like getting DDoS or something.
But guys, I still have
Uh,
the testing server in my server list.
Yeah. You can find us some strats.
Yeah, let me join it. Let me join it real quick.
Like a sign of what to do.
Right. Method. Display capture? No, window capture.
As we need to win for the testers, okay?
Okay.
Can we wait for someone else? All right, the server's back up.
I'm really glad I woke up at 9:30.
I'm like
Yeah.
nice and awake, which is good.
I woke up at 1 p.m. Oh, cookie.
No, I went to sleep at 7 and I woke up at half
No,
10.
I woke up at 8.
Me too, girl. I went to bed at 7 and I woke up at 1. I set 24 alarms, by the way, and I woke up to the first one.
Oh, I set 6 and woke up an hour and a half for the first one.
That's when I had to be safe. You never know.
Felt surprisingly not tired after I woke up. Even though I got like 5 hours of sleep.
That's good.
We're just
Fuck.
we're fucking using the adrenaline.
They're being so nice to all of the Americans. They're making the event start as late as possible, so the people that woke up like 20 minutes for the event can wake up a little bit more.
You're doing it on purpose. You're right.
It's so nice of them.
So nice of them to host it at 8 a.m.
Australian when they have to like show up at 4 a.m. for the event.
Dun, 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 dun.
So are you ready to make a
Dun,
million bajillion orders in order up?
Yo,
better.
that's actually
That's the
one
only
thing.
thing that we like spoke about.
True. I was watching my bot again this morning, getting in the mindset.
I've not watched the update video actually. I can
You're
do this.
good.
anyway.
Oh yeah. You
It's
can do
okay.
that
It's
if you want.
only like
The Wolfie
30
update
seconds
video is
long.
like it's just like, oh, we're playing this map for battle. We're not
Oh,
telling
right,
you
okay.
what the map looks like for extraction. Party is party. Like there's nothing really extravagant in the update video. It's just kind of.
Alright.
I think it's Spleef doesn't have TNT. Spleef is the only like real different thing.
Okay.
Apparently,
That's fine
Let me
then.
cry
two
about it.
people on our team might be the only 2 people who have ever seen the battle map for extraction.
Yeah. We have the most minor, not really advantage.
So funny.
Knowledge dip.
Don't touch it.
All right, here we go again.
Okay. Wait, the music is not okay. Whatever.
It's fine. I think they've given up
That's
on.
whatever.
Just,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
won
no,
the
no,
event. They
that's
won the
fine,
event to
fine.
start.
Get me in the donut. Oh my god. thank you.
Battle! No!
Oh wow.
No!
Uh-oh.
This is.
Oh.
I mean, I like every game.
I like every game.
I think race is a good game.
because we don't know the
honestly.
map. Let's do a race.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Oh,
wanna
shit.
race so bad.
It's like just not order up. Anything about order
Wait,
up.
I got sticky. Used to become sticky.
Yay!
Oh, I caught Marcus. Sucks to suck, Marcus. I got you.
Oh,
I got,
hell no.
yeah, I got, come on, guys. Everyone on.
Oh wait, I can fight the warden. There's no punishment. Hey, buddy. Oh,
Okay, I got my stack.
I had a
got
totem.
my stack.
I want a totem. Oh.
I got
Nice,
Mace, Swifties,
nice.
fine, Nair, Marcus. We're cooking.
Oh,
Let's play some
somebody
race.
just died. Oh my god.
Come
I
on.
hope my movement's ready.
I'm dead! Let's go, guys. We're leaving. Let's go.
Oh.
I'm the top of the stack. Oh my god, where are we going?
Des, are you good by the way? Because you're not moving.
I'm good. I just I accidentally logged into Twitch and my eardrums were
Oh.
getting blasted. So
Wait,
Oh,
what
it's
is this?
Mariana! It's
I don't know. I
Mariana!
don't know what this is.
Oh, I know this one.
See,
Okay.
it's the ocean map. So it's the
I
one
don't
that
know this one.
Silver's played. I'm like fine at this. It's just
Okay,
so
I'll just follow
simple.
you.
oh fuck. Okay.
Is this the one with the ladder thingies up?
Thingies
God
up?
knows.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, it is. I
After
answered
the
it for
trident?
myself when I saw things. Yeah. I hate this map.
It's okay. It's game
Man.
I'm like
one.
I'm bad
Dude,
at
look
all
how-
race, but I'm really bad at this
The
race.
six
Look at how
on the scoreboard is so fat.
Yeah, it's so thick. It's so
It's so
thick.
fat. Were you gonna say that as well?
Yeah.
No.
It's
It's just the
bold.
first thing I noticed. My eyes were drawn to it. I couldn't help it.
It's because it's got the outline. That's why.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, it's game one. Have fun and whimsy. If you do bad, it's like you gaff.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
oh,
Let me return to the last checkpoint.
No. Maybe it will TP us to where the jump pad is.
True. Oh my god.
Oh
Spanish.
shit, we're already starting. Oh my god.
Wait,
Okay.
Well, wait. What way do we go? Is it left? Okay, it looks like left.
Everything.
Yeah, left jump pad.
It's just like kind of
Oh,
straight
left
low
jump
key
pad.
after.
Okay.
And then it's electric
oh,
through the wall.
Oh, scary.
I did the terrible stop, by the way.
How
I
are
tried to
people
like.
already so? Oh, I.
oh, this is. Oh no.
It's okay. Don't worry. It's.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't shit talk Marcus before this because I was like typing it out.
Well, I'm already dead last. Jeez.
Oh, I almost fucked up that skip. Fucking hell.
So good.
That's okay.
I'm just like not that good at this map, so I'm
Oh.
not expecting anything extravagant.
I'm following the crowd. Everyone goes
that's
this way.
correct.
I go this way. Oh, I fucked up. Honeyboat. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum.
I always like butcher lap one so much, and I need to get out of this like habit.
Yeah, just don't fuck it up. Simple, bro.
Yeah, it's that easy.
I see you ahead of me, so that means you're doing something right.
Like I'm not doing bad. I just kind of trolled the start.
What? I missed that.
Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Yeah, wake up.
Can't wake up. Save me.
Hey, man.
Wait, this is different. What the fuck? Ugh. Must defeat Marcus.
That's so true. That's so based of you, actually. If there's one thing in life, it's beat Marcus.
This-
Bum bum. Bum bum bum.
Okay, I need to make a sprint button after this game.
Bum bum bum.
Okay, I'm in third. I'm happy.
You're the go. Like you're just crazy. You're built
I
different.
caught up. I was in 18th after the first Elytra, and I just fucking didn't do anything wrong. Awesome.
That's why they
Nice.
pay the big money. That's
Oh, I'm lagging. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yep, server lag.
What the?
That's not your fault, but server lag.
Yeah. My placement
Oh, I
didn't
don't
change, so
like-
I'm not
I
upset.
don't like
about
how many people are finishing. But... Oh, I see someone. Oh, they just
messed
overtook
up.
me. That's
Oh! He clean with it. He fucked up, but he
Wake me
recovered.
up. Wait, why did I go on the hard path? Oh,
Because you're the go. Like, oh,
Yeah.
2 + 2 = 4.
You're right, but I'm like
Yeah.
6
no.
times 7.
What?
For
Oh, wow.
yes, sir.
Why is
Wait,
Why
this?
is it lagging?
Lagging so much.
Guys, I'm stuck in my boat.
I can't get out of the boat.
Let me out my boat.
Oh, I just lagged back so far.
Oh,
Okay.
Right, I'm in 10th, and it's my fault.
Oh, it's so sad. It's just sad. It's pets. That's a pets.
oh, people have
It's
left in.
fine. Yeah, I mean, as long as I don't crash, it's good.
Oh. That was just a bit slow. Forgot how to swim.
Ba-da-ba.
Bum bum.
Yeah.
Bum bum bum. Oh, hi CGQ.
I feel like it was just a moment of I crashed. I lagged in the boat, so
Yeah,
it
I
was
lagged
the
in the
lag, 'cause I
boat
couldn't
as
move
well.
forward.
Yeah, I think we were all caught in the boat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we were
bad.
all in the boat at
I
that
think we were
time.
all caught in the boat, guys. I think we were
Everyone
all
was in the boat already.
That's a tactical. Tactical get stuck. That was tactical. Bum bum bum. Oh, I've lost placements, but that's okay.
I've lost placements and I
No.
don't feel bad about it.
Lost
Exactly.
placements can always be regained.
Yeah.
Wait, you're so
But-
inspirational, Desert. Can you like
Yeah.
become an
so
inspirational
wise.
speaker?
Yeah, I'm actually making a book right now. It's called like Inspirational Speeches not speeches, written speeches.
Is that
That's
the whole
good, yeah.
thing? Like it includes the mistake as well? Like it's
That's it.
It's a long title.
But that wasn't a mistake because what I've learned in my years of experience is that every mistake is a learning lesson. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. No, fucking speak from the facts.
In fact,
Wait, what?
in fact,
Speak from the heart.
mistakes don't really exist. They just they seem to push us to new frontiers.
Ah.
Ah.
Oh, I got caught in the block.
I'm so bad at the diagonal.
I hate. Why do we have to play it first?
Wait, at least we're getting it out.
Oh my god, someone's finished. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm
That
close
is
to
crazy.
finishing. I've lapped chaos.
That's beautiful. That's just beautiful.
Oh, I passed off at the end. Fuck yes. Okay, I got fifth.
Oh, here we
Nice.
go. I'm proud of you.
I'm trying to figure out how to run in this game.
14. I went 11, 13, 14.
Wake me up inside, can't wake up.
Save me.
Wait, why is everyone's saying restart? Bunch of people like
Well,
that.
yeah.
That's such a
People-
shame.
Because some people crashed as well.
Listen, I just saw my boat lag.
I mean, I personally don't mind the restart because it's a warm up.
That's true.
True.
I'm more used to it now. And guys, we know the map. Let's vote review. 7 is finished.
No, May's response is so respondable. I lost like 6 or 7 placements. Oh, they're restarting the game. Okay. So that was a warm up. This fucker was gonna take fucking 4 hours.
Wait, let's restart it. Okay. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
restarting
it's
this.
pretty-
Changed the
So
map.
if I don't end lap 1 in top 3, this game is rigged and it's not fair.
See, I don't think I'm gonna do as well on a second time.
Oh, that's interesting.
But that's okay.
I'm having a good chance to get used to the water physics.
If we do it again, can I just deafen? I'm gonna do that.
If you wanna, I'm not.
Yeah,
Not really. Gonna
beautiful. Thank
complain.
you. You can't control me.
Oh,
I can't believe we're recycling.
That's so funny. I imagine they do a different map. Oh, that'd be too bad.
40 minutes in, by the way.
I'm so wait. Let's just redo the vote. Let's get battle.
sprint. Left control. Is that control? Oh no. No, that's sneak. Okay.
Wait,
Oh,
you're
I'm
checking your
just-
control.
Yeah, so I'm on a MacBook, and so and also my mouse is like my punch and my place is the side buttons because the top buttons
Ah.
are broken.
Oh.
And then it's kind of hard to sprint on Mac because it tabs you out. It's yeah. So I was relying on W tapping, like 2 W's to
Oh my
sprint,
God,
but then
I'm
I
so
realized
excited to
it's
race, guys.
not great.
I
wanna
can't
race, I
believe
wanna
it's
race. Imagine
Mariana.
they
This
cut
is
the timer straight to free.
brand new information. I'll cry.
Oh,
Let's
go!
Ah!
It's Miranda!
Oh my
I
god.
love this map.
Wait, Galen, your 6 isn't as fat as mine. That's
Oh wait,
messed
I'm
up.
just realized no, because it only highlights it for you because it makes sense. So yeah, I'm surrounded by 6s.
6.
Actually, no, don't read the free numbers. It's a curse.
I stopped. I stopped.
I mean, I think I might potentially do worse with the restart, but
That's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
really mind.
I'm not gonna get top hat
Uh,
anymore.
I think
I
you'll do
definitely
better.
am because I probably got about 3 places that I didn't deserve.
Same.
No, we take what we can get. Someone crashes again. We're gonna be playing race for 2 hours. I can feel it. All right, let's try again.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. Goodbye, team. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're good. Right, I'm gonna get this timing right. I'm gonna get the hole. I'm gonna
Yep.
get this running start. I'm gonna get
Yup.
this running. I'm gonna get this I'm gonna time it for the barrier goes away, and I'm gonna gain that 0.2, and it's gonna be amazing. Yup.
Why should I do that? Ugh, I'm so bad at timing it. But if you go
It's not
early,
even-
it's not a time loss.
Yeah, because you just hit the wall. But it just, you're expecting to go zoomies, and then when you don't go zoomies, it's like, well, shit.
Marcus isn't here. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna keep playing as if we are playing, but the fact that we might restart again is hilarious.
For times the charm. It's...
Okay, my start is better this time. I'm happy. Oh!
What?
No, it's lagging again!
No, I'm flying through the fucking boat section with an elytra.
No, this is the origins again.
Guys, what's
This is ridiculous. This
happening?
is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Marcus
Well,
is
I
DDoSing
feel-
the Secret.
Oh, Marcus would. They would as well. They just would. Okay, I'm swimming.
I'm swimming too.
I'm swimming. Let's go.
What?
Guys,
I'm
this
in
is- honestly-
15th.
Guys, I think this should be the run. This
No.
is it. This is the run. I'm in third. Let's go.
I was in like 3rd and then I went to 15.
Oh, this is just the origins that happened before all over again, where they had to reschedule because everything was going wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't play the rescheduled one, so I just didn't get to play
No.
I mean, I'm down to play Team Titans instead of race. My life will go on.
Construction it is. So true, Rice. Rice is
it. Is
speaking
anyone else
fast.
still in the reconfiguring screen?
Nope.
No.
You're not in the game for us. You should relog.
There's 7 people that are not online, so it's okay.
I have to reload the resource.
It's so sad. Hopefully not every game lags.
Gulp.
We're getting free
I thought
event
we'll be sad if we
practice.
lose
I'm gonna
race.
be a beast at this map by the time we actually go. I need to figure out the elytra. No, it's like the beginning. Like I take the jump so awkwardly, and
Holy
then I
shit.
pop my elytra so
I mean,
late.
I'll be sad if we lose the event full stop.
Yeah, well, like if we don't get to play race because it lags, I'll cry.
Mm-hmm.
I need movement game in my life. Ah, I fell. Maybe I don't need movement game.
I think we just take the first scoring.
That's what I'm saying. It's good enough. Da, 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 da.
Hey. Good morning.
Oh,
No, but if it's a full server thing, how is this happening again? Because you think they would get more protection from when it happened the first time?
I don't know. Don't know what happened. Oh, Modern Art, be nice to me. You can't be mean to me, it's not allowed. That's my first block orders. Don't be mean. Be nice, Modern Art. You're not being nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got cooked. You got cooked. That's a bad. Whee! Yeah, the wire block wars was actually meant to start 17 minutes from now. We're okay.
One last attempt. Gulp.
Oh,
Right. I wonder what map we're
I
playing.
missed
No one
it
has...
too.
Oh, it's Mariana.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh, let's do this one
Are
last
we gonna have to watch
Oh.
the tutorial again?
Dude.
Just to really make sure we know how to play it.
What? Boop. I know a place.
Dude, it's a great comms, isn't it? Wait, no, actually.
Sing it. Sing it.
Before the crash, or before the lag, I was having a generational start. I think this
These guys- People in chat, cough cough Marcus really wants lunge. This is crazy.
Like, why would lunge be the easiest to swap in? It's just
I actually
like,
think-
why would that be any easier than the other games?
Exactly. Literally, it makes no sense. It's just it's a Marcus moment.
Dude, 2 times is fun. I hate the people that think it's boring.
Actually,
like, I get it.
I actually agree. Let's do Tomb instead, just because Marcus said lunge.
It's-
I vote for Tomb.
Alright, let's fucking try this again.
That is so funny. Lunge would be easier to swap in. What do you mean? It would be the exact
We can
same
just
process
start
of swapping
any
in
game.
any other game.
He's one of the best bullshitters in the game. You got
Wait,
you
guys,
gotta
the
look at
timer's
the
going
Twitch.
down. The timer's going down.
Oh god.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Good luck everyone again. Goodbye, Scott.
Goodbye.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this one last time.
Fuck.
Oh no, I didn't sprint. Okay.
I think we deserve the lag.
Ooh.
Yeah, I fucked up the start. It's only fair for me.
What? Oh my god.
Oh, the winner
What happened?
Right, where are the boats?
takes
No lag,
it
no lag.
all.
The
And
loser,
the loser
I fucked
has
up the
to
boats pretty bad.
fall. Well, I didn't even realize there were different coloured boats in the game. And
Yeah, it's
Block
like
Walls, not in the game.
It's like this general Minecraft effect.
Yeah, there you go. There's different wood types. What?
Mind blown. Right, diagonal. Hardest thing in Minecraft. Oh, I did it!
Oh. Mom, get the camera! Mom! Mom, get the camera!
Mom has got the camera.
37th place! Oh, my, never mind, 38th.
Yeah.
I'm going for the skip. Oh, that's a bad idea.
He's in second! Don't lag, I'm doing well.
God, that's so many people finishing around the same time. Ref, do something.
What?
Referee! Oh my god. Oh. Like Formula 1. Oh my god.
I'm so nervous, I'm never in first.
Graded.
No! The other time. I've lost the Kel in this map by 1 tick before. Not again.
I believe in the Kalen not losing to 1 tick arc.
Okay, I'm in first. I'm a fucking gamer.
There's someone. Oh, right. This is like John Cena versus Dwayne The Rock Johnson for last place right now. Oh my god.
You
This
got
is-
this.
Down, 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 down. 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 Can't see me times now. Oh.
My heart is fucking racing.
Du- 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 du.
I have like no nerves of steel, and it's like the fucking fail here.
Du- 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 du. Max Verstappen. Du- 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 du.
Yeah. Okay, I did a diagonal 3 times. I'm so proud of myself.
I'm proud as well. Well done. And the emotional support teammate. That's what. That's
No,
my
I
role.
need this.
That's-
I have 1 ice foot to go.
Pressure. What pressure? Pressure
There's no
is for
pressure.
tires.
We did it! We did the ice boats! As long as I don't glitch in the
Bam.
triangle or some shit. Finally! I can rid of waste! Fuck me!
Pressure.
Yes!
What pressure? Pressure is for tires. Oh my
All it
god.
took was 2 restarts!
I think it was free.
Oh, right. Free restarts. How much did I win by? Oh, 2 seconds? It was close.
Came back, I got
my
16.
hands! Finally, the race mental.
Killen, you're my goal.
I'm so fucking bad. I'm so
Good job
bad.
on 9th as well, Silver.
second first.
Yeah.
You two got this. Let's go, Dakota. Let's go, Desiree.
I believe.
Fuck me. I haven't won a race in so long.
Like, how did I fall there? Like, I don't know if that's just like a
Alright,
mental fucking problem that I have,
my
but
mental
like,
is through the roof. We're winning the event, I've decided.
okay, I needed.
okay.
So the problem was I'm loading my trident
Let's
too
go,
early,
John.
and it's killing my
John, you're
momentum
like,
instantly. If
you have
you
this-
wait for your trident there, you get the momentum, and then this, you aim low,
and
and then this.
It's going to be like last
Uh,
second. It's going to be
I
like.
don't know how I did
I don't even
this.
know. I don't even know.
We're also
what
in
I'm-
first this game.
Like,
I don't know how the team split
here.
works for this, but
How did I
we
not make this?
good regardless.
I
Because
missed a
you said you were 16,
1 block
so.
jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in 10th going into the last lap, but then I fucked up the first Elytra, so I just had
Let's go,
to
Dakota.
Trident, which was scary. Yeah,
Right.
Dakota.
Johnny, you got this. There's no pressure at all.
Pressure.
You're a
You're so-
generational
John, you're so close.
38th.
You just Trident twice and you're done.
Yup, this trident's gonna cook. Yo,
Oh,
into the
that's
finish, not even on the
clean.
floor. Done. See, we gained
Clean.
6. We gained
Finish
6.
Six.
And also, we're first before the team modifier, so that's really good.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
I think we dropped to 2nd, but that's still really good.
I missed a 1 block jump, and then I had to like come back because I was in like 30th.
Wait, which 1 block? Like, whereabouts is it?
Like after the trident skip thingy, where you go through the middle, and then
Oh, right. I see it. Oh, no.
like I don't even know what happened. Like I think I just meant to like press my A key and I didn't, or like I genuinely like I
Yeah.
need to watch it back. I don't know what happened, but
No, it's all good. You got 9th, which is still fine.
I just feel
I'm
like
so
it's
sad I
something.
fucked up that first Elytra because I was in 10th and I went to like 20th because of it. Like, Charlie,
I think
we're
it's
not
genuinely
restarting
been
for the 4th time.
Yeah, I think it's genuinely been over a year since I've gotten a first in a race.
Well, here you go.
There you go.
did it
Yippee!
in
Now I can get
Brawl,
2nd and
like,
3rd
hello?
over and over again for the rest. Well, I did it in
You got
Brawl,
in
but there's
Brawl.
no solar, which is like the only thing.
Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. You
Nah, it's
go
fine.
first.
It's in my head. I want the scores to be finalized. If airborne
that's
lags, I
true.
don't gaff. I don't.
That's true, guys. We played 7 laps of race today.
Oh wait, team bonus is based on your best lap placement. So Scotta being in 10th will be Scotta got 16th.
What does that mean? Yeah, I finished in 16th.
Yeah, I don't know how. It's apparently the scoring is based on each of your teammates' best lap placement and not
I
like.
don't know.
placement.
I don't
Oh,
get
like
it.
time
I've
placement?
never understood it.
Yeah, it's
Like
just
your
the
best
game's
lap
gonna
time.
end. We're probably gonna place like 4th or 5th as a team, and then we're gonna like probably
Oh.
stay in 1st or 2nd. It's like
You know what?
fine.
That's
Wait, we might
fine.
also just get 1st because we are in 1st. Like I don't fucking know how this scoring works. Also,
I
where
think
the fuck
Airborne
is
did lag
Airborne?
out. They lagged out, I think.
They're lagging so much too.
We're gonna have
unfortunately.
to restart.
No.
Oh, you were lagging
so much?
No, they are.
Or-
They are.
Oh, they are.
They
okay.
they lagged out, like they fully DC'd. That's not their fault. They're trying their best. The average of your teammate's best lap. Whatever that means. That's a lot of words.
That's a lot of words.
Gonna give you higher speed. Said K. Let's go. Let's get the race back.
I realized for the diagonal thing that I always hit the wall of, if I just like giga overshoot it, I lose like half a second, but I never lose the 2 seconds to fucking hitting the thing. Which is very, very awesome.
So it's the average of your teammate's best lap, whatever that means.
Yeah, I think I got
We're
5th. I was right about predicting that. That's still fine. We placed.
Ah.
Oh, we placed
Third
3rd.
overall by
That's still fine.
35.
Yeah, it's like no
points.
gap.
No gap. Hey, what is this music?
It's the post game music.
Oh, I don't know.
It's just wholesome.
Oh,
Oh, this is nice.
okay.
There you go.
I just realised I've been playing that with mute for the entire thing. That's
Yup. What about
Love
fastest lap?
flows, 2
I
seconds.
don't think do I get fastest lap?
that's what we're talking
Nah.
about.
Nair cook fastest lap. Oh my god, this is gonna be the fourth ever time in Block Wars where I'm in 1st in div. I mean, I should be. If I'm not in 1st, I'm gonna be fucking screaming. Okay, there we go.
There you go. Not even close. Look at you.
Yup.
You gapped.
Let's go.
Yay!
I mean, it's a good start. Fed's good.
You can't hear
That,
my
that,
game
that is
sounds,
why
or
you get
what?
paid the big money.
Beautiful.
That's why.
Maybe I'll up my voice to it.
That's why Block
That
Wars
is-
staff pay you.
Half of 6.
I'm not playing music because
Okay,
like
I
the
thought we were
in-game
generally gonna be
music.
stuck and there was gonna be another bug, but the hub works.
No, I think we're good. I think we've
How
recovered from the
did
lag.
Silver got 10.
Servers in 10.
Scotto, you got 18th.
What if I didn't want to
Oh,
know that,
shit.
Galen?
Oh my god, I'm 37.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. And then
Let's
Dakota
go.
in 35th. I think with like with just how wide the end is, the team bonus doesn't like affect the I guess like below 20, I guess. Because at that point, everyone is. It's like the scoring's weird. I don't know if I'm a fan of the team scoring because you can't really do anything to control it because it is just
Who knows,
what your
yeah.
team is. But
It
is a good.
I feel
I
like
need to
well,
Silly scoring.
I feel like it's supposed to be to like make the bridge the gap a little for the lower placing players, but I think it only brings down the higher placing players and it doesn't help the lower placing players. So I don't think it
okay.
helps its purpose.
It's just
scoring is
quiet, like, I
silly.
don't want it
You
that
just
loud
play a
in my
game and
ears,
then
that's
you see
all.
what happens
Yeah,
and you're like,
honestly,
wow, okay.
I feel like when you're a lower placing player, you really just you don't care.
You just ignore it, exactly.
I
You're
literally
just
I'm
we go
like,
third?
oh, I
Yay!
Wait,
got
look at the
35th
team in
today
6th.
instead of 36. Go me.
Hey,
Like-
the team is safe.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Just like it's there, like I see it in OBS, it's there.
So
Battle! Wait, oh wait, no,
Unless
wait, we
you
don't
can't
know.
it
hear
doesn't- it doesn't
in-game
add
sound.
into it.
Sorry, I'm a liar,
Um,
I'm a liar, sorry, don't me. Embarrassing! Wait, who do I grab? Oh my god, let me grab someone.
Molotov,
I know what I'm
Molotov.
doing.
Where,
FaZe,
where
stop
is
hitting me,
he?
I need to
Where
grab
is he?
someone. Stop!
Where the fuck is Stu?
FaZe, stop!
What do we want?
I don't really mind. I guess not order up.
Yeah, I just burn everyone in order up.
Resume time. Extraction or Trailblazers? I'm on
I don't
Trailblazers.
mind. I think extractions is better later, but I don't really mind. Trailblazers will make my indiv go up.
I got confused. I'm in the middle.
Yes! Oh my god, I stole race!
Oh, if I won, I should have. Oh
Beautiful.
my god, I should have jumped in extraction. Fuck.
That's my bad. I voted for Trailblazers.
I
No,
just stood
it's
in the
it's not. It's
middle.
not bad. Like, there's nothing wrong with voting.
Wait, why? Oh my god,
Oh,
we're getting the movement out first.
Yup.
oh, I forgot about this game.
So, Silver, you see that expert parkour?
Oh, the extra parkour.
You're gonna beat it.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna go to it? That's your first parkour you do. You don't do advanced, you do expert.
Dude, oh no. Actually, Loki, yeah.
Exactly.
Dude, I opened up my notes. I was like, wait, I took notes on my path yesterday. I opened it up. My note just says Trailblazers. That's it.
that is the same as what was it like? Shockwave, no notes.
Yeah,
That's
the
like
rocks
segmental.
thing.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I'm supposed to do.
I think just you should prioritize doing the red courses like Dropper, Parkour, and Elytra that you're
Yeah.
comfortable with, and then move on to blue ones. And then I'm gonna call out when a gold course is out. I think everyone here should be able to do all of the golds because they're not hard.
We
I
want
think
to do
they're,
red
like,
golds, right?
Yeah, so if like I'll call out like gold Dropper or gold Parkour or gold Elytra's up, and then you should like try to find time to head to it. So like don't leave the course you're on, but head there.
Wait, do we
and
do?
then
Am I
Okay.
doing dropper first?
Yeah, Dropper
I'm
first.
doing drop off first.
Okay, beautiful.
It's Dropper, then it's Dropper, red, orange, Elytra, red, orange, and then I didn't get the jump pad. I hate my life. Okay,
You
this
should have
is fine.
reset. Should have reset.
I didn't change.
L,
I didn't even
L,
change
time
my
lost,
Zoom
time
key.
lost.
I didn't change my Zoom key. I was too busy fucking coming. Oh my god.
Oh, wait, are we playing? Oh
Controls.
fuck. Okay.
You're. Oh my god, this is a
Uh,
ridiculous time loss. This is a ridiculous time
There
loss.
you go.
What's the first gold?
I'm too busy fixing my controls. Someone look for me.
I like.
Dropper,
and then
dropper.
it does-
It's Dropper. It's Dropper. It's Dropper. Right, that's a garbage start for me, but it's fine. I just will do good at everything
dear.
else. Nope, that's not gonna work.
Oh dear. Kalen, I can't do this dropper. Help.
Then leave it if you're not comfortable with it, but you should be able to do it. What shape is it? I can describe what to do.
It's the villagers.
Left of nose.
I'm trying.
Well, then that's the only advice I can give you, man. Is just the right way to go.
You're so right. You're so true.
Like, I need to
You're so true.
concentrate on being behind like 20 seconds.
You got it.
Like I'm doing all of these droppers bad. Okay, there we go.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh.
I can't see. Beautiful. Get me in. Follow the people.
Look at all the people.
If I made that would be a miracle.
I'm gonna do all the advanced, I guess.
Bum, bum.
This one.
Oh, when you get to expert Elytra, silver, the first one's that green red thing that you were worried about.
Oh, okay. I know it now.
Oh my god, my eyes. That's a horrible block.
Okay, let me do Elytra. Whee!
I love Elytra.
Parkour.
Wait, there's no golds. Okay, beautiful.
Parkour.
Oh my god,
One
whoa.
second.
What the?
I'm playing garbage. I'm playing garbage. I'm playing garbage. Oh my god.
What's going on? Oh, this green and red thing is not very nice.
Oh, that's good actually.
Movement makes me so mad.
Ow! Ow! Oh, I did it.
Oh shoot! You... Oh, hi! I see you jumping the pub.
Hello.
Gold parkour.
No, no. Wait. Gotcha.
Gold parkour is not too bad.
Bollocks.
Yeah, I just got to it. Ba 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 ba.
Oh please! Oh beautiful! What a blessed day. Should I get in here before it shuts?
Surely.
Oh,
Oh my
beautiful.
god. Surely was not cooperating.
Okay.
Surely, man.
Okay. Oh, wow, you
Surely.
don't need any height for this. Okay. I'm just an Elytra
wee.
forward today, and that's okay.
Bum 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 bottom. Bum bottom.
Can you give me one more day?
Oh, I've done the gold parkour.
Wait, this is a new stage. I haven't seen this
Oh,
before.
that's horrible. Oh, that might be evil.
Expert parkour is different. So
Never mind, it's not evil. It's just misunderstood.
Like hard?
Is it? Yeah, how hard is it?
Eh, It's just different. I don't know. I don't know. If it's
Elytra
like, I think you
gold.
can
Oh,
still
gold
do it.
Elytra.
Elytra gold. Okay.
Oh, where is it? Over there. No.
Elytra gold. First one is very easy. Second one looks very easy.
Yeah, dip like
The
a
third one
little
looks-
lower than you think, but oh, the third one's the
Yeah.
fucking chain.
Oh, is it the chain? Oh, my nose is itchy.
Why am I
I'm
so bad at this
Elytra-ing
one?
slow.
Elytra gold.
Oh
my
so
God,
you
please
don't
don't
have.
get-
You can be
Oh,
really.
you don't even
scuffed
have
going-
to.
Oh, you made
yeah,
it. Yeah.
I got it, but that's kind of fun.
Oh, my nose is
Alright,
so
I guess I'll
itchy.
just go parkour.
How do you
I'm gonna do
do this?
intermediate and then
I
Yeah.
know. Oh, you have to
Okay.
like
and then
do
I'll
that. Okay.
expert after.
Oh, I've forgotten how to Elytra. So scary. Oh, sugar.
Yeah, do you know how to do that, Sky? Because I have no clue.
Which one?
Just go down, go up,
Yeah.
and then call it a day.
Okay. Sounds simple.
Down, and then curve up very smoothly so you don't lose your momentum.
I'm just not very smooth with it. That might be.
It's
the
okay.
problem.
We can't all be smooth with it. What do I do
Is
now?
Bell parkour. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, just don't bother with expert silver.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't one tick. I can't fucking one tick.
Can you give me one more day?
I'm so high.
Oh thank god.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, that's the cleanest
thing-
Elytra you'll ever see.
The thing about a lot of the expert stages is they give a bunch of like weird blocks.
I remember
parkour.
dropper. Wait, no, parkour. You're so right. I'm the goat.
I just watched someone do it.
Oh, I was just about to say it's doable, but then I fell.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. I'm just making really stupid mistakes today. It's fine. So can people start lagging on Trailblazers so we have to play it again?
You're so right.
Wait, I'll dedox it real quick. One sec.
Wait, I should do the
Beautiful.
expert.
It's so doable. You can do easy. There's beds though, which is annoying. Just walked up.
What is a man? What has he got?
If not himself.
Then he has not to say the thing. Oh, that'd have been peak.
He truly feels.
In other words,
Ah, my nose!
one who kneels.
Wait, what is this?
Alright.
Oh. Oh, bells. Don't like bells.
Chopper.
Yeah, the expert bells is just a bunch of one ticks.
You can't see me.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, was this not fine? I'm a liar.
No, I struggled on the bell one a bit. The bell stage was my last straw. I'm suggesting that to do expert and then ball.
Okay, dude, like, obstacles is so, like, that is just so good, actually. My block just fully disappeared.
Elytra.
Bro, it's like an Optifine bug or some shit. Like, you can place blocks inside of yourself. It's like a 1.7 bug. What?
Right, where's Electra?
Oh, is it called
bang.
Electra?
Go to Electra, yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that after the stage I'm on.
This is so terrible.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, it's not bad. It's just weird. Wait, let's go to Dakota. Beat the second one as well. Let's go Dakota again. 2 for 2. I'm right behind you.
I'm like so locked out. Movement makes me so mad.
You're okay, don't worry.
Oh my god, I can't do a double Neo.
Alright, I felt the end of an event stage. That's minus 1,000,000 fucking seconds. There we go. I feel like Advance has a bunch of the experts that were in... Oh, I don't know why I'm 1 second. Oh, God.
I'm so mad.
Oh. Maybe when I don't catch a ladder.
Yeah, I'm definitely way behind than I normally am, but it's fine.
It's just so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, how?
Dropper, gold.
Yeah.
You are gold, gold. Always
Always
believe in
believe in your
your
soul.
soul.
You got the power to know you're indestructible. Always believe.
Go dropper, you just want to go like bottom left.
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
start.
It's just like,
didn't
how
get
is it
one, I
fun?
swear.
How is it fun? Dude, like, the obstacles is just terrible. Like, every other block is just disappearing for me. Like, I can't
Yeah.
place anything. I can't do anything. I'm just done. I'm gonna do Trident. I'm just gonna walk in on Trident.
Yeah. Oh my god, I thought it was a roof. Right, I suppose. 31, 24, 32. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, I guess.
Bang.
This is the shit where you do this. Yeah.
Oh, what was the darts? Darts level 180.
35
80.
seconds.
Du.
Holy shit, I gapped on that iceberg. 21 seconds? Fucking hell.
Oh, Michael Van Gogh. Oh,
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat this in time, but at least I can mentally try. I think this is a mistake. Okay.
I'm into intermediate dropper.
No.
Oh, I should be able to make it.
No.
There we go. Are we? Oh my god, please make it.
No, I fucking lost Trident.
What? Oh, what do you mean it doesn't count? I'm in the thing! I'm in the fucking thing! I'm
That's...
Uh-oh.
Whatever. What the fucking ever. I don't need the 40-ish points. Whatever.
Ooh.
Damn, I should have committed to the Tridents earlier. That's so silly. Like, why is the... Ugh. I feel like it was the worst moments where my blocks disappeared too. Like, at very end of a map after I've done it perfectly, and then my final block just disappeared and just dropped me. It's like,
fucking
okay.
Giga Trolled at the start because I was too focused on calling the game to fucking change my zoom key.
That's unlucky.
That is unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Like, how?
I
How
got
is that real? How is that real? I didn't realize it's not. It wasn't that bad last time. How is that
4,
real?
5,
Did you
6,
see
7.
that? Every other block of mine was disappearing. Is this like it? How? How? It's probably because the
4, 5,
server's like
6,
lagging worse,
Well, I
right?
guess it's 7.
I don't get it.
Because
Oh, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I think I probably got dead last in that. Yep.
It's okay.
Help, I'm reconfiguring.
Yeah, it's fine.
Jesus.
I'm stuck reconfiguring.
That's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna be-
I timed out.
Dun, 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 dun.
We're still back.
Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun,
Consolation
dun.
tree.
No, I'm so fucking
I got a
ass. Why am I
shiny
so ass? Like
Pokemon during
I don't
this would be
understand.
great.
Like the only reason why I'm not
the
doing as
fans
good
on,
as other people, like
on
I
shiny
have like the
hunting.
same completions, but like I don't think Feinberg did any of the hard parkour stuff. Like I'm pretty sure I just had the same line as Feinberg, but he got better than me on this by like a lot because he just had way more completions on the ice boat. Like I don't even think I did that bad on anything except for like
Pokemon game.
Battle.
he got 100. He got
Oh,
he got well, okay.
Yes,
He got,
yes,
he got
yes!
like
Oh, you
It's
won
just so
the
stupid.
battle so bad.
Oh no! Apparently people
Oh,
don't
no
want
one
to battle.
wants to
People want to
battle.
blitz hunt.
No, guys, you want PvP, right? Who am I grabbing from Blitz Hunt? You. I got
Are we?
Indorara. Yes, okay, perfect. Battle's red, right? Okay, perfect. We're good.
Yeah. Well, we're only good for now because people are gonna run back to blitz hunt.
Oh,
No,
got a
no, no,
knife.
no, 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 no. They all died. They all died.
I
You got a
revived
knife?
you.
Kill someone that goes to the blitz hunt.
Wait.
Jin.
Hey.
When the fire goes away.
Items taken in 2 seconds.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, it's
I didn't realize
beautiful.
the fire went. I didn't know the fire went so long.
It's
We're playing
beautiful.
battle, right? Let's survive. Ugh.
Time to live.
Oh.
Wait, we're free. Oh.
Right. So, I mean, this is just a quick update for John. The idea is we're having
Oh, yeah.
free healer kits because then you guys live longer, and then we don't play
Okay.
risky because I don't think we can.
I think that sounds like a great idea to me.
What he said.
So
Agreed.
what was No Name on? I think No Name was on Fairy, so
Yeah.
you'd just be on Fairy,
Okay.
and then we just do awesome stuff, and then I will try to calm, but like I have no idea what the plan is.
Unless you've
Play by
played
ear.
Totem before, because I haven't, and it sounds confusing.
It's just all your only kit is two. You have 2 totems, and that's it. You have a totem that you'll see it when you pick the kit. You can read it.
Yeah, play by ear.
Wow. Like we'll head to the capture point always. We'll see what team it is. If I don't think it's worth it, we're just not gonna commit to it, and then we're gonna do something else.
We'll just like totally
Okay.
go with the flow, dude.
Let's just sit in the
Yeah.
corner and play I Spy.
No.
Oh, okay.
I spy with my little eye. Something beginning with S.
Silver Runs.
Alright.
I'm the medic.
Where's Fairy at? And there we go. So what does my
Guys,
kit do?
I have heal pots. Oh,
Oh, it's just healing.
Totem.
Okay.
Oh, my arrows are lower. What the fuck? This feels wrong.
Yeah, because
I also have absorption.
crossbow has
I can
higher
use at the
momentum
start.
than bow.
No, but like to a normal bow, this feels wrong. Like
Oh, really?
I do know how. I like it. Just feels like my arrows are limping immediately.
Wait, this is cool.
Maybe
you
it's
have
server
villagers
lag,
being
low
hit.
key.
I'll be fine.
Bang,
Like I'm still aiming
bang,
at the people.
bang, bang, crit.
Yeah, this is actually really good for me.
So wait, who picked the totem? It was.
I have
Are
it.
you comfortable with it after reading it?
Yeah, it's pretty much just you get a totem, you can use
Yeah.
it.
The totem
once
is like
every 45 seconds.
yeah. The totem is like a 4x4. It's like a 4 radius, so like 8 blocks long. So it's like kind of big.
Wait, so
Well, near it. Yeah, it doesn't say what it actually is, but. And then there's the regeneration, and then there's the damage.
Skill every other arrow I get back. Every other arrow hit I get back.
Yeah, you have to hit 2 to get 1 back, basically.
Yeah.
All
We
right,
have
purple
purple on the
store
right.
right. We need to keep it. All right, we're going left. Who has absorption? Whoever.
I mean,
think it's
Scotto,
Scotto.
Scotto.
Wait until we get the absorption. So come with us, John, down the pub, get the
Stand
absorption
still.
with us.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then we're gonna go over here. It's yellow. I think we should not take this and go. Goodbye, guys.
Okay, just follow Kalen.
Yep, it's not worth it.
Sounds good.
Let's just go mid. Go mid. We get mid. We get the point.
Follow
Okay.
our goal.
And then we're gonna run this way.
Oh.
There's a scary.
Did you
jump.
almost miss the jump?
I didn't realize
Someone's gotta fail.
Just keep an eye out. Keep an eye
eventually.
out. Dakota, you don't have to do the jump if you want, but we are capturing it slower because you're not on it. Okay.
I didn't realize
We're gonna go
No
this way. We're
one's
gonna go.
skimming yet. We're fine.
We're gonna climb up the ladder up here. Okay. Let's go.
Go, go.
And we're gonna play it safe up here. We're not gonna do anything risky. We're just playing range, and you guys have better health.
Yeah, that sounds chill to me.
I can place
I have
down
no
the damage
range,
if we're
so I
sitting
stand
here.
Yeah, do it
You
here.
guys
Yeah,
can-
go for it.
Just got your damage points. Oh, they broke it.
If you get low, use the walls to hide.
Yeah, if you get low, I have lingering health, so just call.
And I can do the regen, but it's 45 seconds.
Okay, I've just got. Oh my god, I'm bothering them so. I've hit every shot. Okay.
Nice.
Something. I need to get more arrows. Okay, so like come like around here. Oh, is that the healing? Never mind. Sorry, my bad. This is fine. This is fine. Aqua
use the
web
health
in the
pot.
scary sprint area, so keep that in mind. Red's just aiming at us, so like try to stay more in like over here.
Okay.
What?
They can't hit me. Silver, come back.
I've got snowballs. Like that. Come on,
See,
you
They can't hit
bastards.
me. This is peak gameplay.
That's
Hi, John.
what I did earlier.
Alright, I have 1 arrow left. My kit does nothing now.
Worth.
I'm having a great time.
I can't reload my
I
crossbow.
spy a celestial thumper who's gonna die.
Yup. Like there's no point
Yup.
to be aggressive. We could be.
Heal.
Yeah, I just don't- Oh, are you good?
I'm good.
Oh yeah, heal silver.
Lingering health.
Like there's no point for us to be aggressive. Like we're.
Okay, I have no lingering health, but I have the 3 instant health pots.
Okay, I'm going back up. I missed my hit.
Yeah, there's so many people down there, just be safe.
I hit sandwich of a harming, just mentally ruined. Just don't let blue get up here. That's like our entire goal. Like we're doing fine. They're in 4th. Like, awesome.
Oh, I just reloaded my shaders.
I'm just keep. Oh, we can protect you. Don't worry.
My job is literally just stand and look pretty. This is so true.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
that we're
literally
being-
I'm just. This is
I'm
great.
so sorry
I'm
that we're
just
playing
standing looking
boring.
pretty.
It's just not worth playing risky.
I have no range, so I just stand and look pretty, and then I heal occasionally.
I literally just click button every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, like you guys also are never gonna die because you're in diamond.
I got shot.
Why is there so many skeletons underneath us? Whoa, they're going up the ladder.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Oh,
we're gonna have
we
to
gotta
drop
push
soon.
There we go.
Yeah,
where are we
Drop
dropping?
on the. We're gonna drop on the right
Uh-huh.
where I am. See where I am.
Okay, yeah, come back
Drop on
to
it.
the right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, we're dropping something.
Watch out for yellow.
We're so
An
fine.
arrow.
And everyone, no one needs heal.
Oh,
I
Drop
need
down
heals.
to the ice. Drop down to the ice. Drop down to the ice.
Down to the ice.
oh my
okay.
lord!
We're so fine. We're so fine. We're so
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Heal.
I
Healing,
can't. I'm on
healing.
cooldown.
I'm so mentally confused.
I'm just smacking shit. I'm just smacking shit.
Sophie's as
I'm
well.
getting. I'm
Sophie's
just.
as
I'm
well.
not hitting anything because I'm in the border. Like
Okay, wait, it's fine.
this is
though.
fine. It's equalizer now. If you can like 2 crit someone, they die. Nice silver. Nice Scotto.
Beautiful border play. Beautiful border play.
Scotto, what are you doing?
Beautiful. I'm sat in the border.
Ah, silver rib. Scotto just winning by border. You're good.
No,
You're
I
good.
died. I got to. I got to.
Look,
I got to.
third!
Holy
The
shit,
bare
what the
minimum!
hell are
The
we
bare
doing?
fucking minimum!
Literally, what? I don't know what happened.
Sorry, Scott, guys, I'm so sorry that we're playing boring, but it's just better than us running at a team, dying, and being like, "This game fucking sucks."
How were we in third? I literally did nothing. What's going on?
I already
got,
got more
uh,
points than I did last time.
I got 2
I got-
kills in the border. I was sitting in the border, critting people, and they were taking no damage. And I was like, "What's going on?"
We got 32 healing points and 1 damage friend. That is so cold. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if I can improve my FPS a little bit. Let's see. 10 VSync.
Yeah, what
off.
I'm realizing, it's correct to
We
be
could
for
just
me
run
to be
straight
shooting
mid.
my
We got there,
arrows
like,
off
very-
for
no
rip,
team
Well,
contested us at
that's
all.
assuming that no, if another team goes
and
there,
then
it's good.
obviously I think
But
Well, like, no
one
matter
for
what,
when
we're
we're having
probably
an
leading the
engagement is
first
pretty
confrontation
nice.
anyway.
No, you're.
So
I
it's
agree.
probably-
I agree. You're so true. Wait, no, you're so right.
That was so weird. I couldn't hit anybody. It was just
That's
our
so true.
teammates in my
Oh,
face
that
the whole
looks just
time.
so much better.
Upper
Oh
left,
wow, like
pink
Right.
right.
So
Wow.
get the absorption where Scotto is, and then we're just gonna go straight
Yes,
across this
I'm gonna
trapdoor
splash it
path.
straight down,
Okay.
and we run
John,
straight.
come get
to
your
mid.
extra 2 huts.
John in the corner. Careful.
Hello, where am I going?
Yeah, and
Ah, yeah, I see.
straightforward. We don't care about finding the team on our right. We're just going
Yeah.
straight for the point, and it's. We're getting it. We're getting it.
We get 1 cap point and we call it a day.
Just watch out for the jump that's shooting at us. You might
Yeah.
get shot. What?
That's a spider.
Oh,
Okay, we're gonna
Oh,
get
the
it, and then we're gonna
spiders.
go.
I think.
That is
We're gonna
nice.
go the Ack way. Get off! Get off! Get off! Get off! Get off! Get off! Just play it safe. We got enough of it. We got enough of it. Let's go up.
Okay.
You can. Oh, wait, no, just keep capturing it.
I'm
Scott, sorry.
finishing.
They
it, bro. I'm
backed up.
finished.
Yeah,
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 they
yeah.
backed up
Yeah,
actually.
I'm gonna go. I
confirming-
stand my
Yeah,
ground.
nice,
Okay,
nice.
let's go.
Yeah. Fucking my bad.
I stand my ground.
Wait, it's red team again. Wait, keep shooting at them. They're gonna be like awkwardly.
If you guys pick one side, I can put the damage totem down to be on, so that you guys are both getting the boost.
Yeah, go left side. That way silver is.
the friend zombies at us.
Oh, they immediately killed it. Awesome.
It's okay. It dies in
Watch
1
the-
hit, so it's like pretty easy to kill. So how's everyone doing?
Eh.
I'm great.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm chilling.
Bro,
did you-
like, I've never had a battle like this before. Like, I've never had a battle where I can just sit, hands off keyboard, and
Yeah,
do nothing for
literally,
half the
I
round.
could like be doing my nails right
I'm
now.
so serious. I'm so serious. I could be AFK.
Right, guys,
Oh.
let's move to a different side because Pink is like fully watching us. Let's go over here. Let's see. Let's trying to deal with.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it. Oh wait, no wait, we don't need healing.
Oh, there is so much.
They're
Watch
just
out! Watch out for the
following
people
us.
leaving. Oh, Pink's following us. Okay.
Oh, what? Shoot them when they're crossing.
Red's got the point that we were at, so watch out for that. Do you have another totem soon, or like any?
Yeah, I have the damage.
I have lingering health when we need it.
Okay, but-
Wait, Killen, I'll heal you.
Thank you.
I got you, Ben.
I
Oh.
just keep immediately killing it. My blast is useless.
It's okay. Don't worry.
I think I have time to cure
Yeah, healing.
a ranked game.
Oh, silver.
Wait, Salver, I'll heal you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got extra healing.
You're so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out behind us, there's a fight going on. It's
Hi,
purple.
purple.
Right,
Rotate,
there we
rotate.
go.
Purple's not worth it.
Okay, follow Kalen.
I concur.
Ah.
Red's like.
No,
I
red
don't
just
know
took our
what
spot. It doesn't matter that much.
Hi, Blue.
Dude, that fire is really fucking annoying though near the end. Purple might come up this water thing, so keep an eye out on this.
Whoa.
Oh, just
Come on,
go.
come on.
Go.
Fireworks keep knocking me off.
Yeah, if you want to get up
Anyone-
quicker,
anyone-
there's water.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
down
yeah,
in the
yeah.
Heals.
corner to-
Okay, perfect.
Bro.
No heals.
Uh,
We're perfect. This is great. I'm having a great time. No, I'm loving this. I'm vibing.
We're in second.
Wait, you're down 1.5 hearts? I'll heal you.
Bro.
You're so nice.
I have 1 heal pot left, guys, but I can't use it for 10 seconds.
Right, so get ready to go down. We're gonna go down and
I'll
pivot to
take
the
damage.
just stay. Oh, left. Go left side.
Turn that left, turn
Red.
that left.
I think red might drop on us.
Oh shit!
Go to the ice again. Go to the ice again.
Down to the ice.
We're just gonna play ice. Play ice
Yeah.
in the corner. I need healing a little bit.
I need healing a lot.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I got.
I
I'm
have
stuck
no
over
healing
here.
left. No healing left.
What the? What's going on? Dead.
I need healing if anything. Anything.
No heals, no heals, no heals.
Where are you?
I'm just dead. I just got like hit
That's-
from ice and I couldn't get back. It's fine. You guys are doing good.
Back in the scrap.
I'm
Back in the
just
scrap.
stuck in the
Back in the
border.
scrap.
I'm stuck in it.
Yeah, I was stuck in it as well when I fucking.
That
respawned.
end game
That's
is a
good.
little worse than the
That's
last one,
fine.
but that's
Okay.
okay.
Who
We
cares?
squeezed it.
We're gonna be fourth and it's fine.
Big of a gaff.
Like, what did I do? What did I do wrong?
Dude.
I just got hit. I just
Hang on.
decided. Everybody just
That's
decided.
beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
throw
never
17
said anything about
firebombs
that.
at him. Like, why? Why?
I'm moving up in the world. Wait, no. Aha. 0.27% damage. Let's go. I got 1 damage point.
I got
That's a
1
good-
damage point, yeah.
So, like,
I'm
Loki,
so
I was
sorry
using
that
the
we're
border
playing
for
like this, but it's
invincibility,
working.
but I was like
It's okay,
trying
I got
to.
actually
I was like
heal
trying to
points.
fucking
It's actually
do
kind of
it,
fun,
but I
actually.
couldn't. Like,
kind of,
I was like
No,
trying to
that's
heal
right,
up, but I
that's
realized I
right.
couldn't heal.
It's actually kind of a
Guys,
vibe.
jump on the
It's
dock.
just-
Jump on the dock or you hit fun.
Yeah.
Quack.
Dude, I don't know
quack,
what
quack,
happened.
quack.
It was just like the border closed in, and I was just on 3 hearts, and I couldn't heal. Like, it was just like. I don't know how. Like, I
Yeah.
just got pinged like 3 times at a firebomb, and then it was just over. I was just so low.
Both
Yeah, those
times I've just
firebombs
gotten
are
stuck in the
fucking
corner
annoying.
of the border and I couldn't
Yeah.
move. So
I've
I don't know
noticed-
what
see when
hit gives
we-
the firebomb.
When you drop down at the end, couldn't we go to the corner first and then stay up for a little bit longer?
Well, no, because we got firebombed on both occasions.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
just
not like
grass-
I'm not moving us down to the
Oh,
ice because I want to. I'm moving us down there because I keep having to. Because we
I
don't
know, but
have.
I mean, like when we're on the wall up the very top, you can go to the corner before you drop
Oh
down.
sure, okay.
Because
yeah,
I went
don't
there
mind doing that.
first, and then you guys got firebomb below, and
It's
then
because
I just dropped straight to the ice.
it's because we're also not playing with penguins. So we don't have
Yeah.
the water bottle to counter the fire.
No, that's true. It
But-
just depends who's there, I guess.
Is penguin the one with the trident?
I don't
Oh
know.
my god, Silver, do you want to play penguin? Because then you can negate the. You still have range. I think. The
me
event's paused. You can check the
okay,
kit.
yeah. I don't know. I just feel like I'm kind of locked in on Scout. Like
Yeah, no, you're fine with it. The argument isn't the fact about changing kit for the better. It's about we keep being forced to move by the fire. So
Yeah.
penguin
Do I need
is
to
the
be
counter
penguin?
to it because the we need the free the free healing is so great.
fair
It means
enough.
we are never like randomly potentially dying.
Well, that's true. I did have 9% healing. That's true.
It's better because I think penguin might work only because you still have the same shit armor because it's legging like the gold
Yeah.
leggings and gold boot the chains are the same. It's the only difference is you have like an axe kinda and you have water to stop us from because we don't really PvP properly until fucking deathmatch where you get a stun sword anyway. So it's just this is important because it means you can throw the water. You have like water bottles, right?
yeah, I'll try it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I just need to
I
like.
don't- and you still have range. You have more range than Scout with this as well because you just it's
I
just
hope you're
slower
ready.
output.
Yeah, you can just throw it out. Time. But I'm just bad
So
at trading throws.
a team last round saw us run mid. I still think we do it.
We have aura. They won't contest us. We're in third.
We're beating purple.
We're feeling purple.
we are the PvP
In
team,
battle.
obviously.
Guys, we should
The
have played this
PvP
late.
team. I'm just never meleeing because meleeing with Trident sounds horrible. So
Oh wait, Aqua got a sub. Jackson. When the fuck did that happen?
that
Giant
just
cast?
happened. No, not so.
that
So,
is so
Absorption and
stupid.
Absorption
Oh.
in this corner. Everyone in the
What's
corner.
stupid? What's up, Silver?
Oh.
It's fine. My fucking water bottles are all spread out in my inventory.
Oh really?
It's fine. Like it's fine.
Right,
It's so
straightforward,
dumb.
straightforward. Ignore the confrontation. Go through this diagonal so we can't get hit randomly. Okay, red sees it. They're smart. Leave. Get off.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's not. It's just they're not gonna go for it. We just go up to. And now we can bully them.
Well, now we don't get a cap point, but that's okay.
I know, but they were just gonna kill us. Like
It's
there's no-
fine.
You were
It's
playing
fine. I
too risky
respect
to do
it.
that.
Are we?
Yellow and orange are fighting behind us.
I'm aiming it
just letting you
specifically
know.
fine.
I heal.
Ah, god damn it.
Yeah, yellow and orange are back there.
Watch out
Oh,
below
I'm
us.
blue.
There's one
Blue's
purple.
fighting as well. Blue and orange are
Team's
fighting.
coming.
Okay, I need to stop shooting.
It's so hard to hit my fucking stuff with
Yeah.
this kit, but it's like this kit is like low-key goated.
Okay, I need to stop shooting for a bit. So, how we doing?
Hey.
Good.
Right.
What were we all having for dinner?
I'm probably gonna get Mackey's, treat myself.
I was going to ask you, do you still go for event Mackies?
It's
That
I
was,
don't live in the same place anymore, so it's not the bottom of the street for me. So I
Right.
can't do like the Mackey's run anymore, but I can still like get it. So purple is all below
bum.
us. I'm a little worried that if they stay there in the end game, we can't like just drop down. So we will probably
So we want to rotate. You want to say?
rotate right.
Mine
I
is
think
safe.
red is trying to go. Yeah, go right, go right.
Oh, yeah,
go right.
purple's behind
Blue-
Sugar, so we should go
blue's-
right now. Lingering heal.
I don't think I've hit a single person with this snowball.
It's hard to hit the snowball hits.
So watch out below us is Infuse. Again, we are just trying to do the bare minimum in this game.
Yeah. Sometimes a little is a lot.
Yup. Hearing the ding is just dopamine I need in my life.
Just don't have melee. Where am I trying to go? Oh, there we go.
Do you wanna go fight in Fume? Silver me.
Yeah.
Okay. Do it. Do it. Go. My gang, rotate.
Back up, back
rotate.
up,
Back up, back
Go,
up.
go,
Run,
go.
run, run.
Oh, they rotated with us. Perfect. Okay, go up.
Come up, uppies, uppies.
Blue
Look at
has
us.
taken a.
Oh, we don't even,
Old
we don't even need heals. We're, oh, you guys are great.
I forgot
You
you
don't
get a
even
kill.
need
You
me, I'm
gain 2
useless.
hearts.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You wanna go on the diagonal, right? The one on the
Yeah,
right's
yeah.
probably better.
Go right. Because you can stay here a little bit longer.
Oh, you see the person? You see the people up there? Watch out. See below us? We should
See?
just drop and fight.
Ready?
Maybe. Oh, no,
Okay,
we're
I
taking too
dropped.
long.
My bad. My bad, I dropped.
Wait, guys. I need healing. I'm right behind you, Scott. If you have any more healing.
No,
I got
not for
some.
10 seconds.
Okay.
I'm coming, Kalen.
I'm healing.
I just need to
don't
catch
worry.
him. There you go.
Yeah, you're good. Stay in this corner. Stay in this corner.
I'm just
Oh, Silver,
Biden's
what the
below
fuck?
us.
I need healing. Oh shit.
Okay, heal. There you go. Okay, no more heals.
I hate this board of shit.
Yeah, like you just can't hit people.
Killed phase.
It's so
I
dumb.
jumped off.
Nice. 2v1.
I'm dead.
Fuck! It's okay, Dakota. You
One-
got this?
You got it.
Oh, behind
You
you,
got
behind you!
Oh, nice try.
NT. And we
I'm
got what we
so
needed.
fucking bad. I'm
Four
so
fifth.
fucking
We
bad.
didn't need anything excessive in that game. We just
I'm
needed to
so
not get
close.
obliterated. Like, look at Orange.
I'm
Oh
so
my God.
fucking terrible. Like I just
That's a
can't.
real
I
bad
just
move.
can't.
That's a
I
bad-
just can't.
Yeah.
I'm running to the toilet real quick.
Oh, that's a bad. Hey, I got 4 kills.
Nice. I got none.
So overwhelming on that kit. It's fine though.
Sorry. That's beautiful.
This is kind of a low scoring battle.
Yeah, it was good.
And we're in 4th. That's perfect.
Nice.
That's not bad. We're top half.
Like
barely.
we
Not bad.
survived battle. That's just good enough.
Yeah, we were most scared for battle, and it was okay. It was fun. Hey! That was good. That was great. Couldn't have went better.
I'm in 3rd now. That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I got 24th in that game. We all did like really mid, but it does not matter. Like no one did bad, and that's like the main thing.
I swapped a penguin and we didn't get firebombed.
I am so sorry.
No, it's like it's chill. It's just like that kit, like Loki was goated because you get the snowballs back so much, and so I was just, but it's so hard to hit them. Like it's actually just so hard.
Boom,
Every
boom,
time we
boom.
go back, I time out now. The server lags the first time.
Don't worry, you're not the only one crashing.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a
we
minute.
would have. Yeah, you're good. We would have got like top 2, well not top 2, top 3 in that game if we just got that last capture. But I don't think it was worth risking it because if we didn't get that there, I think we get like 6th.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
we were
yeah.
playing so safe.
No, that was good. That was a good play.
7th is 7th.
Oh,
Yes.
On brand. And like frauders have their best game now, so they might like start dipping. Ah, that was epic.
Oh.
All right. You can vote whatever. I generally. Oh, it's golf rules. So we
Golf
vote what we don't want. So order up.
yeah, probably order up.
Oh, I have a knockback stick. Awesome. I can hit. Can I hit Scotto? I can't. I mean, it just looks like it's gonna be Blitz Hunt,
Oh,
which
I
is
missed.
fine.
Wait, I'm so back. What game do we want?
It's golf rules, so go in order up or extraction. It doesn't really matter. I think
Okay,
it's
I'll
just gonna
stand
be
in
Blitz
order
Hunt.
up. I revived someone. No, I didn't. Maybe I did? I can't tell. Wait, no, Rice grabbed me.
Bro, I need to like do math to like
Karma.
warm up my brain or something. Let me do some on my phone.
Oh.
Yay!
Yay.
So that I can like think properly.
Hide, I guess.
Oh,
We're hunting
That's
second
fun.
half. This game makes me sad. I will like.
um,
I'll
my
like, do my
fear is
best.
people are not gonna look up. That's the comp, the last time they look up.
It is true that
That's-
gamers don't look up.
I'll hide anywhere.
I'm just sad they got rid of my doorways.
I hide
James
in the
Gunn.
middle a lot.
Hello,
Dun,
runner,
dun,
the
dun.
Trickstar.
Whoa, what the hell?
They're coming.
What a beautiful room.
So my brain's so warmed up.
I hope
Well,
they
I'm
put
gonna be
in
able
my
to think
favourite
properly. My
small
spatial awareness
room.
will be fucking elite.
No, what the hell? Oh, the Labubus.
I think I know where I'm hiding room one. Because I
I
already see
don't.
the room I like. I think the
Oh,
only
I was
person that
just doing
finds me is
parkour.
SNK.
It's
Oh
fine.
my god.
Wait, I remember there's
Yeah.
some good thing with that room, but it's chill. I'll just figure it out.
Oh, I'm not ready to play this game.
I'm like never ready to play this game because it
Oh,
upsets
hell
me
no.
every time, but I'm like also fine if it goes bad.
Don't know where to
Okay,
hide.
so that room might be slightly dog shit.
I don't really like playing
Um,
full corner,
oh.
but whatever. Pick the
I
most
guess I'm
obvious
standing.
spot.
Yeah. I stand in the corner and pray that they don't come this way.
Open the door, Lufa. Maybe I just need to aura farm on this. Oh wait, there's 3 people in this.
No, they saw me! Oh fuck.
Okay, I have to turn off my cape. Oh no.
Oh, hi Scotto. Are you
Ah.
3 of you are in this room?
Stay
Alright.
away.
Like I'm probably dying this
Okay.
round and it's fine.
They're still chasing you.
Yeah, I see it.
They want your ass so bad.
Oh, I fucked up.
Okay, I'm
It's
leaving.
nowhere
I screwed
near
this
our
person.
room. No, don't leave.
Oh, okay, I'll
It's
stay.
awesome here. I think. Well,
Yeah,
Loki, they
no.
might be coming towards us now. Oh, uh-oh. Watch out.
Who was chasing me? Endara. Okay, that's why I lived so long. No, don't leave! Like you saw someone else. Oh my god.
There's 3 people in that room next to us. That's a bit scary.
Yeah.
Odds are they're gonna all flood our room.
But wait. Yeah. Oh, shit.
No, they'll leave. It's fine. It's shit room theory.
True.
John, no one's chasing you. Just go in a spot.
Why would
10
you hide in a
seconds.
shit room?
Yeah, John, just hide there. You're perfect.
Wait!
Wait, we're goaded.
Wait! We're kicking!
How many,
No,
how many seconds?
No, you guys all did good. It's just a me classic hunt fuck up.
Shit room theory.
I 2 hunters saw me, so I got fucking duked from both ends. I got
Let's
back
go
both
somewhere.
of them in
Legend
30
go.
seconds. It was unlucky. You did good, guys. Keep it up.
Oh, that room
I'm
is
ready to bomb
goated.
frag another battle. A battle? Blitz.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that room. I'm not going there.
Oh, this
I
is
don't like
hubris
this
manifest.
one.
Oh, these rooms are bad for
Oh.
hiders.
God had no hand in creating this.
Oh no, hell no.
I'm hiding a skibidi
I'm
room.
not
I think
in a
it's better than it
spot.
looks.
Wait, I hit such a
Oh,
cool jump, but it's
no.
not gonna matter.
Oh hell no.
Alright,
gonna
I'm
get
in an
clawed.
all-in spot. Loki though. Oh my god, wait. They're gonna get baited. Ooh.
Who's starting at mid?
Me, I did it last
Oh.
round.
Alright, if it works, it works.
I just think for the
Stop
room, I made so
punching!
much effort.
There's like 5 people in my room, but I'm in a different spot than them, so really I don't get checked.
I didn't see Rice there.
You're good.
This is not ass, this is just come
I
middle.
don't really complain with you getting tagged for the first time because I'm the only other person on the team to get tagged.
If a hunter comes from my spot, I'm pretty dead. Like, I'm in a spot where I can't really get out.
I think Skibidi Room is actually really good because there's so many awkward corners that they're not willing to check.
Wait,
I feel
who's
like more
that?
often than
It's
not,
not
it
obvious, I
works
didn't
because,
see it when I
like,
first
even if
came in
they do
here.
check it, they usually don't check it first.
Yeah, I like that makes sense. Also,
It's
we're in
working!
first as hiders because the teams ahead of us are hunted, so we're doing great.
It's working!
You're so right. I see you, Dakota. You're free the ball. Hello.
Dude, nobody came near us this whole round. Me and like,
Come
oh,
on!
no.
No.
Oh,
So close.
That's so close.
What else is happening in here?
I tough double checked the area. Like,
Oh my god, look at how there was actually 6 of us in here. It was me and 4
wait,
reds.
all of red? Fuck.
They were
no.
all hiding in the same room as me and nobody came in there. What? Oh my god.
I don't care. I'm going
Hang on
back
a
to the
minute.
same spot.
I have a
Right, where do I
theory.
go?
this
We're
room.
always
looks
checking
good.
every room. You know.
Yes, I'll go this way.
Oh, this room is
I
going to be
kinda like
going.
this
Oh
one.
my god, this room has the sauce.
I'm being mischievous. I'm being mischievous.
I don't remember this. I kind of like it.
No, that's
I don't
not it.
remember. I don't remember.
No one hits
How do I
me
get
here.
there?
No one
Holy
hits me
shit.
here.
This is different.
What is this? What is this spot?
La Boo Boo, no.
Oh hell no, I got detected off the ropes.
Don't look up. Don't look up. Oh, okay, maybe that was not a good shot.
No, why did I mess up my movement?
Uh-oh, there's 2 hunters in my room. It's not looking good, chat. We're cooked.
No shit,
have to
that's my
watch it the
bad!
whole
I thought this was a
round.
different room!
I wanna
How do I get up
I'm a
here?
liar.
Wait. Dude, this is what I was... What the fuck is
I gotta
this?
live at least one round.
Ugh.
Dad. Of course it was May.
Wait, the room is rotated! I think. No, I think I'm just thinking about a different room.
Oh my god, we've been detected. We're dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my
So
god.
why
oh
do
my
I get
god.
detected off 2 seconds into the game? Fuck me, dude. I just like I actually had like a moment there. I had a moment where I
It's
could
the
have
mid
escaped if
strat.
I went like this or something.
God, I kind of maybe want to try the mid strat. I haven't lived around yet, so I need to try.
Let's
something
do it
different.
all 5 and
No, because
But I fucked up my movement like a fucking
Oh,
dumbass idiot.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're safe. You're safe. Nice job.
Wait, if you
Oh.
fall.
I mean, our team just did well again. I think blue is fucking dominating.
Where's
I was in a
Where's
spot where it was like
subtitles?
if 2 hunters came in the room at the same time, I was
No,
screwed, so I was kind of juking
red.
them.
They're gonna actually
and
check
then
mid.
that happened.
I think that they're smart enough to check mid.
I don't care. I'm just gonna keep doing it.
No, you should do it. There's nothing, no harm against you doing
They
it.
probably will, but like,
Oh,
You
isn't
know?
this room like cooked?
No, but they also know that the room's good, so they're probably gonna giga check it, maybe.
Okay, I'm not going
sure.
in there. What the? Bastion!
Bastion
Bridge! It's bridge!
and my block wars. It's messed up.
There's nowhere to hide in here!
I'm gonna play run.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Bri, are you 4? Come here.
This is not fair. This is not fair. This is not fair.
Oh, I might be blitz washed. Oh no.
Oh, Scotto.
Don't talk to me. I got insta-caught.
This is gonna work! Where
I
am
got
I? I
You know
go
what,
up
I'm doing
there.
mid-room. I'm committed to the mid room Fury.
Can I
from
make
now
it
on.
up there?
I'm gonna die because I did the correct thing! Fucking hell! And they're gonna live. Space is gonna leave. I'm gonna... Oh my god! Space, you're gonna be... I'm gonna be giving you words. You messed up.
Silver, I believe in the spot.
Like, Space looks up, sees
This
3 of
spot is
us,
so
and
bad.
I move.
As
and
long
they
as no
fucking-
one comes from your right, you're so fine. Uh-oh. This shouldn't work. It shouldn't work when it
Nah,
does.
this is goated.
Oh, you're the
Good
Bastion?
thing.
It's the
bridge
basalt
bastion,
terrain.
of
Nobody
course.
fucks with the basalt terrain.
Alright, we're hunting now. This is my redemption.
Oh, I could have just gone over there. Oh, okay, we're locked. We're actually so
Hunting,
locked. It's
man.
crazy.
Where am I going?
I'm gonna go this way.
We should split up. I'm going red.
I guess, Dakota, you should probably go with John then. You two should go this way.
Okay.
Okay.
Bum,
Dun,
bum,
dun.
bum.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh,
I'm gonna check the mid spot.
I'm going
I
that
think
way.
you're the only person that's been hiding in it from what I've been seeing, but I guess I only can see our glow.
Dun, dun, dun.
You can
That's
check
true.
it.
I guess I
I'm going to
haven't
the
seen
east.
anyone else
east.
go in it except that one time at the very end.
I've seen Rice go in it, but that's about it.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
I fell.
What's this?
Someone-
what's-
yeah.
This room is weird.
Nice.
I hear footsteps.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping?
Oh god, this basketball room's awful.
I see someone.
This
Oh, I
is,
fell.
how am I supposed to get them?
Oh, there are so many people up there.
It's too hard. It's too hard. They have too good movement.
I'm mad
Okay,
chasing
yeah.
stuff. Yes, by going in.
Wait, we
Sexy
can
song.
drop. We can get them on the drop.
Nice.
Teamwork.
Oh, hi
I'm
person.
gonna pretend not to see them. But in reality, I do. And I'm goaded.
Come here.
Come here.
Thumper, you're dead.
Oliver.
There's someone in the mid room. Chasing Dakota. Wait,
I know
we have
it's like
Sky
probably
Zone.
bad
Oh
to
my
shoot
God.
someone down, but it's just if I don't
Hello?
see them, I'm gonna chase you.
I got him.
Yay.
You punched him. That's good.
Ooh, there's
And
two
is
players
dead.
in here.
Oh wait, I forgot we have a sonar.
Nobody
No
fell
one here,
in
no one
my
here.
spot.
No one here. I sonarred.
I forgot you can do that, to be honest.
So did
I don't see what's going on.
There's someone in this corner. Come here. No. Yeah, I got cracked one.
I got
I
7.
got so many at the last second.
You got 10, Dove. I got 6.
Oh, I got 7.
I got 5.
Right, maybe now I can live around, please.
7.
I got 0.
Let's chill.
I just don't know where to hide.
Chat is hating on my hiding spots, but like low key
Wait,
they're
I'm doing
goaded.
spawn room fury. Wait, I can't do it at the start. Cause
Oh wait, this room is sick. I think.
I guess
Yeah,
I'm not
you
doing
always
spawn room
you always
fury.
have to walk like you're about to walk in, like you're walking towards the thing, and then just take like a
How did everybody get up?
Where am
inconspicuous
I?
left turn.
Oh,
You know what? I'm lost.
what the
Oh.
fuck is this?
Oh, okay. Yep. This is a shit room.
I don't trust this spot any. I just like I don't want to think too hard about this spot. Oh,
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 my
no.
god!
Oh, no.
Someone
Bad.
walked in. Oh, it was you! You got me killed,
That was
Scotto!
actually a misplay by me. I messed up.
They saw you walk in.
I was just standing on the top, like I wasn't even hiding. I was just standing. I was just being a silly guy.
Oh, what?
Alex.
Just being a silly little guy. Ooh, olive blue and pink are alive. Scary.
Wait. Oh
He's fine,
my
one
skin
round.
looks like bookshelves. I blend in
I don't know how
perfectly.
long our team name is, like with our username.
Yeah.
We're, like barely fitting.
I like your spot killing.
No, I actually have the stone skin
Find some wood, find some wood.
strat. Stone skin
That's fine, I
strat.
died.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe I'm like fine now because no one's in here. Just gonna go
Bro,
down here.
Scotto, I might actually be mad at you if I like lost like some kind of individual
Right,
placement. That might be the first time ever I
I'm
did good at a
sorry.
game.
I
And-
just want to stand. I don't understand. I don't understand and live my life. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm
sorry.
I could have been on the board. I could have been on the board. I could have been on the board.
I think
Right, I'm gonna
Marcus checks
stand-
mid.
My
Oh, so wait, so
spots
should
are
I not
always so
hide in
good.
mid then?
No, no.
No,
let Dakota
you have
do
to.
their
You have
thing.
to go like now if you're gonna do
No,
it.
no, no. Marcus is gonna check apparently, which makes sense.
Oh my
So I
god,
just, like,
wait.
assume Marcus
No,
will-
there's a really good spot in this room. I don't know where it is.
I'm
No,
following you. I trust you.
I don't know where it
No,
is.
no,
I don't
no,
know where it
no.
is. I don't know where it is. Wait. There's too many people there too.
I'm
No,
not sure this is the play.
Wait.
Oh, this is it.
I did a 3+1 on the best.
I'm just gonna copy blue team.
So
Oh,
find a
okay.
spot for me. I need it.
Over here in this corner.
How do I get up?
I don't know. I went on the trees. I
I'm here,
think.
I'm here, I'm
Okay.
here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm
So
here.
this spot sucks. You wanna bait them away from you when they come?
Yeah.
No. I think if we crouch drop to the right or the left, depending on where they are, we might be okay.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
I think we're fine at the moment. No, we're fine. Let's get back down.
No, they won't check.
Drop, trust. There's a vine. Go down a bit lower, like where the leaves are. Okay, back up. Go up a little bit, they can see you. If you're here, they
should've
can see
run.
you from the side.
Ah.
Maybe just actually go up this slab. This is like definitely can't see you. There's one person. Oh, go down a bit. Leave!
Fuck.
I'm having a
Run.
great time.
So are they stupid?
No, but I'm getting away. It was a.
I baited. It was worth.
The gray are good. Oh, thank God.
Boom.
Just no one checked my room. They just didn't come in.
Dude, I should have gone down there.
No, we did the safe one lived.
Yeah, worth honestly. Okay.
You got 10 kills. You can sacrifice a round.
No, I only got 7.
Oh, I don't know where to
Oh,
go.
you got 7. That's still good. 6, 7.
I don't know where to go.
Dude, I could have gotten 6-7 rounds survive, but then I didn't because I died.
I'm
that
just
round.
gonna copy blue because they seem to know what they're doing.
Oh, left is trial chamber. I think that's like pretty good.
Is it?
I can hide in a cauldron.
I don't fucking know. You're talking to 2 out
No,
of
that's not
6
good.
here.
That's not good. Right, hi guys.
Yeah,
we're
this-
we're
Oh,
going
I
all
like
in.
this. I like this spot.
There's like 17
But keep
people
in
here.
mind, it's yeah.
We're going all in, guys. We're going all in.
Oh.
All right.
Why is everyone is here?
I mean,
fucking
if
love
there's
this
this
here.
many people here, like, surely we're not gonna be the ones
It
to
must
die.
be good. Well,
No, I have
someone's
terrible
gonna
luck
fuck
with
it
this
up.
shit.
Someone's gonna fuck it up.
No, and also
Smash
someone's
Bros.
gonna get someone's getting the jackpot when they get here.
Yeah. No, but they'll never come.
Oh, true.
You'll never know. No, you're so right. You're so right.
Oh my god,
Wait,
wait, that's good.
I know my escape route.
Wait, what is the route?
Just left and then run away out of here the same way we
Yeah,
came
What
in.
if they
Okay.
come? What if they come from the left? What
Just run
then?
past. Oh.
No, they won't check.
Run, everyone, run!
Oh,
They're
you're so
looping
chilling.
back
Oh,
on
okay,
the
maybe
spot.
they might be on you, but
Well, there is like a million of us here, and they can't just look up. It's TTQ. I'm fucking dead.
I'm a runner. I'm a trickster.
Dude. Oh my god, wait, you're goated. Wait, you actually have like 8 blocks of space, but they're still chasing you.
Yeah, they're gonna get speed.
Somebody else is. No. You got away.
No, my
I'm
god,
away.
you're so evil. You're so evil. You're
Watch
so
out.
evil.
Other
Hey,
side.
I
Oh my god,
know.
what? They looped you!
No, I'm
No, that's
I
so
just-
dumb.
There was a
Why'd they loop
wall!
you?
There was a fucking wall! Oh.
Bang.
Unlucky killing.
We got 4. It's fine.
I got 5-7.
That's not bad.
I got 3-7.
I got 2 out of 7.
I got
Like
5.
3-7.
I got 4 for consistent.
Let's go.
Hey,
Two.
let's go Silver.
I'm happy with 6 kills.
Here to go.
Dude, I
I
had
feel
one
happy.
botch
I
of
made
a
him die.
round.
No perfect survival.
Wait, I killed Marcus as well. I'm the problem for that.
I didn't top 5?
You're probably close though. You see how like it's not really much of a gap.
Yeah.
Oh my god, man.
Made my S tier.
Alright,
Bum,
I've
bum, bum,
abandoned all hope for first in div, so now I can play free spirit. It's perfect.
Dude, the stars
Boom.
aligned. I stayed in a spot that, and then all
I'm
of
still
red
first?
team was
Oh my
there
God.
with me, and they all
Way to go.
survived. And then as a hunter, I found the same spot again. They were all there. That's why I got like 3 or 4 off of that. It's so
Yeah, you
funny.
got 6th
Alright,
and
that
Dakota got
works.
7th. 6, 7, 6, 7.
6,
Oh,
7.
6, 7.
Yes, if he's got by 4 points.
What? That's mean. That's mean. I lived one more round than you.
Yeah, I got 6 kills.
That's messed up behavior. I got 5.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
yeah, kill
maybe
from
I
me.
would
They
have
stole a kill
I would
from
have been
me.
on one of the thingies, one of the chat messages for time survived. Maybe.
Hey, yes,
No,
Scotto is the
no,
reason
no.
Dakota didn't get top 5.
No,
Yeah.
guys,
Announce,
no,
announce to
guys,
the hunters
stop,
and be
guys,
like, hey,
guys,
I'm
don't
here.
distract this
Come look at my
guys.
teammate
This is
hiding in
gonna
the corner.
Guys, no, stop. This is gonna influence my mental health. My mental health. You can't do this to me. Guys, no, I'll crash out. I'll do it. I'll log off. That's mean.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Listen, I just wanted to. I was just being silly.
I literally.
I don't
What's
know.
left?
I do not care.
Extraction, order
Extraction,
up, party,
order up,
and
party, and
sleep.
sleep.
Ugh. Sleeping me no joy.
I need spleef.
Because there's no TNT spleef.
Oh, we need to make sure. Well, I mean, not even make sure. We just have to hope that order up doesn't win this fucking poll.
There is no poll. It's actually it is crazy that we had the 2 movement games first.
Hmm. I mean, it's
Yeah, I
just
think
it was a vile order for the dome.
Yeah. But like, I mean, it wasn't the worst thing to be honest.
Like we're gonna add party last. The game that is already last anyway. Oh my god, I'm gonna be a fucking Rudolph at the end of this event. My nose is so itchy.
Boom.
Rudolph the Wee.
Wait.
I will be right back.
Yeah, me too. That's a good idea.
Dun, 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 dun.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I got 4 minutes. Oh, they paused the fucking. Come on, the event's delayed already.
That is so true. Minecraft was, or sleep was literally invented 15 years ago. Like, that's how you know. Does not stand the test of time. Sleep was made for when we didn't have a sprint key, when our game was fucking 30 FPS. I'm older than Sleep. Yeah, well, you are too.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sleep was invented when I was like 6.
Five minutes break. Where did that come from?
Come
Just
back.
happened.
The poll is up now. Second most voted is played next.
Wait, second most
That always
voted is played
confuses
next?
me.
Alright, whatever. Vote. Everyone in my chat, vote
Yeah.
for Spleef, because
I just don't get the second most.
we don't
It
have
just
that many
seems-
people. Wait, unless Feinberg's asking for
I just
Spleef.
don't get it. Dun, dun, dun.
Because we need it not to be first.
Oh wait, but it's wait, is it?
It's most voted win.
Oh, it's
Okay,
most,
most
voted,
voted
wins.
wins.
Okay, never mind. It's most voted wins. Portsy, thanks for 21 months. Yeah, vote Spleef.
I mean, I'll vote extraction. I don't know if that's gonna. I think red's gonna want. Oh wait, it's out of the 4.
Apparently.
Oh, this is. Huh. I mean, I'm just gonna. Oh, Spleef is winning the poll. Fucking miracle.
So we want to vote for Spleef.
Yeah. I mean, it's winning. But okay.
Okay.
It's not. Oh, it's actually. It's only 30 verse so far. I think
Everyone vote for
is gonna win.
Spleef. Everyone vote for Spleef.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, it's Spleef. It's already like got a huge lead.
Okay, beautiful.
No,
Just
it's
give
not
the last
second
4
most
minutes.
voted. It's they added it.
They messed it up, yeah. Most voted wins. Bum, ba-dum, bum.
Don't bot the polls, please.
We're in 4th, and the potential generational order up of all time is still yet to come.
True. I guess we'll see. We're not that far behind. We're also not that far ahead.
It's
Do you
pretty
have
much.
a?
I don't think we're gonna have a
Do you have
generational
an order up strategy
order up.
already?
So your job's pretty easy. Like
Okay.
don't worry about what we're doing. Your job is just to do crops. So you're doing
Oh, let's go.
carrots,
Okay.
potatoes, wheat, and then also get pumpkins.
Bet.
And then just bring them back and keep doing that. Yeah, you're. The only other thing is our strat is
Oh,
very
they reposted
relied.
it.
Oh my god, our
And it's
strat
the
is
order up or
very.
extraction.
Yeah, our strat is very important based on the like if I can't keep up as the only Elytra driver,
They made
at
a
some
new
point
tweet.
it will turn into you getting a second Elytra because you have like the least important job, and also I think at some
Gotcha.
point the crops will have enough for the rest of the game, but
Yeah.
it's better to keep playing assuming that you don't have enough because then we'll never run out. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Friend's name. How the hell
Polls
are
back
you down
up,
there?
Voting extraction
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, so we're going for extraction now, so it's not order up.
Well, on my screen there's 1 vote, so I win.
Stop the count.
Oh, it's actually pretty close.
the vote.
Hello.
Hello.
Enjoy.
Go to Block War Origins event and vote for extraction for the next game because we don't want it to be order up.
Extraction.
Oh.
Wait, so why?
We also
is
kind of want
there
extraction
Spleef?
now because it's potentially better for us if red gets extraction earlier than later because I think they're going to do good at the game. I don't know. After battle, I feel very confident for extraction. I got good target practice.
Yeah, honestly. And I know the map. We'll cook.
Order up is winning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, wait.
I wouldn't. I'd be shocked if.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something
Okay, it's gonna
else.
be order up.
Right.
Alright, well, it's freaking. Oh, I need to change my controls then before the game starts.
I love wanting art.
No, we wanted extraction. It's chill though.
Wait, no, I need zoom. What key can I make this? Y works. And then wait. Oh my god, it's actually so easy to leave the game on accident. I need to not do that.
I'm stuck under the ice. Help.
Cool. Ba 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 da ba da ba ba. And we got 50 seconds. is in. I think it's like what Sandwich in first. Who's in second?
Me.
It's Nair. Oh yeah, true. John.
Yes, pub.
Yeah.
Yes, pub.
Silver, you have to beat hacking. I believe in you.
I will.
If he's
try.
even here. Yeah. I mean, you're
What even
close.
games are there left?
It's order up, extraction, party, sleep.
Well, I'm not good at Sparty or Spleef, but I feel like I'm pretty confident at the other two, so.
Mhm.
Well, that's good at least. I'm hopeful for order up. So. Wait, let me think.
Bum, ba-da, bum, bum, bum.
Still
I do
no
like
shiny.
that we're currently in contention to actually get a 6-7 finale.
Oh my god.
It really
We
just
just have to
depends.
defeat
That'd be
Pig.
so, that'd be so peak. Oh my
It
god.
really just depends. We'll see. It's very close.
Oh, I don't know why
Wait.
they kept it. Oh,
Is
there's
the
a button.
team ready?
Oh my
team
god.
ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. think
I
we're
hate
ready.
when it doesn't clarify is it if it's team or is it you individually.
Apple,
Mhm.
orange, banana.
Alright,
Oh
I'm
no!
All
I
right,
don't
so
wanna mess up.
Dakota, all right, a few things. John, you see your stuff here in the intro, like you see the wheat, the carrots, and the
Yeah.
potatoes,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
then the pumpkins are reverse F5, and you'll see them. Oh, never mind.
I can't have 5, but you know, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll-
No, you're fine. It'll be obvious. There'll be a giant floating pumpkin at the side of the game. And in Dakota, so this is where the fish and the sugarcane are. You'll see when the game starts, but it's like the complete opposite side of the barn.
Okay.
Bob the Blender.
And then, as a reminder, it's barn. Wait for upgrades. Put stuff in. Back to barn. Put stuff in. Then alternate forever.
Mhm.
That fucking apple juice order is so doable, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to mess it up. Wait, so what's the apple juice? I can get a start, right?
Yeah, Dakota, do you want to kill 2 mobs? Pigs and... I need to see the screen again. Pigs and something, and then bring those back immediately, and then go back to barn.
Kill 2.
4 pigs. Do you see how the order 2 is 4 pigs?
Okay.
And
Yep.
yeah, so kill the 4 pigs, and kill... Oh my god.
I don't think there's anything. I
wanna
mean, there's
see.
fish. But
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna trade 10 apples
yeah, just
for
just
the
kill
apple juice.
kill like 4 pigs and 4 cows, and then bring them up and put them in the
Alright.
2 furnaces, and then
Oh,
keep
there we
doing
go.
everything the same. But that first step's just because the order has the very easy.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
yeah,
So
we got this. I
that's
picked the
fish.
elytra.
And then
So it's
where's the
Keelan,
bar?
how many are we getting the stone sword
Apple.
upgrade?
Oh, say that again.
Are we getting the stone sword upgrade?
Yes.
Okay, so
We
how many is it? 9?
we need 9.
270 items, right?
I think so. I'm gonna remember Scholar to get like the first 6 or
yeah.
few,
I'm gonna
like,
get the ones at the
yeah,
end,
yeah.
and then I trade those, and I'm also gonna trade my 10 apples for 2 apple juice at the start, just because we need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I'm
perfect.
just going mushrooms insta, right? And you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
doing everything down here. I can get as many sugar as I can.
Okay. We should be able to get. We might not be able to get 9. I mean, we can delay coming back since we can click it into composter really fast. We should delay coming back to like maybe 30 seconds. We might be able to get all 9 in one
It's the only
cycle.
problem is you should. The problem is we should try to guarantee the first 4 orders though, because the faster we get the first 4 furnaces, the faster Dakota can put their stuff in the furnaces.
Okay, yeah,
That's
that's true.
true.
Well, yeah.
And it takes so much time to cook.
I'll come back at,
so
like,
I'm
a minute
getting
10
4
then.
pigs, 4 cows, putting those
So yeah,
in
no,
here.
Silver, you should be able to get the first 4 upgrades yourself maybe, and then get the furnaces first, and then let Dakota do her thing, and then.
Sure. Wait, are you
And
gonna
then, yeah, Dakota-
like kind of work on the like? Well, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'll just come back
And
at
yeah,
1
Dakota,
minute.
come back with like 4 pork chop and 4 steak, and then put them in, and then go back to
Okay.
like that first step is irrelevant to the original thing, because then you
Okay.
go back,
Cool.
kill all the mobs in the barn, come here,
Okay.
place them in, then go back to the barn again, and then alternate. So you're doing barn 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah, and straight into
I
the
think-
furnaces is like really important because it just
Yeah.
helps my flow so much.
And then you were trying to ask me about something, Silver?
Are you just gonna, cause like I'll come back at like 1 minute. I'll get my 90 or so mushrooms, and then you have to kind of lock in on like the rest of the sugarcane, I guess. For
Yeah,
the
I
rest
can
of
do the
our
rest of the
upgrade
upgrades
points.
as long as you can get the furnaces done as fast as possible. I can focus on getting the other
Yeah,
upgrades
perfect.
ready.
I can get them in. I can get them in stuff.
Because by the time, hopefully by the time you said you're getting like 90, so I need to get like
Yeah.
3 stacks. That's a lot.
We might not be able to do it in 1 cycle. We might have to do 2. I mean, if we use like the crops,
I
we
feel
might
like
be able
9's
to do it.
possible. You guys did almost 8.
Yeah, we
on
did
your-
almost 8, and we weren't even trying to do that, and we couldn't drag click it, or we couldn't like fast spam it.
Scotto, also don't worry about getting the apples back immediately. Still focus on getting like 10 to 12 of each
Yeah.
fruits first.
Yeah,
because
and then just
we
trade
have to
it on
wait
the
for
first
the
one back. Yeah, of course.
Because we.
I have a question. Who's getting mushroom at the start? Because we're doing a lot of mushrooms
Silver,
for the
I am,
orders. Okay.
Because,
Oh,
but I'm not
right.
gonna
Trade as a
really,
Bob for those orders.
I'm not gonna focus on that. I think you should just get it after like the rotation, maybe.
Okay. And also,
We'll
Caleb,
have
just show when I
rush
can buy the
order at the
whole-
start anyway. Yeah. We'll also have rush order by the time, so
Yeah.
like our focus will be different anyway.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
event pause is perfect. The only thing I have to keep in mind at the start of this game is if I have to grab the first order, I have to remember to press a fucking Y and not right click. Because we
Are
can
you gonna
get the
change it while you're
4.
flying? No,
Yeah, I
that's
was gonna
probably-
try to, but I don't think I'm like that
It might
fast.
be
And I'm also
kinda
scared I'm
big.
gonna accidentally click leave the game.
Yeah.
It takes me like 2 seconds, so I can do it like right before or right after the composter. It's just not worth risking doing anything.
Yeah.
Who are we waiting for? Oh, Bri.
Brian, the guy.
But yeah, I'm gonna try and stay as quiet as I can, just because my comms aren't very useful in this game since I'm just delivering.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna be literally calming what we need for the orders.
And then yeah, like and then Deza, you're just doing crops, and Dakota, you're
Crops,
alternating.
yeah.
Like eventually, it's correct for you guys to stop doing that, but I also just don't know when to calm that, and also I don't know. It's like because we only have 1 elytra. You guys taking one without an elytra is not even like really that worth it, and Silver's just
Yeah.
gonna crank.
Is there a second elytra upgrade?
Yeah, there is, but it costs
Okay.
3 more, which is like another
Right.
4 stacks of items. So we'll be able to get it late game if we start falling behind because we'll have so much crops and so much cows and so much everything anyway. Because Scotto has double drops. So if it comes to it, it's not gonna be an issue to get it. It's just like acknowledging that we should do it. I'm just gonna freaking lock in. I think we'll be starting in a second because Bride's back.
What's our upgrade order actually? I'm gonna get furnaces. Do we want the
you-
hoe insta after furnaces or chest?
No, we're hoe last because we want the
Okay.
furnaces because we want furnaces first just so Dakota
No,
can put them
furnaces
in
first,
these.
but like, yeah, okay, it's fine.
It's furnaces, then the double cow things because doubling the mobs is super important before the crops because it simplifies
Yeah,
Dakota's
okay.
job, I think. Oh, they made fishes bigger. What the fuck?
Oh,
Also,
that-
Elytra mode.
That's nice.
There was only
Uh,
3 cows and 3 pigs.
Oh,
when
just wait
you
for
can
the
just
bottom
wait,
to
it'll-
generate
yeah.
again,
Okay. Okay, I'm coming
30
back.
seconds till compost there.
That's- get it back.
On my way back.
So do you want me to get like 2 stacks of sugar then come up?
Yeah, probably.
They're in the furnace.
Okay. I'm going back now.
Okay,
I
so
got-
yeah, you do 1 more
I got,
bond
like-
trip, Dakota, and then you do...
I'll
wait,
put
no,
this
you-
in the
wait.
first order.
Okay, I'm coming up.
Wait, what? What's happening? It's like not.
It's just slow.
I assume I should be putting eggs in the chest too.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about eggs. Yeah, do that. Okay, we have free upgrades. Get the speed. Get the sword and. Oh, I'll do it. It's fine. You focus on your things.
Sorry,
I need to
yeah.
get 3 more. No, you're good. You're good. I need to get a little bit more.
Wait, 24 bananas, 6 golden carrots. We just need
24
14 bananas. 14 bananas.
Coming back.
And then Scotto, when you get back, you should be able to get
Bananas and
And fly when you can, Kaylin.
Yeah. We have looting. We don't have the chest upgrade yet. We can get that next composter.
We need the mushroom stews soon.
Okay, I'll
that's
go.
gonna be
I'm gonna go
Scotto.
break some
You got the
mushrooms.
hosting, right, Scotto?
Yeah, I'm breaking mushrooms now. How many stew?
Cod is in the chest because we don't have
One more to
sticks.
run.
Stew is one of each.
Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna go get some.
I'm getting more sugar because I'm just gonna focus on getting that last upgrade point for the chest size.
Okay, I'm coming back with
Okay, I'm
14
just, like,
stew.
waiting. Okay, dope.
You go up and. Sorry, I
There'll be a
I'm gonna
bunch
drop
of
the sugar
orders
you need to
ready.
do- Yeah. Okay, I'm dropping sugar. You need to make one more upgrade point and get the chest bigger, and that's the only upgrade point we need left.
I'll do it.
But
I'll
it's
do
only
it.
in 30 seconds, so don't worry about it now.
There's no space to put the cod, so.
Yeah, just drop it on the floor for now.
Just
Also,
put it in
cod
the
you
chest, yeah.
Oh wait. Yeah,
Okay, it's
no,
in the
you're right.
chest,
You're right.
it's in the chest.
Yeah, you're good. And then back to the barn and live your best life.
Yep.
Ah, barrel. Right, I'm back.
Should be more coming here. Do a quick salmon. It's in.
I can. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going. Sorry, I picked up. Composter. You can finish it.
Oh yeah, good ones. What is happening? It's like so slow. Alright, I got it. I can just focus on this now. Okay.
I'll get more sugar while we wait because there's nothing else I can do at the moment. Oh, you want to be the check furnaces actually? And that was the that's
I'm taking those lemons back.
pumpkin pie. You got that?
In.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, you
Rush
fucked up
order,
I should be back in
15.
time for it.
3 vanilla milkshakes.
Are those in the chest? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They are.
In.
Okay,
Got
beautiful.
it, go.
I got 'em.
Nice, perfect. Good comms.
Dun dun dun.
Got it.
One more to run.
Yeah. I don't think we need the second elytra at the moment.
Dun dun dun. Oh,
One more to run in a second here.
This is perfect.
One orange juice, we have already. We need steak in the furnace. But we have some extra.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you needed help with it.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
We're doing great. The sign! You can edit the sign!
This one's ready.
You good with it? Yeah. I'm good. I wonder if that change is gonna stay. Alright, I'm back.
Not ready, yeah.
I have the pork chop in. I have the chicken in as well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I'm dropping the pork chop on the floor. The chicken bugged and we just lost 13 chicken. That's kind of annoying, but it's
No, I think it ghosted in your inventory. It should come back.
Okay.
One more ready. Mutton, golden egg.
I think I dropped the chicken. Oh, I picked up the pork chop. The pork chop. Sorry, the pork chop's on the fucking jump pad. I like ran
It's
it.
fine. You can get it later.
I'm back.
I'm taking some carrots and raw potato. Spread the carrot stuff.
Okay, I'll just drop it when I get back. I just picked it up again.
Yeah, it's fine.
Feinberg. Okay.
Ready.
I can take that. I dropped pork chop at the trading area, so you should just pick it up. Like the chest bit.
Okay.
No, sorry, I trolled. I'm here. Sorry about that.
We need more
it's all
vanilla
good.
milkshakes.
I don't know what you did, but it's all good.
Vanilla
I just
milkshakes.
felt
Which one's
better.
that? I'll get those. I'll get those in a minute.
There's so much sugar.
All right,
Okay,
I'm here.
I'm gonna take
This
some.
one
of the
is
sugar.
ready. Steak,
Yep.
golden egg.
You rush order?
25 oranges and 4 orange juice. Jesus Christ, we have the orange juice.
We should have that.
Oh yeah, we have it.
Do you need more
Yeah,
oranges?
we have
I'm
it.
here.
we
I'm
have
here.
it.
I'm here.
Got it. Vanilla milkshakes.
Do you still need those?
1.
Yeah, we
Two,
free
three.
milkshakes.
Okay, I'm bringing them.
When I help.
This one should be ready whenever the milkshakes are in.
Yeah. Do you have the baked
coming,
potato
I'm coming.
for?
Which order is it?
There's two different orders.
This
Different orders.
one. Okay.
Cake will be
Um,
in.
Okay, they're in.
Golden egg.
Jump pad. Sorry. I'm here. I'm going.
Dun, dun.
All the orders are
Okay, so where
ready.
is it? Sorry, I'm being
Fine,
stupid.
it's fine.
I'm stuck in the water.
Hook in there.
Thank you.
My bad.
No. You are good.
I need to steal some cocoa beans for chocolate milkshakes. Where are the cocoa beans?
Up top.
Oh,
up
they're in a
top.
chest. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I put in 13 vanilla milkshakes. So we have
Perfect.
enough of those. Beautiful. I'm taking some cocoa beans.
I fucking love movement games.
That's enough.
One second, I need to craft the cake.
You're good.
And now.
The pork chop's in the second order.
Okay. We might need a bit more mushroom stews or soups.
I can grab
Dude,
those if we need.
Keep in mind
The-
overtime.
Yeah.
With time over change.
Have we got any upgrades yet?
No, we don't need the second one. Oh my
Wait,
god, oh my god,
okay.
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. How do I do that? That is here.
We need more pork chops, maybe? Unless I don't see them somewhere.
I have 9, sorry.
Okay. No problem.
They ghosted into my I
can
dropped
bring
the
back
pork chop on the
more
floor.
Thanks,
It's by
thanks.
the
Rush order.
Rush order, 9 golden carrots, 11 baked potatoes. I should have that.
do you want me to wait for a rush order or take this?
Wait. Here you go.
Okay.
This one will be done. Cookie lemon. Where's our eggs? Alright, is done.
When it gets near the end game, if there's multiple orders, someone take it because of overtime.
Okay.
But like only when it's like 5 seconds left or something and I'm not here.
There. Banana.
So yeah, everyone should just stay here now that we don't need more collecting.
Yeah, I'm trying to
On my way
do.
back.
Okay.
That's not the right thing. Hold on, I have to make the.
You just need the banana in the left one.
I don't
I
have
got
it
it, I
on
got it.
me.
Bananas
Yeah, I
in,
got it.
then.
Cake is in.
9
I'm
seconds.
gonna-
So take the order if everyone finishes.
Oh fuck.
Okay. Dub!
Oh,
Ready
Second
free!
order. Oh fuck! I don't have an Elytra.
dude, that
That's
was
fine,
like
you have
so much
30
better
seconds to get
because
to it.
Okay, we're still fine. Bang.
I just had every like Bob order ready. That was so sick. That was actually so good.
Oh,
Before.
that was a movement game. Fuck. We lost a little bit. I like trolled the movement a little bit in 2 bits where I fell. If you can go into the overtime area, like jump. Wait, the training area. There's like the bit at the end. There's a fucking hole in the middle that I fell into, and to swim out, you have to swim so far.
Oh
That's
my
okay.
God.
I was locked on that fucking blender.
There's a few times where I
I
kind
did
of
the
like
blender.
forgot what I was thinking about, which like lost me.
I don't remember
Right.
the last time I was not
Let's
lost in that
go.
game.
That was
Really
great.
actually cooked. Holy shit.
We had there's like a it's not like a giant gap, but the gap.
7-2.
Dub.
Let's go. That
It's
was really good. That was
happening.
really good. Except not good for.
I'm glad
hacks,
that
constantly.
worked out.
Let's go, John. Holy.
Dude, we had like the rush orders like on lock. Like it felt like as soon
I
as
was
like,
just
we could get it,
every time you finished
just,
an order, I
like, the
grabbed it.
perfect
It was so
amount. There was
great.
like 4 oranges and like 40 oranges in there, or like 4 orange juice and 40 oranges. And we just
We
Perfect.
are
was
still
locked.
pretty
Yeah.
comfortable. 600 behind is the only fear, but I'm not that worried.
Yeah.
6.
I mean, I don't even mind anymore. The order went well.
I'm happy that it went well.
Yeah. It did go well.
I was just in my laps. It was good.
Yeah. I mean, I was just picking up order, taking order, and then doing nothing else.
It's beautiful.
I think the only fail was, I think it wasn't correct for you to get the sugar immediately because we were like barely short of getting every upgrade in the first.
Oh.
But that's like just hindsight, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm Unfortunate.
Oh, now I have to play this without Silver carrying everything.
That was your peak order up. It's all done.
I bet we did better than like last time, so that was like
Yeah.
for me. I did
No, that was
better than last
great.
time.
That did not change my individual. Oh my god.
No, I didn't change mine either. Silver went up though.
Yeah, I think I went up and then, but Hacks also like gained more on me.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're,
actually,
it's the only person
you're
who gained
55
more.
behind him now.
Wait, I can
It's
see
actually,
a
like,
future.
Manageable, like gap.
I'm
Like
at
me to top 5 is
5.
like doable.
It's just kind of
Um,
how Extraction goes. I think the other games are a lot more manageable.
Yeah.
I'm gunning for Rice in real time. That'd be top
Let's
5.
go.
That'd be top 5 best moments in my life.
How far are you from
Oh my god.
100?
Uh,
Yeah, it's like 100, yeah.
Kind of it.
It's like doable.
It's
I'm proud of
doable.
us. I'm happy we did
I
good.
think
Yeah, let's go.
I don't really know what's correct because I think I
I'm
mean I
so
think Spleef's
scared
gonna win
of
the vote
Spleef.
fucking no matter what. We can vote Spleef. I don't.
I mean,
mind.
I think we're in 3rd right now, and I feel like we're potentially good at Extraction, so...
It's just very hit or miss. I mean, that's the
Mhm.
same for Spleef, though. It's so hit or miss.
Right, this time I'm actually gonna try and kill Stu. Where the fuck
Yeah,
is
oh.
he? There he
Ow.
is.
Kill Jack.
What
Oh.
the?
What the hell?
Wait, I need to make sure I move to. Yeah, I'm gonna over Stu.
Oh my lord.
Oh, I just hit phase out because this pile of 5 people. Not bad. Yeah, and you're not hitting me out. Not today, buddy.
I have no.
Hello,
frames
with me,
in the
X.
zone.
Hello, me, X. Hello, me.
All right, well,
Oh.
live your life. I'm gonna go find people to shift that.
This is my favorite game.
42-0-0. There's no faults or anything else.
The social game.
Yeah.
Yup.
Like it's so. I don't think social game's gonna work in Brawl. I think people are gonna be like, oh, this fuck you, and they're gonna come for me.
I'm really bad at Spleef. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just
Just like, you
don't be
know.
just don't be aggressive in the early game. It being up is actually better than it sounds because you
Better than it thinks. You're right.
being at the top means you get to make the decision of when
GG
you drop things.
Spleef.
Lie.
Why is it there? Why is it there?
No!
They're baiting us. They're baiting us. They're teasing. Oh, it's beautiful.
All right, live your best life.
How I do in Spleef is entirely dependent on how nice everyone else is that day.
Okay.
So
Hello, Kitwin.
Where we have allies.
Oh, did Marcus also message you?
No, just so they're saying 6-7, so I assume that means we're friends.
Yo!
Whoa.
Whoa, my god,
I
there's
think-
so much
I think-
flipping going on.
I think Seven's just not gonna sweep us, but I'm gonna sweep them.
It's beautiful.
I think that I'm not doing it intentionally. Smile.
Stay back.
I don't
You
like
should get more
Spleef.
same.
I'm remembering and I don't like it.
Yeah, stay back, Hubby.
I found some land for myself.
No, I got spleefed.
You're good. Don't worry.
Like, what the?
Coming over,
fuck?
kid.
Oh, sorry, John. Sorry.
Alright, all good.
Oh, I just leave Oxy 3 times. I feel so bad. I'm a dumbass. it's
You just
fine.
jumped down. You're beautiful. That's beautiful.
Oh my
I've
god.
not broken a single block yet. Okay, there we go. Where am
Well,
I
I'm currently in the
clouds
bottom.
on?
I'm currently
Oh.
in the bottom 4. That's just how life is.
I'm just
Wait,
friends
I
with
usually
everybody.
just-
I just like sometimes play to myself like I fell and it's my fault because I just didn't get swept by anyone.
Hello, brighter guy.
Oh,
my nose
TD.
dying.
I trust hacks. I trust hacks.
this event has had a lot of sit there and wait games.
Nah, what's wrong? Are you noticing a fundamental flaw in the game? Nah.
That's just not possible. You're lying. There's no flaws in my block ores.
Like everyone on the top layer is just sitting here. No one is doing
Yeah.
anything.
I mean, take your easy placements.
Oh my god.
You just knocked me down.
Oh, I just got split 2 layers. It's not good, gang.
You're fine. Don't worry.
I'm on the bottom layer.
How did I? Wait, you can get hit with snowballs? I thought you could.
Yep.
They only break 4 for some reason.
That's better.
Hello.
Oh, there I go.
I don't know why I did that.
Hopefully no one looks up here.
I know, I'm just like shifting, praying for the best.
Oh, Soul TV got me, damn it. You know what? That's fine.
Like,
Oh, no, Russian real time
it's
lasted
so
longer than me.
stupid. Like, I'm looking everywhere. I
I'm
just
so
can't see
excited.
them.
I'm dead.
Oh man, Spleef is just
I was trying to
horrible.
Goodbye.
It's just,
Oh, I did good.
It's
I'm
just
happy with
no
that. I'm fine with
fun.
that.
It's just literally no fun. I
2
don't
kills.
understand.
Let's go.
Yeah, Infune wins this round. That was Marcus Cook. Marcus, generational.
Like, CGQ is just like
So...
fucking 300 milliseconds behind. How am I supposed to react?
That's crazy! That's crazy.
Oh, your team plays 7.
F5 is ruining.
Oh, I love team fights. I love
Oh,
it,
that's
I love it.
my
Alright, me and
issue.
Sleeve.
It's not that just somebody randomly decides to play aggressive and like almost kill themselves to get me. It's
No
not
idea how
actually
this
that.
works. We'll find out.
I'm gonna develop new friendships.
Do I want to stand in the snow or the ice?
Snow.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, like, think of it this way. It takes 3 layers to sleep
like-
you versus 1.
Oh my god, like why do I just
You know
get
what,
targeted?
Ice Beef Clefran.
Oh my lord. Ah! Okay.
Oh, I'm down.
Max is trying to get the
Sleep Abby.
what the
Okay.
dude, nobody fucks with me. I want friends.
my stare at the meta doesn't work.
Meteor chunk.
Oh my god, I'm on the last layer. Guys?
I'm
trying.
also here.
So I went nowhere. Hey team.
May, stay back. Stop breaking blocks, May.
Hey team. Meteor chunk. Oh, it fell.
What the fuck was that?
Oh no.
Wait, what is that?
No, friendly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How?
Hello?
me doing anything.
Hello?
Oh, Meteor as well.
I just aggroed
Oh.
Solomon
Yeah,
around.
it's Meteor Sleep.
It's Meteor Sleeve. Welcome to the game.
Dude, why do the meteor chunks keep falling?
Wait, random chances, my
I'm
friends,
getting away
surely.
from chaos.
Wait, somebody's gonna go for the meteor chunk and I'll shoot the meteor chunk at them.
Oh. That's big.
Oh, how'd that miss? I'm sorry! Stop fucking hitting me! Oh my god, I hate you.
No, on second layer, or is that? No. Wait, am
Oh
I?
my god. Okay, sure.
I really don't like how many people are around me. I'm so scared.
How awesome. Leave me alone.
Meteor.
We
Oh my god,
were
I boosted up a layer. I boosted up a layer.
How do you do that?
Nice.
friends.
I just looked straight down, jumped, and then threw it.
Okay.
It was scary.
Friendly! Friendly, even though you killed me last match. That's round. Okay, like, I really want to boost up, but I don't know how to do it. Like, it's just pure RNG. It's just full luck. Like, that's crazy.
My FPS is tanking.
I think the server's lagging a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
I hate Meteor Sleep. Just so much random bullshit happens.
That's fine. That's completely fine. I'll take that.
Alright, Scotto, you gotta live for our team bonus. You're cooking top 10.
You're asking for a lot.
No, you're good. You got a nice kill.
Oh,
And
I got
RNG.
meteored. I got meteored.
I just...
I had my meteor.
Meteor Sleep, I never full 1 lane, or I always full 2. And then I'm
Hey, I
dead.
got 1 kill.
Nice.
I don't like that one.
Revolution.
Oh god, we are in last, but it's okay. It's Spleef. The problem is we need to catch up to the Boo Boo and Ping, but that's just like generic. Oh yeah, fucking baby
Oh
mode.
my god, we're so small. Wait,
Nice
they're
whispers.
real size Labubu's.
Oh my god, I'm on the bomb block.
Labubu.
Yo, dude,
Oh
this
my
looks so funny.
Fuck it, we're going.
Fuck off!
People they're really
They're so aggro. Everyone's so
they're
aggro. Everyone's
so mean.
aggro.
Everyone's so mean.
Everyone's so
Everyone's being so
aggressive.
mean.
Oh, I know
Chaos,
that.
Chaos made mid for themselves and then jumped off.
Like, okay, I guess I spleefed you, but why are you ground spleefing me? You're going to die.
I spleefed you. Why do you spleef me?
That's what I actually like.
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. I was a joke, oh my god. No, people just have vendettas.
Oh my god, I nearly spleefed one. Oh my god, that would have been.
I like
Oh my god,
normal
Colin.
size.
Colin.
What the heck?
Don't scare me, Colin.
We're on the
Shit,
last
shit, shit,
layer.
shit, shit.
Why are we doing this?
Friends.
We're only hurting each other.
What the fuck is this?
I made friendship with F.
Oh my god, I got a kill from the top layer. Let's go.
People are making
Stop.
friendship with you.
Oh, I just.
Okay.
Bro.
My life just flashed before my eyes. I fell from the first layer to the last layer. I like hate this game.
Last layer
Dude.
people are not nice.
Dude, the last layer is so, like, what is happening? Why am I so big? I can't touch the ground.
Ah,
I'm going, I'm
you guys
trying.
got this. It's just give me
Stop.
rounds. Can we have TNT sweep back?
Stop it!
Right,
Oh my
and
god, Scott, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
and. Oh,
You both died, you both died.
that's crazy. That's
Wait,
crazy.
you didn't even die to Ant.
And I
You
didn't
got
get a
the credit
kill.
with the CGQ, and then Ant, neither of you got a kill.
That's crazy.
Right,
Hey.
watch out above you, John. Yeah, you're safe there. You're safe there. You can. Oh. Stay where you are now. You're on a big platform.
Okay.
Above you maybe.
Oh, God,
Sorry, surely no one would come for John from Damn Pub.
You can first snowball to Kel.
No.
Oh
Kel's in
my
a really bad spot. Behind you.
God.
Oh, he's dead. Move,
Oh,
move, and you're
John,
like so close to
move.
the edge.
John.
Oh my god. John.
I'll take
we
that.
got-
I got two
Well,
lucky kills, so I might have not done
I don't think
Like, this
Spleef
game
is
is really bad for
horribly,
us.
but
No, I just had
bad.
really dumb fucking sleep things happen twice in a row. Like the gimmicky sleep isn't fun. It's just random. Salty be alive
Salty
in
bee or
sleep.
bank on
Is
it?
anyone
no sleep is
surprised?
fun. Unless it's TNT sleep.
Bank on and wins.
Yeah, that was
Good
just a
job,
bad
Brian.
game for us. Like we
Oh,
got gapped
good
by
Brian.
1k. Like we need good extraction, I guess.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, like, good thing we got it done now than last or whatever.
It could be worse.
Yup.
GG.
It's,
I just, like, I can't do anything. I just can't do anything in this game, ever.
I mean, I feel like I played correct both rounds, and then I just went down 2 floors, and then in this round I went down fucking 4 floors in 1 round.
I just, like, it was like, it's, if somebody decides to target me, I'll just, like, fall. It's like, okay.
Mm.
It's like, targeting is, like, so weird, though, because it's so dangerous for the person who is
Yeah,
targeting.
1k.
okay.
The thing is, we have to beat Pink as well, and Pink is just like a ridiculous team.
That's beautiful.
They just need to have a crash out in extraction.
Yeah. Probably not. Hex is really good at extraction.
They don't
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
the no ho ho buff that Kaylin and I have with extract.
No.
We just repeat it. It's fine.
Bon.
Like, why? And just like that,
I'll be back in a
top
sec.
5 is just not possible.
He's not gonna evolve. He's a traitor. We
I'm,
can
like,
make it 1K
far
though. It's like
behind in
definitely
temp,
doable, especially
so-
with how new party works. But new party is like we have to do well in the. It's race logic where you get placed based on how everyone does an average, which is a bit. I don't know why it does it.
Mm.
And I feel like that's hard because like the way our team is broken up is that
Mhm.
we have like
We just have-
really low placing.
It's
players who are
designed in a
really
way where
high.
like if we were going based on our placements as a team, me, Scotto, and Silver will have to do like incredibly well if we want to get first based on if we like did statistics. But like obviously you guys can do better than your statistics and we can do worse than our statistics. I will finish beep test. I hope.
W.
Oh hell no, I
Oh,
forgot.
I forgot beep test exists.
Wait, I got 27th in that last game.
Dub.
What can I grab?
I have a cat.
What are we doing? Which
How do I
one?
grab more people? Why
Probably
can't I only grab
extraction.
one?
I don't know how it works. You should be able to grab more.
Oh, I got Salt McKellen.
I think it's gonna be extraction. Oh, I
Hopefully.
mean I'm gonna vote extraction at least.
Sit down, cats. 18870. Oh, I think it's party.
Yeah. I
Unlucky.
mean that's what red needs to get like a sneak finale, so it makes sense for them. We're just gonna get first in extraction, then we make finale. It's perfect. We just have
Yeah.
to survive party first.
Survive is a good word.
I'm excited for Photon.
Not excited for this one.
Oh, go down. I forgot about
Yes.
this one.
This one's just
type of
silly.
I'll do as much as I can to avoid. And then this one, I just need to not look down.
What's
What
that?
is that?
It's TNT run, but like each block takes 3 decay to break. So it goes like
Oh.
yellow, orange, red.
So
And
it's
then there's
Why
one
do we
player.
have Spleef and TNT run?
But no, but like that TNT run, you have like jump boost, like not jump boost. You have like a jump item thing that if you use it, you can leap up a floor. And it has 3 uses. That is, but once you're at 0, it recharges. If we get it first, I can adapt more. Okay, whatever. Go
down.
down. Fucking go down.
Go
I actually like this one.
down.
Yeah, I think this one's like fine. I just like it's too simple.
Just go
guess-
down.
What's the blue, yellow, red again? I forgot.
Red, green is well, it tells you in chat. Red
Oh.
is weapons, blue is items, green is regen.
So realistically, like if
Uh,
you're speedrunning, I guess green.
I
That's what you want.
guess.
Yeah, blue can have
sometimes,
some
like,
good
helps.
ones too.
Yeah.
I'm so scared. I'm just get should I punch into him off the rip?
I was gonna ask you to do
Yeah.
that as well. Yeah, do it.
Oh, you can.
I did it.
Well, you can
He
eventually.
didn't fall that far.
I fell. Oh.
Yeah, and I just got punched
Uh,
off. Yay! This game is so fucking fun.
Oh, you
I-
twat.
It happens.
That's crazy. I died. I died right at the end.
I
Falling
mean, I
back
deserve my
on.
death there. I tried killing Oxy. Blah, blah, blah. The benefit of being
Oh.
behind is there's no one to punch you off anymore.
Got karma.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I just. Oh.
Why are we so punchy? Okay.
This game
Why
also
are
has tilt
we
factor.
doing this?
No, no. Oh dear.
Sandwich. I know I killed you, but you don't have to kill me.
Oh my god.
I haven't even made a fucking lap yet.
I just got my first one.
Where are you lost?
Oh god, why did I do that? Got a bow? Like, I'm not using this shit.
Okay, I did a lap.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm not doing a lap.
Dude, you have 45 seconds. You got time.
I know.
I messed up. It's just a hit hitter.
We'll be fine. Okay, I did a lap.
Oh my god.
My punch. I'm gonna like.
Okay.
I'm so excited for a kill. Oh dear.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh my.
Oh my god, I got a lap.
Fuck! I was right there.
I died one time on that was my fault, so that's
I shouldn't have handed out that game anymore. Oh.
Yep. That's a good start, unfortunately. Um. Like yeah, like party requires us to just do generational, and then if we don't, we get like giga screwed. But there's still 3 more rounds.
Big test.
Bomb.
Okay. We can
I'll be
parkour.
doing
We can do
everything in my power to avoid doing a 1 tick.
Here.
Challenge arena.
I'm going normal.
Yeah,
Bro.
you and Dakota.
I hate that game. I hate that game so
harm in
much.
that.
It's me. Fucking-
Let's
I think
do
this is one of the
challenge
games that
until
don't
one
have a
hour.
team bonus because this game is stupid to have
That's
a team
fine.
bonus. You literally can't
Is
play as a team.
anyone starting on normal? I feel like no
Yeah,
one's
you
starting
and
on
Yeah.
John are. You just can't see them. Like I can't see anyone in my area. I can't see our
Oh,
teammates
okay,
either.
okay.
I love this music. Colin cooked.
Yup. Oh my god, the course is generated so scuffed for me there.
Don't hit your head.
Oh, it's. Don't worry. Look at all of these people finishing so fast.
There's no reason to go fast, right?
Nope, no bonus at all. And then this
Other
is
than bragging
crisscross.
rights.
It's not a double Neo.
The map just gets so bright all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think I can tell that. Remember, it's 3 block ceiling, so this jumps a little bit further than you think it is.
So
Okay, normal is very
What's it?
normal.
yeah, that was definitely a far goal map.
I see the burger.
Probably be doing the parkour right now, but it's okay.
That was a sniffer.
Got it?
I also got it. Endara, no! Oh, bells.
You can just run it.
Yeah. I'm just scared to run it. I know my nerves are
I ain't
like.
going in.
Oh, there's a lot of people here now.
Don't overthink this. You don't have to Neo the like.
Yep.
Punch from real life bleep test. Oh my god.
The whole this whole space.
Beautiful.
Ba-da-ba-bum-bum. Oh my god.
Oh,
I fell.
You're good.
Oh, I fell. I fell off the honey. I'm an idiot.
man, I love skulls. Oh my god, wow.
Oh, alright, okay. I'm just not in a. I don't care if this is jammable. I'm playing it safe.
You can't see me.
Nice. 10-10. Oh.
I don't need the slime.
Yeah, you didn't use the jump.
That's crazy.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, you made it without the slime.
Yeah.
Oh, I fell. Damn.
You're good. Whew.
Wait, what?
Got it.
Oh no.
Got it.
God, I love
Uh,
copper. I love copper. I love copper.
I don't know where to.
Oh my god.
I made it. Oh my god, Scott,
No.
rip.
I fell.
Oh, I fell on
No.
it. Oh.
Ah, this stage is shit. Don't worry.
Should
I
switch
overfought it.
to-
You could
I
have
have
one ticked
two
it. I
life.
don't know why I tried to chain it. I have 2 life still as well.
Oh, I fell. I'm dead.
Oh, rip.
I'll just try one
I
more.
fell at the end. My bad.
You're good.
My bad.
What? Oh god.
I'm
I'm
dead.
switching to normal. Ah, couldn't
still
get the
got
there.
fucking. couldn't get the
So we're getting to black
impossible.
without taking a death is really good.
Yeah.
No, that's fucking 5 block. Do I stay? No, I'm getting the. I'm just gonna get the last level. It's only 1 level left. I'm just gonna finish.
Yeah, that's fair. That's safe.
I missed. Oh my god. The ice. I didn't
Don't worry.
realize it was far.
You're okay.
Yay!
Beautiful.
Oh,
We,
fair
like,
enough.
up a little bit. We're still in. We are still, unfortunately, in last, but it's fine.
Catch up to tiny down a bit.
Yeah, we got 6th in that game. It's just like there's nothing we can do because they made parties so team-based for no reason. It's like not anyone's fault either. It's just the game requires us to just do generational. Yeah, I think I got 18 as well. Oh my god, SMK didn't full then. Did they do hard all of them? I don't see them.
Oh, hell no.
What?
You're not a fan? Then how the fuck is
No.
how the fuck is distraction gonna be then?
Bad news.
Uh,
I will get back to you on that.
right, I need a fucking carpal tunnel to kill Jack. Start. I think I'm gonna die in the first second.
Where am I gonna go? I can't kill Silver, so I'm going to
Is
swing.
that? Oh fuck! Is that? Right. Oh, this could be top 5 aura moments.
Killed Fine. Killed Colin. I'm dead.
Oh,
Swiffies.
I'm like by no one.
oh! I thought I was gonna go on a rampage then.
I'm on a 6 kill streak, by the way.
Nice.
Killed Sandwich.
Ooh.
I can't fucking find anyone there. I'm dead. Oh my god, I got 6 kills and I couldn't see anyone for 20 seconds.
Oh, dog.
This is perfect.
Yeah, I just don't love the way that the game
Oh.
works with like spawning.
Oh, it feels so slow.
Dude, I keep just.
Oh. They traded. That's messed up. Where's my kills?
Just that was
We trade?
that was.
No.
I hate getting spawn camped.
Ah.
Okay, again.
Chaos.
Like, why are you hiding? You don't gain anything from doing that.
Okay.
Right, okay. I'm just gonna kill no one.
I love when I have to run for 20
hi, John.
seconds to see anyone.
Thank you.
Ah, god damn it.
Right. Okay. That's crazy.
Hi, Bri. I love trading. Oh, it's my favorite thing. I love trading. Hello?
There's nobody.
Really?
Hi, Silver.
Hi.
I love trading.
Oh, my kill streak, my 8 kill streak, come back. Where is everyone? Ah.
I just have...
Oh.
Feinberg. Why is Oliver team there?
I looked at him.
What? Okay.
Oh my god, I've got Gilbert back 6 times in a row! As soon as I fucking look
Hello.
forward. Like,
Oh.
oh my god. That was
shoot.
just so bad. That was.
Hey,
I got
best game. We got
17.
4th as a team.
Okay.
We got
32.
It could be worse.
Could be better, could be worse. Meh.
No, I just need to not fucking look in a
Yeah.
5 and then not see their name tag and then them have
Oh.
fucking shoot me in the back.
Okay,
Like,
I'm
it's
excited for
so
Extraction.
stupid. Like, it's so dumb. It's so annoying.
I'm excited for Extraction.
Damn.
Okay, hopefully extraction. Hopefully we lock in for extraction.
Yup.
Damn.
Yeah. Wait, it's the longest shot.
I'm so bad at party. It's already
Did it give
over
you
for
any
me. I'm
points
just
for it?
so
I got one
bad.
point.
I
Nope.
fucking hate myself.
Uh,
It's chill though. It's chill. I hate myself.
Why
but It's
is
chill.
she-
I shot
wonder
fire.
what it'll be.
No, I'm good at fire
so
feet, but
it's
it'll
team
only bring me
run with
back to
3
like
colors.
fucking.
You can kind of tell as you're playing
or
it's
something.
yellow, orange, and then red, and then after red it goes. And there's 2 modifiers. One is you get speed, and one is like the map will just start randomly decaying. If you're dead, keep an eye out on the modifier and like give us a warning, because if I think it's hot comes up, we need like a warning because we're gonna get speed, and near the end game, randomly getting speed is kind of scary.
Okay.
Also,
The burst launches you where you're looking, so.
yeah, look up if you boost. Don't. If
Okay.
you look down, you are dead. I have done that, and I maybe will learn from my mistakes. Yeah, you see like how it's yellow, it's orange,
Yeah.
and red. Yeah.
Oh, I love colors.
Yup,
So it's
I'm a
like
big
the
fan.
high pixel game.
Yep. Exactly that.
It's got a high
And then
pixel
you'll
background.
see a modifier soon. I'll try to. I'm trying to like fucking pay attention to the game, but if I see a modifier, I'll tell you guys that like, so you can visualize what it looks like. Should be soon.
Oh.
Okay, earthquake.
10
So that's gonna be the
seconds.
map is randomly gonna start decaying.
Awesome.
But like you heard the sound effect, right?
Yeah. Does
You
that
can see
Okay.
where the K is.
tell me about it? No, this is a...
I just kind of don't want to. Okay, let's use leap. Whoops. Also, important. When you run out of leaps, you will gain another one in 20 seconds, but you don't go above 1.
Okay.
So it's okay to go to 0 leaps. So if you go on the bottom layer, you should always just go up. Like there's no reason.
How many
not to.
layers are there? 3?
3. Yeah.
Okay, so
So you can like remember to look
Ooh.
up when you do it.
I fumbled it a couple times, but
I just
okay,
keep
no,
thinking
I
I
fell
don't
through
have
that.
time
Yeah.
to jump on the
James,
block, and then somebody else jumps on
Sometimes
it.
people are just meant to be on the bottom layer.
So like here's
Hot,
the
hot,
other modifier, hot,
That's
hot,
speed
hot,
3.
which we get speed 3 for 20 seconds.
Yeah, don't like. You could maybe like crouch
Okay.
a little bit, like crouch every now and then to slow your momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, someone just killed me. Oh,
No, you're good.
no,
Don't worry.
they died before me. That's all fine.
You
by
beat
me.
Oliver, the goat. All right, speed's gone. I think the meta, Silver, is to try and stay down as long as you can, and then use your leap up if you think you can start like one hopping on something. All right, we're
There's
gonna get
only-
jump boost 3. Yeah,
There's
jump
only
boost
one
3.
round with this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the loo while we.
Wait, you're meant to tell us about the modifiers. It's okay. Oh my god, jump boost saved my life. Jump boost is going away.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're good.
I fucked up my boosts. I did not understand. Oh, you're cooking, Kale, and you have so much land.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take my time.
Do your one hops.
Ah. I used all the land I could use, but I just didn't have any.
I got a leap in 5 seconds.
There's only like one other person that has like the same land as you.
There's
Oh,
like
they
6
fucked
blocks
up.
above you.
It's still
What's
too
the modifier?
big.
What's the modifier?
Speed 3, speed
speed.
3 in 2 seconds, 1 second now.
Thank you.
You can go up. There's like 6 blocks to your right.
Nice. Soul 2B has still quite a lot, but
Nice
try.
I one ticked on accident. It's fine.
That was our best
I'll take
game.
second.
Our best.
I redeemed myself. I didn't
Our
look
best
down
one,
and fucking
yeah.
use the leap. I'm happy.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that was just like, you know when you start hopping and you just press like a direction before the jump, so you like slide a little bit. Hey, Silver, you randomized almost.
I
get
fell
points for
to
that.
the bottom layer like right away, so that's why.
That's funny. That's beautiful. That's great. Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. Like we either have the most generational extraction or it's chill. Yup!
Hey,
yeah.
Yup! What? Thank I got saved in the
carry.
last 2 games.
Dun, dun, dun.
I like it as well that oh no, I guess Orange got like 4th, but I don't know how I got 1st when our team got 6th, but like we're fucking balling.
We're only 1 kill behind 7.
I think I'm gonna catch up on people after that.
Oh, let's go.
I think I'm gonna be back in 3rd. Yeah, but let's go. We got this. We got this. They don't understand the 7 Pete in extraction coming up.
It's
I'm
true.
doing this.
We're just gonna win every round.
Okay, so I'm fighting for 3rd. I can do this. I'd be content with 3rd in Brawl. How are you doing, Silver?
I got last place in that. Oh, generations don't
Oh,
go.
you're in 11th now. Fine. I believe in the Silver top 10 after extraction. The cook.
Surely. You're 50 behind
done.
Albie. You can catch up.
Let's do this.
Oh, it's actually gonna be so heartbreaking if 6-7 gets 3rd and 4th.
Mercy. But we have to beat 7 though.
We're doing it in the right.
Yeah.
If we don't make finale, we're currently doing it in the best order. But we need to go down a spot because it'd be 5th place is 6 and 4th place is 7. Because currently it's 4th place is 6th. Now we're announcing the teams that made it to the finale, and it doesn't work.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
I guess
I'm so happy with how we did. I'm like fucking ecstatic that order up went.
I'm
how it
happy.
went.
I honestly,
Yeah.
order was so much fun. Oh, I blinked and then it was 40 seconds left and I was like, oh, okay.
I was like keeping an eye on the timer, and then I'm thinking, are we like really going fast? Because I thought in my mind we were getting like 25, but then it just, I never had to stop doing anything.
Yeah.
No,
It
every
was
single
set up.
time, like every single time I was asking for like a juice or something like that, it was just already in the chest. It was like perfect. It was actually
Yeah.
perfect.
There you go. There you go. We had it. We cooked.
Yeah.
Wait, Toph isn't top 10?
Yeah, because you never asked for anything, so I was like, I hope I'm just doing it right.
No, because
I
every single time,
remember
yeah.
like because the only time I think the only time it mattered was the vanilla milkshakes once.
Yeah.
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 And, like
and it
it's
didn't take so
understandable that
long.
you fall behind on vanilla milkshakes as well because it's the only
I just
one that you can't
forgot.
just, like,
yeah.
it's the only one you can't just obviously get. You have to like
Sugar wasn't on my
deliberately.
run.
Yeah, you have to deliberately leave to get it.
Oh.
Right, let's have a look.
This is Maul.
The
Oh,
mall.
it's brand new map I've never seen before.
So I think it's
have
definitely a map
seen
where you
it.
stick together, and I think it's like I don't think the bottom's very good. I think the bottom's just if you're behind instead of ahead.
Realistically, most people will play up top. Some people might flank from the bottom though.
The benefit for going down, I think, is the fact that it's so fucking weird that like if you're behind, it's better to just play campy because they're not just going to extract. That's not the point of the game. Like they're going to have to push you, so it's going to force them down if needed. But again, I've got no fucking idea what the meta on this map is. It's just so weird.
Neither do I.
Kill everyone.
It's been 2
Oh
years.
yeah, we can do that, I
Bang.
guess. But oh, there's like ladders on top of the vent as well.
There's also
Heads.
in the elevators, just go on the left. There's jump pads.
Mhm. Oh
to get
yeah,
from
you
the
can
bottom
like
to the top.
and then health ups in the shops. Okay.
On
that
the
like
sides, yeah.
Top floor shop.
Yeah.
As we can do this. So we're probably just gonna go in the direction that like me or Silver are the close, or Scotto, I guess in the third hypothetical, are like if me and Silver are on the edge, and then we're gonna head that way as a 5. I think it's better to play together because flanking is good and all, but it's just if you're playing as a 5, it's you have to hit 5 shots as the flanker to go positive, and it's just
Yeah,
not,
and also
like,
it takes
that
a while to
possible.
flank because you realistically can only grab the elevator.
This health up's a bit risky, by
Yeah,
the way,
look at
because
how
look how
crazy it is.
claustrophobic it is. Like, you
Oh,
can't
wow.
get out easy. So it's only worth grabbing if the team goes the other way. And then obviously you can ping. Yeah.
What the hell are these ladders? Oh my god, there's height.
Yeah, but that height doesn't do anything.
No.
So I'm gonna go.
no.
I'm on the far right.
Okay,
so
go
we'll
right then.
If we see the team going right, I'm not gonna push for the thing because it doesn't make sense to grab it because of how claustrophobic it is.
Surely I hit a shot.
Claustrophobic,
Bang.
Darren.
Claustrophobic.
Claustrophobic.
I love the big words.
La boo boo.
I'm gonna try and get a fucking snipe at the start. I feel like I could.
Okay.
La boo boo.
So we're going freaking right. We're gonna kill people.
Axe and Infium did 50 1v1s against each other.
They
Yeah.
didn't go this way.
Long shots.
I hit SMK.
Nice. Ow. The snap is awful.
They're pushing in a bit.
Hit 1.
I hit
Hit 1.
C.
Oh.
Hit 2.
Nice.
Hit 3.
Hit 1.
One dropped. One
Watch
dropped.
out the elevator. I know there's one in the. Hit SMK.
Yeah.
Hit SMK, they're one. They're running.
Get him. Get him.
Infium's on 1.
Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Go back up. Go back up. Go help. Go help.
Nice,
Oh,
nice,
they're,
nice.
they're dead.
Nice. Nice.
There's one
Ow,
in our
behind me.
spawn.
Behind me.
Coming.
Nice.
Beautiful. And spawn. Got him.
Nice. Oh,
One more. Back corner.
Last one.
Ping it. Ping it.
They're
Ping
hit
it.
at least once.
I don't know how to ping. It's over here. It's
Offhand.
there.
Offhand.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice! Really good, really
Good
good.
shit. Good start. Good start. That's a team we want to beat. That's one of the teams ahead of us. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. It is.
That's beautiful.
And we also 5 extracted. Perfect.
Oh my god, that was fucking amazing.
Yeah, I hit 7. I'm happy with that.
Not
Hit
close.
6.
That goes 5
Six,
big
I hit
rooms.
6.
Sorry.
I hit 6!
Nice.
7.
Okay, good start. We're gonna
7.
mental reset. We don't get our egos up because then we're gonna start pushing. We're doing awesome.
Yeah, that was
They
perfect.
like played the map. I feel like we played as a 5 really well. We like
Yeah,
bombed
yeah,
behind
yeah.
us well.
Guys, I played this
We also the
before.
only team that lived as a 5. Okay, I'm not
on full
on
far left.
sides. Okay, we'll go left then. So you're gonna only go for it if you don't see anyone there.
Yeah, I won't aggro. I'll just get multiple hits in if they go for it.
Yeah.
One?
They
Or...
went the other way?
No, they're
Oh, no,
on the
they're
left.
split,
There's
they're
two.
split, they're split.
Should we
They're
push them
split,
hard?
Yeah, hard
On
push,
the-
hard push.
I got the health up.
Okay, I'm on 1.
I'm on one, sorry.
They're here.
I hit top twice.
Flank.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
okay.
I just got hit from every way. Behind you, Silver,
dead.
just off. Yeah, you're dead. Unlucky.
Okay, that's fine.
Fudge.
No
Dude,
worries.
I just like
It happens.
I wanted to push in because it was like a 5v3, but then we just didn't like push hard
Yeah,
enough. And
I
then
think
just
if
took,
we
like, 3
acknowledge you're
hits.
splitting, we should just dig.
Yeah, that's my bad.
You're right. You're right.
I was
Dedication
just
Yeah,
is
we
showing.
have to
correct.
push way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if the person at the back of like the push, keep an eye out on the right as we go.
Yeah, because they can get long shots. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
because
better-
we got flanked and then I got ping-ponged.
No, because it's fine. We got the information and then we didn't really play with the information well. But
Yeah.
it's fine. We're 1-1 still.
We learn.
Yeah, and that's also a very strong PvP team, so I'm not very worried about it.
Yeah,
Like
there
top
is
and
toilets.
RB. There's
There's
toilets.
toilets, so
I
you
should have
can- you
just
can
hit my
parkour
shots
into
and not
them.
gotten hit. That's all that
Where?
could have changed
Like
for me.
bottom
there.
layer.
Bottom floor, like behind the elevator.
Oh.
And you can parkour into the
6,
behind.
7.
6,
7.
I'm in the middle. So
I'm
where
on the
you're
right.
Okay, we'll go right then.
Okay.
So me and I'll keep an eye. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out on the left. So let's all go right.
Nobody? I got health up.
Yep, nice. There is one of them, I think.
Oh, I got hit from my dog.
I think they are coming through our spawn, but don't worry at the moment. I'm just paying attention to it. I hit one.
And on the right here, solo. Okay.
Yeah.
Hit twice, hit
together,
twice.
together.
Drop
Yeah,
to
yeah.
mid, drop to mid.
Yeah, that's perfect. It was good damage. Good damage.
Keep pushing around to the right. I think
Elevator.
Yep.
There's one in the
I hit
back.
him twice. I hit him twice.
one.
Just keep pushing them. We can play a little bit aggro now. I think we're ahead. They're all here.
Yeah.
It's dead.
I'm dead.
It's okay.
Ah.
I can't see that.
Nice!
Nice.
Good shit!
Nice.
Sorry, I was playing so far back on half a heart and it
I don't
worked.
know.
Oh my god.
Silver, 2 people were flanking you on 1 heart and I just shoot them before they
Really? That was so perfect then, because I killed 2 people who were flanking, like, Gotto, I think. That was so
Nice.
crazy.
I hit
I-
9 shots that round. I'm on
I
fire,
had-
right?
I had no
Bullshit.
shots, but I distracted them.
This team is
so-
very scary, so keep it, please, whoever's on far left, try to keep an eye out on if they're splitting or not.
I'm on far left, yeah, I'll check.
Okay, so you keep an eye out, I'm gonna go right.
Yep.
They're going right.
They're going for long shots. Some, like,
There's
oh no,
one
they're
at the
going right.
bottom.
They're coming right. They're coming right.
Okay.
Oh my god, they're
I hit
close. In the smoke.
I have one.
Whoever's on the vent, you should
Hit
back
twice
up.
on there, right?
I'm dropping.
Hit Ant.
Oh, one's in the elevator.
Here,
Yeah,
underscore.
get him.
I'm dead.
Dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna
I'm
go get
dead.
the other health up.
One's coming up the elevator.
I got the other health up.
I'm dropping.
Yeah, that's fine.
With you.
Thanks,
Take the site.
Yep.
No, they went up.
Yeah, one just went up.
Ant on your left. He's on 1. That's all together, all 4 of them.
Yeah, I'll,
Just shoot crazy.
I'll-
It's good, it's fine.
Oh,
That was a
sorry,
very,
sorry.
I think that was a good attempt against a team that is just like inherently good at this game. Like I wouldn't, I think that's fine. We did great.
Mhm. That's okay.
Also,
Oh,
I just
they're on
realized
one.
we won the 6-7 fight.
yeah,
Oh, they were both on 1. That's unfortunate. Like we were really close to beating a full PvP team. That was great.
Yeah. It
Like,
was
I think
totally aligned for me to get those kills.
I think a good thing to think about this rest of the game. I think we're just guaranteed not finale now. So let's just like play this out and have awesome. Let's
True.
focus on getting the next 3 dubs. And then if it
Okay.
happens to be finale, fucking awesome.
Wow.
like
So you said
Dang.
equal, right?
crash out. I don't think they are. I'm mid.
Oh,
I'm
it's
mid.
that's some. Okay, Dakota, we're going right.
Yay!
No, the 3 of us are the middle. All right, so Dakota, just if you see them, don't push into the hole.
Okay,
I don't
they're
think
right.
they're there.
Someone's right, at least.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Some left though. Should we
I hit
push
them. I
in?
hit them. I hit
Okay,
Colin.
I think
go,
they're
push.
split.
Good. I hit fine. I hit
Push.
fine.
Okay,
Hit two.
I got the health.
Nice.
Did you see his dead?
All right.
Fine,
Mine's
dead.
one.
Keep pushing.
Hit.
Hit them twice. They're one.
Nice,
Dead.
nice.
Down.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's just-
Keep
it's
pushing.
two more,
pushing.
two more. I don't know what
That's a
space
squad.
is.
There's one
Okay,
on the
Hell's
top.
right there. I died.
What the fuck? that
Nice!
Behind.
On 2. Oh god.
Let's find the 2 of you. Nice!
Whoa.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Good shit. That's a good team to beat. I mean, not for like the event, but because we're better.
Bro, I had some crazy shots.
Nice. I feel like flanking is so bad.
Yeah.
We
No,
just didn't,
we're
we
doing
didn't
so
punish
good.
anyone
Strength
right
in
now.
numbers. Literal strength in numbers, just
Yeah,
pushing in a circle.
it's
It
just
works.
way too big a map to flank.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the argument is they're expecting the 5 to just not push, and then when it happens, they just fumble.
That was really
All right.
beautiful.
I'm far left.
6.
6.
Yeah, mid.
Okay. So John, just try to keep an eye out on if they flank or not.
Where are we going left?
We're going
Yeah,
left.
we're
We're
going
going left. Yeah. Just if you see them going right, tell me. I see one of them going right.
I think they're going left.
Split.
Should we push?
There's
Okay,
split.
we aggro,
Push up, push up.
Aggro to split.
One. I'm.
Out spawn.
Hit phase ones.
We need to push this to 4. Push it to 4. I don't know where the other one is, but they're doing fine. That's one here.
Got 2.
They dropped,
Or
I
that
think.
was. They might be hiding.
Where? Hello?
Below,
They might have
below.
went down.
Below
Below,
me.
below. One on me.
Kate's 1. Kate's dead.
I don't know where the last one is.
Up top.
Here, on me. Upstairs, top. Throw him
Oh,
one.
no.
Nice.
Nice!
Dude.
Beautiful.
Good shit.
What was that? I was just like getting so many crazy shots.
Oh,
I'm like not getting that many hits, but that's just because we're doing well as a team. Like I got 34 damage so far.
I have
I got
37.
26. Damn.
I missed my 55 from last event.
I let the team down. I died.
No, you're
It's
good.
not my fault. No, it's
We're
not my
doing,
fault.
like, I'm glad how we've done it. I'm happy how we did in this game,
Yeah.
dude.
We're also we're surviving with quite a few
Seven.
people. Which
All right,
Victory.
I'm in middle. So
I'm
are
on
you left or
right.
right? Okay, we'll go right then.
Alright.
Dakota, could you like just watch at the start to see if they go left or not?
Yeah.
You don't have to push it at all. It's just like keep an eye out. Are they
There's
going our way?
one left
Right here.
at least.
Okay, it's a 4v4.
I got a health.
Maze 2.
Maze dead. Got one.
Nice.
One's dead. Should right. Should
Just
right.
push. Don't
Yeah.
drop down. Don't drop down.
Right here.
Understand.
One's round there, one's round.
What? In the
They're
elevator.
Go Bri.
Nice.
Elevator gone.
Behind.
Round. It's just
Right
Right here. Come take this photo.
No, I need it. Sandwich is in the. Sandwich is one. That's one. And like in the hub. thing.
He's dead.
I hit him 4 times for the fans.
Ah, so close.
It's just those
He's-
two. It's just those two. What, just
Nice.
those. No, we just got fucking 4v1. 1v4'd.
That's crazy.
I had
That's
a,
okay.
so
I had a bad
sad.
round.
Yeah, that's fine. I hit 9 shots that round. I'm content with that.
I'm happy.
I don't know why my
Oh,
shots
that's
just
fine.
like didn't go through like my first time.
How much did you get in the end, Silver? I'm curious to see if you made the top 10.
40 damage, 10 kills.
40 damage?
Oh
Oh,
my-
you're definitely
you
you're definitely
two.
top 10. You tell.
That's beautiful. Oh wait, I forgot you don't get a big breakdown. Last game.
He didn't hop back. My opinion of Kel has
Yeah.
diminished.
He does not care.
Minus 5 Kel stocks. Yeah, I think I get third from that. I hope. I don't think we make finale, but I'm proud of us.
I think that went well.
Thank you, Peter Griffin, for subbing in short notice. I think we beat
Right.
Team 7 though, because I don't think they did good in that last game. Oh yeah,
That's
7 went 0 for 7.
Oh, what did we go? Like
Oh.
3?
We went 4.
That's pretty good.
Like
10.
yes!
Hey!
Yay!
We got
Let's
that.
go.
It's gonna be 3 pinks in a row. I can feel it.
Oh.
X. Fuck.
Ah,
No.
Aw. Please don't give me 4th. Oh, Nair dropped.
Oh. That's crazy. Oh yeah, they went
Oh.
0, I think.
Top 2. Second!
Caleb?
I don't think I got first. I don't think that's good. I don't think I have enough to pass the sandwich. Yeah, okay. Yes!
You're good. There you go.
Yay!
Caleb, my top frag, my
let's
carry,
go,
my hero.
my goat.
W sandwich.
Oh, 37. No.
Beautiful.
Pats. Oh yeah, that's one of the teams I got. Like yellow's also fucked because of order up.
What do we think we
Oh,
got?
wait.
Like 4?
Damn.
5th?
I think we got 3rd.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's my guess. Or maybe finale. Who fucking knows?
So, 7 drops.
So bad.
7 dropped a lot.
Yeah, they didn't win a single round in.
It's just
It's
kinda-
between
it's
us.
just-
It's
They
between
were
us and the
just
2 teams
fine.
ahead of us. So I think we're 3rd.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
well.
not looking
I've
good,
gotten
is it?
3rd literally, like, I think my last 4 block wars. I can't do this.
I also
That's
got
gonna be-
this one.
I've never.
I mean,
Got this one
Labubu
before,
didn't
so-
do that
Pink.
well.
We only won 4 rounds though.
La boo boo. Yeah, I don't think we got
No,
many
I
points.
don't know. I don't think we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How close was it?
I am very curious how close it is. I want to see if the fucking Soul 1v4 fucked us over. No, it didn't matter. We had to win like 2 more
Close.
rounds, I think. Oh yeah, it's fine. I am very happy with how that went.
That went well.
I'm happy. We got third.
Labubu versus Ping. I mean, I'm content with either team winning. I don't really mind.
Scott, in case you were concerned, you're now waitlisted on the practice server. So if you want to
No,
practice,
It's beautiful. I can practice for block course. Yes. Oh my god, my extraction's gonna be through the roof.
I don't think I've ever gotten.
It's
third
okay.
before, so I think this is my highest. Team
I'm very
placement.
curious.
10th
what
with how
place I
bad
get
I
in
played.
in that last game.
I'm happy for you, pup.
Thank you very much. I'm happy. I'm happy for us all. Well, today's a joyous day.
No, today's a great day. Woo! I won the race. Yes.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I know that was 3 hours ago, but it still brings me joy. I'm very curious how. I think we got second in extraction, but I'm curious.
We can. Do we find out after?
We can check. You have to check after. I remember last
Yeah.
time I wanted to see what went wrong in party on Team Brick, and I had to wait till after the finale.
The extraction was really fun. I'm happy.
Uh,
The 2 games that I was like looking forward to the most, Order Up and Extraction, we cooked. It was good.
Extraction's so fun when it goes well, but that's like true
When
of
it-
every
oh,
game
yeah.
ever.
No, it's just every game ever.
We
you're
just
right.
played that well. I don't know why teams tried. I think teams like both because I feel like we were the only team that kind of sticked as a 5. So
Yeah,
that's probably why.
I don't know why
Yeah.
nobody else
But this-
was doing that. It's
Mhm.
like so good.
Strength in numbers. Bum, bum, bum.
Let's see how this goes. They could have been playing Jelly Ball, or whatever. It's called.
My speedrunner friends.
Yeah, I can assume that you were rooting for Pink.
Mhm.
I'm like fine with either winning. It's like 2 sides of a coin. Hacks the forever CT sign up duo that I'll never get.
SMK. They're flanking, they're just
Oh my
dead.
god,
They
they're
lose.
so cooked.
Oh my god. Oh,
Oh
my
my
god.
God.
No, but Bri wins
Oh.
this.
No, yeah. La boo boo.
That was actually really
Oh.
beautiful.
I didn't even. I was looking at the
Oh
wrong
wait, I
teams.
just realized
I
if
was-
we if we made finale, we would have had a rocks moment because I had no plan for this game.
Yeah.
I don't even know how this game works, I can't lie.
Well, like last time I played this, my team just like won 4-0, and I don't think we did anything special. It's just the other team played bad.
Dude, last time I played this, Feinberg got a 5-kill ace in like 10 seconds, and we just won the round like that.
They're just doing the flank again.
It's just Valorant, and they're doing the exact
Oh,
same
they're
thing.
actually watching this time. Oh no, Indara. No,
No,
use the
they kill
use the limp
damage.
shots. The harming arrows, they do extra damage if you limp shot.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god. Like even if Indara's not doing anything right now, they're putting
Yeah,
force
this
pressure.
they're like so blocked in.
Mm-hmm. They only have 15 seconds to plant the spike as well. Oh, they're gonna get
God,
it down.
Infume is not looking
Infume.
the right
Oh
way.
god, Infume. Oh god, Infume.
Hacks, clutch. Nope.
Oh, it's all down to Z.
And they're winning the round. Like we don't. Oh, they're gonna res their team as well. Gulp. Oliver is dead and their head's stuck in the wall. How are they gonna breathe?
Oh no.
Bing.
I also like the idea of the team name Labubu winning.
Would be silly.
I can't believe Nair left immediately after their team got 5th. I need to go watch back what happened in their extraction.
Man was not happy.
Yeah. I think it's because also that he dropped from like 2nd to 5th.
Right. Oh,
Oh, Nair got 75 indiv in that game apparently.
Ah,
Oh my, that's a Pats.
that is a Pats. I've started saying that so much. It's bad.
I mean, you've been playing in Pats playoffs, that makes sense for you.
Exactly. Pats playoffs.
Oh my god, that was a W limp shot from Bry.
Oh,
Come on,
it's
Oliver,
all
get
down
the
to
shot.
me.
Yeah, Oliver locked in.
Well, oh no, May doesn't have any good revive spots. Yeah, you're right. Oh my god. Ah, rip.
La boo boo.
La boo boo.
La boo boo.
Oh, I
It's-
got
it's just
sixth in
Valorant,
extraction,
honestly.
and we got third as a team in extraction, which is good.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
What's
apparently I
happening?
got outplaced by Swifties. I don't think I can continue.
Oh.
I
It's
think their
good.
team maybe went 7-0. It's the blue like buff in extraction. You just do amazing in it. Dakota, I'll never forget the no ho ho 7 out of 7.
It will literally, and it's the fact that like I think we almost every round got full extractions too.
We like
Right.
it was disgusting for us.
It was almost max points.
Like even in this one, we went 4 out of 7, but our 3 losses were both so close, all so close.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even.
And I think we had
it's
2
just-
wins where we had like a bunch of people up.
I wonder
Yeah.
if we. I think they said that was the point record when we got it. I wonder if it still is.
Very easily could be.
I, by the way, did check in Series 3. I've played 6 block wars, and 4 of them, including this, have been third place in team. Which
Dakota,
is
how many teams?
devastating.
How many block wars have you played total? Do you know? Because
I
I want to.
mean-
Because you've played 4 block wars with me now.
6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Seven.
I've played 6 in both
So
series,
12,
so
yeah.
12.
So you've been stuck with me for a third of them. Oh, do those 2 6s count this one as well? Because I don't know if it lists.
yeah, I'm counting
Oh, it does
this
count
one.
it. Okay.
Well, I just added it.
And then
mentally.
yeah, this is my. Let me check. Kaylin. If I miss the game, I think it's fine. This is
What?
my
They're just AFK
yeah. This is my
spawn.
9th, and I've been with you 4 times.
Like, what
Oh,
is this?
10.
Oh,
I forgot
strat?
about-
Oh my
GG.
god.
Oh, that was quick.
That was
They just
crazy. That was
AFK'd
so
and
fast.
spawn and let Pink push them, and they just lost
my
because they had no
God.
space.
That was
That's-
crazy fast.
I didn't see the round because I was tabbed out, but oh my
It
god.
was not interesting. It was just like, I just don't know why they did that. Like, I just have no idea.
I didn't
why
even
they did
process
it.
that it was ending.
Good job, Labubu.
I didn't even
Good job,
process
Boo
what
Boo.
was happening. Good job, La Boo Boo. Yes.
Oh, I can't
It's
even
beautiful.
screenshot.
It's cinema. Crash. Time to crash. It's beautiful.
My coach, my other coach.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, I need to go see the Indiv. I'm curious
Me too.
because you definitely get good in it as well, seeing as you went up to top 10. Oh, okay, that just right. Okay, never mind.
We're not allowed to leave.
Yeah, we have to run over, I guess. No TP.
I use
I'll get my
feet.
first Indiv eventually in this event. I still have not done it, but second's still fine.
Second's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Close enough.
it's above average for me in this event.
Hey, I got 10 for extraction. Silver got third. Kalen got sixth.
Oh my god, 1.8k. Fuck. Oh yeah, so
We
you
went
fucking
4
cooked.
7.
Yeah, I guess because I got 10 kills, like that's kind of a lot.
Yeah, I think I only got 6.
So that's us
I
going
like-
4 7. So and then they
Yeah.
went 7 out of 7. So we wouldn't have even caught up if we went 7 out of 7. So it's okay.
No, but keep in mind you can 7 out of 7 with different like ratios. Like
No,
you can
true,
you can like win a round
That's
with like
true.
1 survive.
Yeah, it would have been close. Would have been close.
So what would we would gain like what 600, and then yeah, you're right. I think it is realistic to assume that we were not gonna make it regardless on that game. But that game
Wait.
was fun running.
I think that made it more fun. It was good.
Yeah. Did we beat? Yeah, because we beat pink as well. So it's not like they go down if they like
Mhm.
lost to us.
Mhm.
Where is? Okay, I'm glad I out-indived Inhuman Hex, so my stats aren't never beating them in indiv.
Mhm.
CT is a
I
cursed
did a
event.
hacks at least. I did catch him at the very end.
Oh, did Hacks not get top 10 at the end?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got 11th. Nice.
What's
But you beat by like 60 as well.
Amazing.
Wait, I need a elytra on top of my character.
Right, I am gonna go make my dinner because I'm
Yeah, go
very hungry.
enjoy. Oh, it's 7 p.m. It's so wrong.
It's
It's early.
It's so early. I thought it was gonna be like I remember there was a delay. I thought it was gonna look over. It was gonna be 10:30.
I usually eat at 5. My stomach is like
Yeah.
is grumbling.
No,
I'm
the
so
the fact that I'm
Salty.
not like making dinner right now, that feels atrocious. Like it's lunchtime.
right. Okay. Goodbye. Thank you for
See
tuning.
ya,
I guess I
see ya,
spin, but
Desert.
you know, right. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'm happy.
So what did you learn from your third Block Wars experience, Silver?
I still suck at battle.
Hey, we did fine.
We did pretty good in battle. We didn't.
I did
we didn't
bad,
do
though.
anything, but
exactly.
we did pretty
The
good.
fact, we
doing
did, the
nothing.
fact we did nothing and got 5th in that game is ridiculous.
We stood there the entire game. So
We were like a capture point for getting 3rd in that game. But like I don't think it would have been correct to go for it.
No, yeah, I don't know. I just think I could have hit more shots. I could have done a lot more. It's fine though. And then I think like my deaths were so stupid in battle. I just like don't know how to not have them be stupid. I did bad in race, honestly. Like I know I can do way better than that. Especially because I got the practice in.
I mean, that one's
feel
also
that.
just a bit unfortunate that you had to play it 3 fucking times.
It makes it weird, but like Loki, it should have just helped me. Because like I feel like
that's fair.
for
because you get the
my
practice
like
in.
experience, like I have less experience than most other players.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then what did I do really bad in Spleef, I think? I don't think there's anything to learn.
No, Sleep is just I fucking hate Sleep. I think Blitz for me is I need to figure out better hiding spots because my spots are just shit at the moment.
My blitz went
Like
well,
maybe-
but I thought it went better than it actually did. Like points didn't reflect it as well.
Say that.
I guess they changed scoring in that game for kills, where it used to be just you got the points for the person you kill, but it changed to you get 50% of the points of the people you kill, and your team gets the other 50%. So because we all kind of did the same, you got no pop-off point there, because everyone kind of really got the same amount of score.
What's that
Whereas
for?
like, so the kills in Blitz Hunt,
Oh, okay,
you get
okay.
50% of the points that the kills you get.
I see,
And
I see.
then the other 50% goes to the rest of your team. And I think 3 of us got 6/7 kills. So it kind of split out more evenly than it would normally. But like Blitzhunt's just a random game. You can think you're doing great and then get 9th because everyone else is doing great. Because I think like last event, there were rounds where a team would get like 6 kills. Because I don't know what it was with the map generation or just everyone sucked, but a lot more people got higher scores in that game because no one was doing well as hunters.
Weird.
What else is there? Well, race I can't say anything bad about it. What was game 2? It was something. Oh, Trailblazers. Oh my god, make my zoom keys
yeah, I
see.
suck at that.
I
apparently.
trolled the start
I
so
prefer that.
hard.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I trolled Trailblazers at the start, but
I'm
that's
glad
okay.
me throwing it, looking at my indiv now, didn't really do anything because me missing 15 seconds isn't 300 points. But but it was definitely really stupid of me.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like have to like spam like 100 million hours of movement practice, and like maybe I'll get a bit better. But low-key, the
Mhm.
obstacles was so stupid. Like it didn't happen to me last time I played in the Feinberg block wars.
You should
where,
put that
like,
in feedback, by the way, that it's like
yeah, it's like
was worse for you in this
so
event.
broken. Yeah. Because like yeah, I literally just couldn't like constantly. It was just constant where I just was like trying to place blocks underneath me, and I started like what I started to learn how to do is I was just butterfly clicking every single block so it placed twice, and then hopefully it was working. And it's still bugged sometimes. But it's chill. I still didn't do that well. I feel like I could be better at like if I get good at like Trident, that might be like a good one for me to do because not that many people are good at it.
Yeah, I also think if you get better at parkour, your like routing gets so much easier because the better you get at parkour, the easier it is just to do the.
And you'll be more confident with it as well, telling your ones to
Yeah.
it, etc., etc.
I feel like Trailblazers was, and this is gonna sound stupid because I know I'm bad, but it was like harder than usual. Like usually I can do the like advanced and expert courses, I can get a few of them done, but I was struggling to get like any done.
I think did they say they were gonna make it harder or something? I feel like they might have said that.
Oh. Well, that would make sense because they felt a lot harder than usual.
Yeah.
Like I could not complete anything. So eventually I just bailed and I started doing intermediate, but it felt very depressing because I was like, I already do so bad in this game and I'm about to get even less points from completing something.
I think Order Up was phenomenal, but I need to figure out how to do Silva's job because if I can't do Silva's job, I can't do that, and it upsets me.
Yeah, I just like
that felt so nice.
I think I play to how strong my brain is, and so like if I'm like thinking like if there's like an order, and it has like 5 things, not 5. Okay, so if it has like 3 things, I'm not gonna like look at like one order, or I'm not gonna look at 2 different orders. I'm just gonna focus on the one order, get the items that I need, and just go 1 to 1, 1 to 1. And I think I'm just good enough at inventory management that it's like pretty quick. No matter what kind of happens, I'm just still gonna be pretty quick. But then eventually I started getting more comfortable and confident, and I was doing like all of the items. I was grabbing all the items that I needed all at the same time, and so like that ended up going way faster.
Yeah.
Order was so good. We cooked.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I had a good time. It was fun.
That's fun.
And then Extraction was good, but I feel like it was just a map. Well, no, obviously we played fine, but I think it was more the map play style that we did. I'm very curious to see if teams played correctly.
Yeah, I think we knew what to do pretty fast, and then just did it. Like once we messed up that
Like
second
zombie,
round or whatever it was, where we didn't like push hard, we knew. And then when they split the next time, we pushed, and then we destroyed them.
It
was beautiful.
Yeah. That was really good. I felt like I had one round that was like banger, like 11 damage or something, and then I had like a few rounds that were like decent, and then just like the very last round I kind of botched. I just got like 2 damage or something and died. I don't know, like Feinberg and Keller are obviously insane, but
I think Party is just a game that is. I don't like the scoring in it at the moment because it's just fundamentally better for teams that are made to be all round than like better lower, because it just like forces, say me for example, to always have just, unless obviously the team is just naturally good at Party, I feel like we just always will place lower in the team placement thing. But like I got first in it. I don't know how. I mean, I guess we did good in the last 2. We got 4th and 3rd.
I don't know why I'm so bad at Party, but it's true.
It's just like, it's so simple. The games are so simple that the more you play it, the better you will just naturally be at it. Like Beep is just parkour. Go Down is like, how well do you understand how far you can drop because it's custom full damage. And then what are the other 2? Like Fire Feet is getting a good understanding on hopping and playing into speed, and that's just like playing more will always be better for that. And the last one is Photon is just getting used to firework crossbows because no one fucking practices that.
Yeah, I feel like I could be better at Photon for sure. Like,
I think Photon worked for me in that one because I think I got 2nd in it. I turned around 180 a lot more because I realized I'm dying more to the person behind me than the person in front of me. So it's better to just like flick and check.
Yeah,
Because
no.
a lot of the time the person behind you is trying to line up to hit you on first shot because they don't want to obviously tell you're there by missing. So if you just turn and see them, you could just like kind of insta-fire and they're not ready for it. But
Yeah.
like it didn't always work. It just fundamentally felt good.
I was like reverse F5ing a lot, and I just kept, maybe I was just doing it too fast. I just kept not noticing, and then somebody would kill me from behind. It's like, okay, well, that's done. It's chill though. I feel like the more I play, like obviously the more I just understand the games, and I'm getting better at like all of them. I like really haven't played that much.
I mean, this is your third block was right. This is my ninth,
Yeah.
so like it's a bit of a gap. But like obviously that gap diminishes the more you play. Like you also probably will go into the next event not having to play battle anyway. Like battle was only in because it's brawl.
Dude,
So
an
you get to play
event
Lunge.
without battle would be banger for me.
Yes, Lunge.
Dude, I played Lunge once and I first named it, so I love it that game now.
Beautiful.
Okay, Pat's playoffs. Apparently my player is about to play right now, and I need to go backseat them. So this talk was great.
Okay.
I'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'm gonna fucking get some food after the coaching.
Right.
Oh my god. See you guys later.
Let's go.
Bye. I'm also going to head out. It was
Okay.
so fun playing with you guys. Bye.
Thanks for
Bye.
attending.
I'm heading out too. Bye bye.
All right,
See ya. Thanks. Hey. Hey, chat. Feel like I did good. Kinda. But like not that good. Type shit.
Comms because I don't know like because when I'm calling I know like where everyone should be and what I want everyone to do, but it's like when I'm playing I don't know like where I'm supposed to be, like what fights I should be taking. I have no clue. Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know. I'll just have to watch this back later. Like, it's just tough. It's tough. 11th is fine. Does anyone have the event Elo spreadsheet? Let me see if I can find it.
I had fun. I love events. I don't like Spleef. That's
Has it
pretty
been
much all I care
updated?
about.
What's my Elo? Dude, I need to practice race more than anything else. No, there's so much on the spreadsheet, it's just not even loading. I don't think the Elo's gonna be that bad, just because, like, the lobby is crazy. Like, I think everyone who fragged above me is, like, higher Elo than me. Pretty much. Except, like, 2. Okay, it's not updated yet. But, like, no, everyone here is above me except for Sandwich. Sandwich, Nair, and SMK, I think. Yeah. I don't know. It's fine. It's tough. It's just tough. Like, I'll just have to rewatch the games. Like, I just don't remember well enough. Race is stupid, though. I don't like Race. Everything else is, like, fine. Like, these 2 games are really good. I'm happy with Order Up and Blitz Hunt. Spleef, I don't really mind. I probably, like, it's probably not
I don't
worth
think I'm
playing
top
Box
10
Broken,
on the event
just
Elo sheet
because,
anymore.
like, playing your life is just so much more valuable, I think. Like, I still did fine, but Like I definitely died. I died really early on the last round. Like maybe if I survived
Unless,
longer,
did Abby
it
do
would be
worse than
different.
me?
I don't know. Blocks Broken I feel like is good, but I just definitely it's just so weird in Spleef because if you drop down, like playing top layer is so
Wait, where's the
good.
block
If you
wars? I wanna
take
look
out
at
Race
it.
or just go for blocks. I have no clue. No, Spleef is just like so confusing. They should have put Tomb Titans in. I feel like I would have been pretty comfy with Tomb Titans. Maybe maybe not though. Like Tomb Titans is weird. Like it just depends on how many people go for the boss room because that boss room is so busted. Party was really bad. I need a yeah, like no. I just struggled so much on Party. I need to get over it. I need to get over it. It's fine. I played well. I played fine. Like I wish I played better, but I don't know. It's just the race. I can't get over the race. I guess I did relatively worse in Party technically, but like race I feel like just doesn't compute in my head. Like I don't understand how race works. Yeah, maybe I overfocused Blocks Broken. Like I got it. So it definitely worked in that regard. But other than that, like it probably wasn't great. Oh my god, Inhuman SMK tie. Wait, they did say that.
How did I fall in race? I want to see that. Like, what did I do? Like, I just, like, mentally don't even know.
I don't know, like, race I just don't understand. Like, I feel like when I watch the VODs, it makes sense. When I play it, it's just so different. Like, I genuinely don't understand race when I play it. It just feels like I'm playing a completely different game. But I think that's just 100% skill issue. But, I don't know. I just don't understand it at all. It's annoying. It's whatever. Okay.
What did my momentum get stopped on? I don't understand. Was it the wall?
Try to stay live. Like, no, I'm gonna be eating dinner for like 30 minutes or something, probably.
What?
It's chill. We
like,
won.
how?
So it doesn't matter. Honestly, like, it's like, I either got, in Berg Wars, I got first in Div, but we didn't win. But in this, I got 11th in Div, and we won. And all I'll say is, I'd prefer winning. I don't care about in Div. I could get 40th, and I'd still prefer winning. Like, in Div only really matters if you win. So, the only reason I care about it is because we could have won by more, you know? Like, that's the cope type shit. Okay, yeah. I'll probably VOD review with Infume or something if he's still alive in like 30 minutes. But, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching.
I don't get the boat
sorry for not
thing.
reading chat. I was so fucking...
I didn't even realize there were different coloured boats in the game. And Block Wars, not in the game.
It's like this general Minecraft fact.
Yeah, there you go. There's different wood types. What?
Mind blown. Right, diagonal. Hardest thing in Minecraft. I did it!
Oh.
Oops.
Mom, get the camera! Mom, get the camera!
Mom has got the camera.
37th place! Oh, my, never mind, 38th.
Yeah.
I'm going for the skip. Oh, that's a bad idea.
Like, you can see people, and the person in front of me was like, why did I get such a better trident boost here?
He's in seconds.
Other times, like, I have to run.
Don't lag, I'm doing well.
God, that's so many people finishing around the same time. Ref, do something. Referee. Oh my god. Oh. Like Formula 1. Oh my god.
I'm so nervous, I'm never in first.
Good. I can never do the honey. I keep losing a second to doing that.
No. I've lost the Kel in this map by 1 tick before. Not again.
I believe in the Kalen not losing to 1 tick arc.
Why wasn't I more confident there? If I had just... See, like, why didn't I get any boost there?
Someone... Oh, mate. This is like John Cena versus Dwayne The Rock Johnson for last place right now. Oh my god.
Yes.
That was so stupid. I pulled that trident too early.
Can't see me times now. Oh.
My heart is fucking racing. I have like no nerves of steel, and that's like the fucking fail here.
Race is so hard, man.
Max Verstappen.
There, like, I finally did that.
Okay, I did the diagonal for
And then, like, why did I get no height this time? I feel like I just did it the same as the other times. Like, even more, like, I went almost more up. I think I meant more up, so I had to like counteract by looking a little lower with the trident. That's probably it.
Support teammate. That's what. That's
No,
my
I
role.
need this.
That's...
I have 1 ice foot to go.
Pressure. What pressure? Pressure
There's no
is
pressure.
tires.
We did it! We did the ice boats! As long as I don't glitch in the
Bam.
triangle or some shit. Finally! I can rid of waste! Fuck me!
Pressure.
Yes!
What pressure? Pressure is for tires. Oh my
All it
god.
took was 2 restarts!
See, like, why don't I get
Oh,
any
it's
distance there?
Oh, right, 3 restarts. As long as I don't glitch in the
Bam.
triangle or some shit.
It just fucking feels random.
Finally! I can rid of waste! Fuck me!
Pressure.
Yes!
What pressure? Pressure is for tires. Oh my
All
god.
it took was 2 restarts!
Like, do I have to aim higher, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know.
So I tried to go right because I thought it'd be a better angle. Like I'm just, like I only dude. I go from 4th. I only lose 1 spot, but I lose hella time. I lose a lot of time, and that's the more important thing. I play this, and then I just do this lap cleanly, but nobody else messes it up. I remember I did the ice boating really nicely on this. I remember. I gained a spot on sandwich here. Oh, you guys, I finished 4th. Yeah, dude, and then I just like missed it. I think I should have ran for a tick on that, and then I fucked that up. But sandwich messed something up worse, so I didn't lose a spot, which was crazy. Yeah, you should definitely be lower on that.
No, that's way better.
Yeah, I was just so annoyed with myself. It's like, also, I don't know when you're supposed to hit that boost. It's like so weird. Because like here, like I'm more centered and then I recorrect myself and it's fine. Like, I just like should not have, like I should have hit that all 3 times. And if I hit it all 3 times, I genuinely saved like 5 or 6 seconds. And that's literally the difference between 4th and 2nd. So it's just like, it's annoying. It's so annoying. I felt like I was playing this really well. Also, 142 from Kalen and Nair is Like yeah, like this the second lap should have been like a 144, a high 144. Oh. I could look at Kalen's VOD, but who got first on these? Yeah, I'm just like going over VOD stuff. I just want to look back at my stuff. Dude, I need to look at fucking battle, bro. I'm like really annoyed how I did battle.
Dude,
I feel like
Trailblazers is
because
so hard,
I
man.
don't
If I just like am better, if I just have like insane like movement diff, like then I wouldn't have to worry about this shit, but I just do because I don't have insane movement diff. I'm fucking stupid. Kind of want to eat something. So what do I have to do in my life now? Now that this is over. Let's check the calendar. There's a recording tomorrow. Oh, I have an assignment due tonight. Okay. At 7. Okay. I have an assignment due tonight at 7. I have an early recording tomorrow. I have some readings for Monday. I have to study for a quiz on Tuesday, and then I have to study for my midterm on Wednesday. Then I have to buy a tie and dress shoes. And I also have an assignment due on the 31st. I miss a lecture. MSS is on the 8th. Okay. I think when would I have ever needed to wear a tie in my entire life?
Honestly, drop low. Just drop low. Hold here. Cause like I just don't think we could have played up here because we were getting targeted by both sides. We were just getting fucked on the poke.
Man, I like Infume's kit way more than my kit.
And like yellow's holding here. Come left. Yeah, go left. It's like we should like that's a good call from SOK to hold this area here. Down. We're so fucked. Like it's just like we were because Hacks died early, so we were getting pushed, and it's just like everywhere we go, there's another team. It's just like so fucked. I just love it. I died. Yeah, it's like I should have focused more on trying to get damage points here. You wanna ship? Maybe ship. Oh fuck. Dude, I'm just insane. No, I tried to hit one of them into the void, but it's just like way too close. Yeah, all of red is on me. Yeah, it's just like yeah, I mean like the ice is just such a clusterfuck, and yeah, it's just like Axe died early, and then we were vulnerable. Okay, push. Yeah, and then we get this for free, and it's like easy. Right. Because like also mid on this is so bad early because there's no protection on the sides. There's really no protection on the sides in mid. It's so fucked. Yeah. Also, I just like suck with the arrow. The red's kind of playing the cap. Do I throw a molly? Yeah, I got the molly. Good. Nice. Try to get good damage points there. Get that cap. Chill here. We can push him off. Yeah, because we can just we get the points here. Wait, no, Hacks, back up. Go back left. Yeah, Hacks, like I want Hacks to go psycho sometimes, but like he goes a little too psycho sometimes. Okay, they're just. Yeah, that's true, Delusion. It's just like, like that first round was just, it was just genuinely, I think it was just fucked because Hacks overextended and died. Wait, no, red is fighting orange. There's a shit show over here.
I guessed. Did you guess?
Not yet.
Because I wanted to get on this, but then they all like everybody just ran away and dispersed, so it's just like you can't play that. Because this was good though. Because the
Okay.
Lime is holding
I'll-
here, but they're
I'll
not really
listen
they're not in a
to
good spot though because they're vulnerable.
guess,
Because
like,
Mid is
maybe, bro.
just bad in this. I feel like
I have no idea. I'm
holding
just going
mid
there.
early is bad, but like on Frostbite it's way better.
I was way off on the location.
You have a
I
lot
did
more
Rome, but I
terrain
was
to
so close to
move
going
around.
Barcelona. I was so close.
I did Slovenia. I did. Okay, so I got
It's
6
just
years
like,
off. I
This
did
map was
2002.
so weird to think about.
And then
I just like really didn't like it. I really
damn.
don't like
wait,
this
how much
map.
did you get on that one?
4 years. I got 7,900.
Damn, I got 6,300. Dude, this is close actually.
It is close. It is close.
Oh, well, I feel like I know what year this is.
I mean,
There's some.
recently it could be any. It could be
You
a
know,
lot of
that's a
years.
great point. Okay,
It could be a
well,
lot of years recently. Now the question is, where is this? I should know. Do I know what 888 is? I don't.
well, that's a business. I swear that's like a toll-free thing or something. But...
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually,
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and slide to the year.
you're just gonna
I'm just gonna slide to the
you're
year.
pretty good.
Oh, that's. Well, I don't know if that's helpful.
I'm just friggin'. I'm going obvious. I'm going. friggin'
Yeah, I
obvious.
mean. I guess. Yeah, I'm just also gonna go
That's where I
obvious.
live.
All right. I guessed. Ooh, okay.
I guess. Yeah, I'm super close too. I mean, we're both gonna be super
Okay,
close.
fair
I got
enough.
9,800.
I got 9,857. I got 10 kilometers off.
I got a
10.8.
9,847.
Oh, cooked, baby.
Cooked.
I was hoping you wouldn't see the California license plate.
I actually didn't see the California
Oh,
license plate. I was just
okay.
like, this is probably LA. Like,
Yeah.
I actually was just fully going.
I
Alright, you can
wish-
beat me here. I have no idea where the hell this is. So
I
you can
also
beat me.
have no idea. I mean,
Oh wait, I think I can put. Okay, wait.
like, hello?
I think I can lock.
Why is he zooming in on that one?
Oh.
Yup.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was one that actually just like fully said.
It just says it, yeah.
Yeah, I was like trying to piece it together off the other two. Okay, year.
Not idea what the.
I have no idea.
No idea what the year is.
Like
This
20,
guy's shirt
This
says
is what I said originally.
1462, so.
2013.
It could be that. It could be
It looks a little grainy.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna.
What did I
say
say?
that, maybe.
I locked in.
2016?
I think I whooped.
It was 2000?
Uh,
Jesus Christ, I was so
I
far.
got 5 years off,
I was 6.
and I got 3.8 kilometers off.
I'm 8,300 on that one.
I'm 8,800. I think I win. All right. Final
I don't
score.
think you win. I don't think you win.
What's your first
What's your
digit?
final score? 4.
Got right or the left?
on the left.
Okay, mine's 4.
No, it's not. It's not 4.
It's 4.
It's 4. Okay, what's your next digit?
8.
You got 48,000.
Yeah.
So
Happy
you
to
got 40, I got 40,041.
I got 30. What? Would you beat me that badly? Because I beat you on the first one. I got 8,200.
I think the second one I cooked you on. Second one I got 6,500.
Sure. Okay.
Second one I got 65, and third one I got 79.
Fair. Curry, how come one of my chatters wished me a happy Diwali before you did? You of course know what Diwali is, right?
Yes, I do.
I really want to kill somebody with my mom.
You guys, I'm just like spamming the fireworks when the damage is highest. Oh, shit, behind. Run. Back. Go mid. Just follow me left. Because like, this is so weird. Then we're in a bad spot because we got pushed off there. Because I just have bad awareness.
Ult. We gotta hold.
And then we're just like such a bad spot here because we can't really go left because they're just gonna keep poking us. And there's a team over here.
Oh, red.
Actually, no, I should have had us kept going left around.
Oh, shit, behind. Run. Back. Go mid.
Just follow me left. Follow
Yeah,
me
I
left.
should have had us keep going left, but I saw them here, but like they weren't aware.
Let's go.
I should have kept going left because we
Over,
can get
over,
space
over,
over there. This is really
We gotta
bad.
play slow.
Because then there's just like I just put us in a really bad spot.
Yeah, go ice. Honestly, go ice. Go ice. Go ice. Go ice. Nobody's
It's
here.
just like I should have stayed
all
up.
ice,
This
just,
is
like,
really
like-
bad.
Yeah, I see you.
Not there, not there.
It was just we were just all so split. We're
Oh, no,
just
we go
all
back here. Go back
so
up here. Go back up
split.
here. We go space. Back up me.
What the fuck is
Oliver,
happening?
Oliver.
I'm so dead.
Oh my god.
Like, dude, 'cause I go to help and it's
I
just
don't
fucking
know,
4
I don't
purples
know,
on
it's a
me,
shit
bro.
show.
I'm dead.
Just meet up. Just meet up. Okay. Hacks, me and you. We're running.
Like this is just
Oh, what the
so
fuck happened?
fucked, dude. Because I wanted to like get damage there, but it's like I
Yeah,
can't
it was
do
just, like,
1v5.
Chased by 4 purples, and I was like, oh no.
Wait, we can kill Aqua. We can kill an Aqua.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is where I
we
get my
got this.
kill. I kill Nair, which is
I
awesome.
got Nair finally.
Oh, and I get Marcus.
Run.
Oh, you know, like, dude, like my hits just aren't registering because of the fucking border. He should be dead.
He's 7 heart.
Oh, Lime is on you. Lime is on you. Lime is on you.
Oh no.
Like, dude, that was such a good damage bot.
Oh,
Like, dude, I fucking, oh my god.
Yeah, he's 7 heart.
oh, Lime
So I
is
get
on
the
you.
hit
Lime is
there.
on you. Lime is on you.
Oh no.
And I get the damage pot. It hits him into me.
Yeah, rush ice.
And then, dude, I fucking try to wind charge out. I wind charge them away from me so I can just run through.
Oh, nice.
Go. Let's go.
Because, dude, then I want to recharge my crossbow because I want to get the damage with the fireworks, but it's like I can't. It's like if I start charging here, I'm just like, fuck.
Tumbling on you.
He's gonna like hit you. Just keep going.
Wait,
Throw
keep
bomb,
going,
nice.
keep going.
Oh my
Still
god.
tunneled on you.
There's still.
No, that's
You
fair.
know, like I know my
That's fair.
movement's
I
better,
think
so it's
this
like I was like fairly confident I could like do better.
Nice.
And then it's just like at this point, it's just like, fuck it, I need to just get damage.
Oh.
I started critting. Honestly, I shouldn't have. That was a bad person to crit out because there's diamond.
Still on you.
Nice.
He can reload that crossbow with like no time
I
loss.
just
and,
yeah. I said like
with the
I didn't,
high
I
hitters.
didn't prioritize height as well as I should have.
Oh my god, yeah, I just want to get those hits late.
I should have prioritized height a lot better.
That's what our team did. That's why we did really well.
Dude, Kel said bang as soon as I died. Was he fucking eyeing me, bro? Was he? I just want to see. Oh, because he died early. How did he die early?
I'm gonna try.
He was like a
I'm gonna grab
3.5.
some food. Maybe I'll do a bit of ranked, and then I'll probably end it because I have to do my assignment and study.
Oh my god, does he get into the void? Oh, he just gets
I'll look
dropped
in,
by
though.
blue. By soul. Like, he's just running with.
Am I? Oh, didn't realize that. Oh, sick.
You know, like, he's just.
Wrong one.
They're just like.
Don't worry about it.
Nice.
You know, he was just like full. That was smart. It was a go for me. I was like weak. I should have tried to have better target selection of choosing somebody with weak armor so I could do more damage.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just hate blitz hunt. I can't do blitz hunt, bro. I see Kel here.
Oh, I see you, Kel.
There's 2 people up there.
Good shit on
Go
Kel.
up and I'll stay down.
What was his reaction? I also see Kel's reaction to this.
They're definitely.
Oh, there's another person there I didn't see.
I know that much.
Like, dude, I just like didn't know where to go here, bro. I was like so confused.
Dude, are you see? Yeah, he streams something. Yeah, they jump.
I'm down.
But yeah, it's like I just like full troll the rest of this hunting round. I just like don't know where to go.
Yeah.
And then like I was like pushing. I was just like, wait, oh my god, yeah, I missed that. I missed Ant there. That would have been bad. Oh my god, like my awareness is just so bad in this game, bro. Cause what do I do in this? Like this is just such a weird spot. I thought I did good on this.
Oh fuck, that's.
Because it's just like way wider than I thought.
Oh, I should have gone
Oh,
here.
shit.
Cause then I think they keep running around. I thought they saw me. But then they're like here and they play well.
I'm just fucked. Wait.
Then what happens?
It's Halen. It's Halen.
Like I should have.
Oh, fuck.
You know, then there's just like 2 people in the room and like I'm getting cornered. Oh, I just don't know what to do. And then I run into a room of 2 hunters more, 2 more hunters.
Are we serious?
Like yeah, I'm not that mad about that round. Then this was awful. This was awful.
Where the hell am I?
I'm to the other side
Because this room looked awful, and it's just like, no, this was I fucking trolled this. And then, dude, I tried to fucking have diamond hands, and then it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. Yeah, because he sees me through there, and I just can't go anywhere. Like I just took a bad room at start. Like honestly, I'm not that mad about those first two. Why that corner? There's where else? I remember fucking. Oh, dude, I just got detected in mid. It's just like whatever. Like there's a grate on both sides. Like I liked this better because you can't see me from here. But if you're already right here, you're gonna see me either way. So it's just like there's no good spot. The grate's there and I'm fucked. So it's just like. And then here, just like weird. I forget what happened.
Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Like, what did I do here? You know, because Fine full checks this room, and it was just so stupid. Because then... Oh, he's just hitting. Oh, dude, fuck. Did he even see me? Did he even see me? Honestly, I don't know if he even saw me. I just, like, panicked because he was hitting, and I thought he saw me. I was like, was I even on his screen? Oh shit, is there hunting? Like, dude. Oh no, he dies in the mid as well. Like he just full clears this room. You know, he does see me there. He's just full spam clicking.
Wait, I forgot how funny my
He
blitz
sees
hunt
me
was.
there, and then I was like, I tried to dip, and it's just like I got fucked.
Wait. I need to watch this from Shane's perspective.
Oh, it's not fine. I'm a liar.
No, I struggled on the bell one a bit. The bell stage was my last straw. I'm suggesting that to do expert and then fall.
Okay, dude, like, obstacles is so, like, that is just so good, actually. My block just fully disappeared.
Elytra.
Bro, it's like an Optifine bug or some shit. Like, you can place blocks inside of yourself. It's like a 1.7 bug. Dude, how did I misaim this? I'm on it! How? I'm not right-clicking? I did right-click! Blocks inside of yourself. It's like a 1.7 bug. What? It was like literally a quarter of a tick.
Was it go to Elytra?
Go to Elytra, yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it after the stage I'm on. Was it go to
Wait, let me watch this.
Helen, you're my.
We'll use the walls to hide.
Oh, fuck that room.
5 people in my room, but Dude, nobody. Wait, firstly, what happened first round? I found a good ass spot and it worked the whole time. Second round.
Oh hell no!
Alright, look, I'm in an all-in spot. 5 people up there. Nobody comes to our room. Look at the knowledge, the game knowledge. 1 second left.
The area, like,
Holy shit! Look at there was actually 6 of us in here. It was me and 4 reds.
All of red? Fuck.
They were all hiding in the same.
And
then think about the future.
Oh my God, this... Okay, maybe that was not a good choice.
Dude, this was so bad.
No.
Oh hell no! I got detected off the roof.
Don't look up. Don't look up. Oh. Okay, maybe that was not a good shot.
I messed up my movement.
Uh-oh, there's 2 hunters in
my...
I should have been way more predictive. This was a goated spot. Alright, and then watch.
Dun, dun. Dun, dun.
You can
That's
check
true.
it.
I guess I haven't seen anyone else go in it except that one time at the very end.
I've seen Rice go in it, but that's about it.
What the hell is this?
I fell. Okay.
What's this?
Someone, yeah.
This room is weird.
Nice.
Some rooms is just.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping?
Oh god, this basketball room's awful.
I see someone.
This
Oh, I
is-
fell.
How am I supposed to get them?
Oh, there are so many people up there.
It's too hard. It's too hard. They have too good movement.
I'm mad chasing stuff. Yes, by going in.
Wait, we
Sexy
can
suck.
drop. We can get them on the drop.
Oh, this round, like Loki, I cooked. Like I got top.
Hi, person.
I'm gonna pretend not to see them, but in reality, I do, and I'm
Cal.
goated.
Come here. Thumper, you're dead.
Oliver. Oliver.
There's someone in the mid room. Chasing Dakota. Wait,
I know
do we have
it's like
Sky
probably
Zone?
bad
Oh
to
my
shoot
God.
someone down, but it's just if I don't
Hello?
see them, I'm gonna chase you.
I got him.
Yay.
You punched him. That's good.
There's
Man
two
is
players
dead.
in here.
Oh, wait, I forgot we have a sonar.
Nobody
No
fell
one here,
in
no one
my
here.
spot.
No one here. I sonared.
I forgot you can do that, to be honest.
I got Sandwich, Feinberg, Cal, top. On this. Was there somebody
There's
there?
someone in this corner. Come here.
No.
No. Yeah, I got crack man.
I got
I
7.
got
It's
so
gonna
many
go.
at the last second.
You got 10, Dove. I got 6.
Oh, I got 7.
I got 5.
Right, maybe now I can live around, please.
7.
I got 0.
Let's chill.
Spawn room fury. Wait, I can't do it.
Hello.
Where am I?
Yeah.
This was a banger round.
I don't trust this spot any. I just like I don't want to think too hard about the spot. Oh,
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god!
Oh, no.
Someone
Bad.
walked in. Oh, it was you! You got me killed, Scotto!
That was actually a misplay by me. I messed up.
They saw you walk in.
Yeah, I was just standing on the top. Like, I wasn't even hiding. I was just standing. I was just being a silly guy.
Alex.
Well,
How did you find this German boy?
Yeah.
Actually made a fan channel
wait,
of me.
was it not? Who was that?
Standing. I was just standing. I was just being a silly guy.
Alex.
Just being a silly little guy.
Amfrost? Maybe.
Strategy? Maybe because you have the Elytracraft, maybe you should do the apple. Green is like down and on fire.
Watch out!
I don't know if it's gonna change. Everybody else is.
And behind you,
Wait.
Oh, how do I not get them?
Yeah, I'll pop.
No, nobody nearby.
Yeah, I'll pop on.
Oh, craft in this room. The craft in this room. This is the library room. It's the library room.
And behind you,
someone in here.
Oh, how do I not get them? There's hella people in the library room.
This library room.
It's so obnoxious.
Library room's good.
Why did we not get this till now? By the way, why did we not get this till now? By the way,
Yeah, like hello. Why do we have to?
why is it on our hunting ground that we have to deal with this? It's so obnoxious. Why did we not get this till now? By the way, why did we not get this till now? By the way,
Yeah, like hello. Why do we have to?
why is it on our?
I'm not even on his screen for a second.
We have to deal with this.
That's so funny.
There's 0 people in either of the rooms I went into, by the way. Like with the sonar. Are you kidding me?
Behind you, that's Cal.
One player needs.
There's a little boo boo
Oh my
running
God.
away in here.
I did perfectly.
How long are?
No.
Maybe.
That might be. I would.
Oh my god, wait. No, there's a really good spot in this room. I don't know where it is.
I'm
No,
following you. I trust you.
I don't know where it
No,
is.
no,
I don't
no,
know where it
I
is. I don't know where it is. Wait. There's too many people there too.
I'm not sure this is the play.
Wait.
Oh, this is it.
I did a 3+1.
One on the trees. No. I think if we
Give it down. Or, like where the leaves are.
No one.
could have got.
I can hide in a cauldron. We're going all.
I have terrible. Wait, what? I won't check.
Run, everyone, run!
Oh.
They're
you're
looping
chilling.
back
Okay,
on the
maybe
spot.
they might be on you, but
Well, there is like a million of us here, and they can't just look up. It's TGQ. I'm fucking dead.
I'm a runner. I'm a trickster.
Dude. Sure, I'm down. I'm just
Wait,
eating right now
wait,
and I'm
you're
watching. Wait, you actually have like 8 blocks of space, but they're still chasing you.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Yo.
Yeah, Blitz Hunt. That's so scary. That game.
Wait, look
oh
at this.
my
Look at
God.
this.
Okay, wait.
I'll screen share. Look at how funny this is. Wait, they're on before this.
Yeah. I can live.
Okay, watch this round. Watch this round.
what the fuck is this? Okay.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
this room.
This
I'm
is
like
a
too
shit
scared
room.
to go in this room because it's the sunk cost fallacy of thinking that like the other team's smart enough to know. that
Oh
it's
my
gonna be
god!
secret.
Someone
I
walked
assume
in.
that so many people are hiding here.
Yeah, I know.
You got me killed, Scotto!
But
That was
okay,
actually
I'm
a
very
misplay
curious what
by me. I
happens.
messed up.
No, look.
I was just standing on the top, like I wasn't even hiding. I was just standing. I was just gonna see the guy.
So look when I reverse up 5. Look at my skin.
Just being a silly little guy.
Perfect. It blends in with the background. That's so funny.
Oh my god.
But I watch his perspective. He doesn't even see me. Like I'm just not even on the screen for a second.
I'm gonna start ordering food while you watch stuff.
There's hella people in the library room.
So hungry.
Right here. Yeah, dude, I just made some fucking PBJ.
Oh, you're watching this via Ann?
Yeah.
Oh, it makes sense
Low
for you 'cause it's only,
FOV.
like, fucking, it's only like 2 for you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he just doesn't look.
Because I knew he was gonna be chasing whoever this was. Like, so I was like thinking in my head,
Yeah.
like, yeah, he'll probably not look at me.
Maybe I need to develop diamond hands. I play so. I think too much in Blitz Hunt, so the amount of times I'm like staying here, I'm gonna die, and I leave, and then the person who's near me is like, "Oh, I see this guy, I'm gonna chase him," and I just save everyone that's with me that is not moving because they're not being proactive, and then they live, and it's infuriating.
Yeah. No, like, I'll be like, what I like doing a lot is like proactive to an extent. So like, I'll be proactive, but I won't like I instantly try to cut off my angles and like low-key hide near where they, because like I don't know, I just expect them to be chasing somebody else, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like yeah, I was watching in-view bot review.
No, you're good.
Order Up was pretty goated.
Oh my god, you
Furnace-
should see what Order Up is like from my perspective. I generally Furnace is did not then play Order Up.
It was just mechanics practice.
I pick up item, I go in, I go up, I look at you in chest, I wait for you to put item in chest, you put it in chest, I'm gone, I'm back. It's
Yeah.
another order. It was the only time I got like stuck doing anything was the one time we were fucked on milkshakes.
Yeah.
And it was like because Scotto did such a good job as well.
I know,
what it looks
Scotto did
like with keeping
so
up.
good.
It's just this game is perfect with 3 very competent like Order Up players because the 3 roles just work so perfectly together.
Mhm.
I'm saying that, but as if I did either of yours or Scotto's job, I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm definitely. I put myself as the deliverer because I know I can't multitask. It hurts my brain so much.
That's fair. Okay. I'm going back now. I was not looking at the 4 my order. No, because
Apple juices in the
my
front
goal was mostly to just go left to right, so I was like not really thinking about it. Wait, what? What's happening? It's like not.
Oh, it's just slow.
I don't think it
Oh,
really
Emerald,
matters
the
though.
fucking the sugar is disgusting. Also, finding out that you can't. I realized I don't know why it didn't work for sugar, but I think it's because the sugar. Can you compost sugar normally? Okay, we have
Yeah.
upgrades. Get the speed. Get the. Oh, okay. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. My mushrooms were really slow too.
Maybe they intentionally made it slow to avoid as the fix for the issue instead
Yeah.
of
24 bananas,
fixing
6
it being
carrots.
fast.
We just need
24
10, 14 bananas. 14 bananas.
Coming back.
Like, look.
And then Scotto, when you
I was drag clicking. Look at my CPS and look how slow it was going. Wait. I stopped drag clicking because it was like not working.
Yeah, you do one more trip. I had to no. This was miserable for me because the first stack of sugar, I had to spam my Y key.
Look, 15 clicks per second. 2. Are you serious? 30 clicks per second. 4. Like, are you serious? Like, it was just not working, so I had to butterfly. Yeah, I was clicking too fast. What's happening? It's like not.
I'm very curious to see what
I
Pink
assume I should
did.
be putting eggs in the chest too.
Maybe we should watch them. Look at.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about it.
I'm really curious too.
I think they just well, I don't think they obviously did what we did, but I think they just did a method that never paused because we were tied with them the whole game until the milkshake.
Yeah.
We fell behind 2 orders.
Wait, what game was it again? I don't remember.
No, they did fix it, Duck, but they probably fixed it in a way that capped the speed you can do composting to avoid the items getting evaporated. Also, oh my god, on 2 occasions I saw cooked pork chop as an item, so I'd get the pork chop from the furnace, put it in, and then I would get ghost.
Yeah, it's weird.
It happened twice.
No, it happens to me a lot too.
I need to go on the aim train.
Salmon is in the furnace. Salmon's in the furnace.
Nice.
How many mushrooms did Infume get compared to me? I think I got 90
something, right?
On the dot.
I'm bringing the potatoes back.
It was 48, 42 or something.
Alright.
Oh, I'm gapping him for sure.
Okay, I'm bringing back the pork.
The pork? Nice. In the smoker.
It's in there.
Okay, fruits are back.
Okay, never mind. Why is he gapping me?
Maybe start heading back. It's like
Yeah.
Well, you get back at the composter with 3 seconds left.
Oh yeah, I'm at the composter already. Yeah.
What's rush order? Do any mushrooms do?
G carrots bananas. We have it. We have everything. We should have everything.
Wait,
I got
Coco?
6 mushrooms too.
Chocolate milkshakes as an item? There was more Bob things than.
What's
before.
rush order?
Huh.
Do any mushrooms too?
Obviously, I didn't see an order at all, so I never saw this chocolate milkshake thing.
I don't even think that was used.
Because Scotto meant.
I think Scotto did it once or
Bananas. We
something.
have it. We have everything. We should have everything.
Okay, I got 6 mushrooms too.
Apparently, Team 7 made 40 stews on accident in the first minute. They couldn't compost the.
Okay.
No, stop.
Yeah, chest and then.
They just got 5. That's it.
Okay. I'm just gonna run this order. Okay.
Okay.
I'm dropping all my stuff. You're gonna have to pick it up.
Okay, that's fine.
Wait, what did they buy? Did they buy every furnace?
Just every furnace chest upgrade. That's it. They didn't buy hoe. They didn't buy.
All of me I can in the furnace.
Well, it makes sense in the sense that you don't have to
yeah,
really get the second hoe immediately because we definitely just had excess stuff in the end.
Yeah.
So I'm not like. I don't think what we did was wrong, but I don't think what they did is wrong either. It's just kind of doing it.
Oh shit.
I think we get the first order slower than them because I remember looking at the right and seeing that teams had cracked.
Do you have
Like,
sugar?
look at
Do you have extra sugar? Do you have extra sugar?
Hey, it's on the ground. It's on the ground.
Oh, I picked it up. I'm stupid.
Because we don't show up on. Oh, there we are.
And then... Oh fuck! My inventory is way too packed right now. I'm already messing up, dude.
It's okay. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Someone come back earlier to help with orders. The problem with that is, it technically would have been better, but all that would have happened is we would have ran out of orders to do, and because we weren't buying the second elytra, we just would have got soft locked.
I'm just gonna
So it would have been like it's inherently faster, but it's not actually faster. You're still capped by the speed that I deliver.
Done. No, we're good on Bob. Wait, no, no. I need to get. Sorry, I need to get.
I refilled all the meat.
I need to get golden egg.
I guess I'll do one more cycle of the meat and then the composter.
Yeah, order 3's done. Order 3's done.
Next flying.
Order 4 is
Nice
done.
flying.
Order 4 is done. Order 2, I'll get done in a sec.
I'm just storing you fish. Can you just run all that? Put that all in the furnaces?
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
running orders.
All orders are done kind of right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Just.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I'm like kind of trolling as well.
We just needed more fish. It's okay. Just work on that order.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna put stuff in and then I'm gonna try and do the compost.
I brought in.
I feel like I'm not really gonna gain any info watching this because this is not the game I played.
Do we have any?
Yeah.
We don't have
I'm
a lot
getting
of
a lot.
Just
I'm
you
so,
noticing
like
differences.
Order 3 is
like what he does here, like what I was doing this at the beginning, I think, but by the end I started not doing this. Like he was doing, look, it's 8 cookies, 3 golden apples, 1 golden egg, and he was going. He goes.
Okay, I'm gonna put stuff in and then I'm gonna try.
3 golden apples in.
I hope that's we're set. For
Cookies.
We
In.
don't have a lot of extra stuff for the
golden egg.
Order.
In, like, you know what I mean? But he could have just gotten all of those and then all of them into the order. And it's just like you need to be like logging more stuff in your brain, so it makes it a lot harder. But I think I was getting the hang of it, like near the now this is the second time I've done this. Like I was getting the hang of it.
Okay.
Nice plus 50 channel.
Does anyone have like extra stuff?
Rush order. 3 vanilla milkshakes. 3 vanilla milkshakes.
Vanilla
Yeah.
milkshakes for Oliver.
3 vanilla milkshakes.
Like the only thing that you have to be worried about is inventory
Order 2's
management.
done.
With holding like a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm about to get the
Do we have more wheat? I need wheat for.
I do like that he's instantly kind of.
Oh, one orange
clearing
juice. One
not
orange juice.
fully, but at least trying to clear their inventory.
I usually just clear my inventory in the downtime, and then other than that, I just like let it build up. To be honest.
Yeah. Oh shit! I need.
You think you can crank this well, Emerald? Emerald, we gotta get you into Blockbuster then, because I need a 4th speedrunner to play this with. I'm gonna be traumatized playing this without a speedrunner.
Dude,
it's I'm actually so scared.
In the chest.
I got it. Okay. You're good.
But, like,
Oh,
we
you
got
did
that
do
so
Elytra,
fast, I
yeah.
swear.
Yeah.
No, like I'm just ready for you. Oh wait, this is hacks. But like I'm just ready for every time you had the rush order. There was like one decision I had to make the whole game, which is you had like order 3 ready and you were making the rush order, and I chose not to grab order 3 to confirm the points for the rush order.
3 vanilla milkshakes.
Because I think rush order's placement, not like just delivering it.
Order 2's done.
Had to be first on every single one. I definitely weren't first on one of them because I fucking crashed into the ocean and I saw someone deliver it before me. But most of them, we should have.
One orange juice.
Like they're not even doing it. I'm pretty sure you're flying right now. Yeah, we got it at 22.47. Like that was so goated.
Yeah. Oh shit! I need to get, dude. I don't have wheat for the cookies.
Oh, I didn't realize it shows like when every team does the rush order. That's cool.
I'm still short on. I'm still short.
I know at least
Dude,
one of these rush orders.
we got it in 22.47. Nobody else has done it yet. Are we? It doesn't only show first, right? Bro, we gapped second by 20 seconds on that one.
In the chest.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's just the benefit of being able to
Like
pre-fire all of the
vanilla
Bob
milkshakes,
shit.
Yeah, it was literally perfect.
You know, there were so many times that I was back right as you finished an order, and it just felt so good. You should at some point see what it looked like from my screen.
Dude, no.
I mean,
there was so many times where I would like pre-craft like 16 cookies, use 8 in one recipe, and then the next recipe used like 8, and it would just be perfect. Like I would just go into the chest, there would be 8, boom. I would just like have it like lined up. It was like so like it just was beautiful.
Order 3's done.
I'm gonna get
more apple.
It is. This game is very unfortunate now, though, because if you aren't like ready for this game and it's in an event, because to be fair, it is just correct about this game 1, but unfortunately, the new voting system doesn't guarantee it's an option game 1. So if your team's not ready for order up, it's just so shit because you get gapped.
Yeah. No, we had such a good.
How many
team.
orders did we get? 36 or 34? It was like something around that.
I think we got 34.
So many.
Order 4. Order 4's done.
Okay, yeah, sure.
We have no salmon. We need more salmon.
Order 3.
I think they have 2 people crafting, by the way. I think that's what the gap is. They just are consistently able to deliver because I think their Bob person is coming up, helping with orders, then going, whereas Scotto would like drop their stuff and then go, which I don't think is wrong. But I think they're just more consistently being able to prep the order, or like I guess like they can go slower. Going slower in this game isn't bad because you're soft locked by how fast your Elytra person is. Like you finish an order, but it doesn't matter because it's getting delivered one by one anyway. So that's like one important thing for the chef to understand is that like they don't have to be fucking breakneck speed as long as they're able to get an order within Elytra leave, Elytra get back. Then that's like the golden pace.
Oh, rush order! Hello.
Yeah. One more orange juice.
Yeah, dude.
I guess
this-
also I don't know how scoring works with the
It's
game, but I remember
crazy.
it's like you get scoring based on your placement of the specific order.
Mhm.
So like obviously
Like,
it's not correct to just prioritize. Say maybe this is right. Like,
Dude,
do you
we
think
got.
you could
This is purely your flying. I think we won point like 3 seconds faster on the on the rush order. That's crazy. But look at this, bro. He forgets how to craft a cake for like 10 seconds. Look. He goes. He has the
Yeah,
sugar.
watching.
Grabs the 3. It's like, okay, I
Some
need to craft
wheat.
this cake. Grabs the wheat. What else do we need? Fuck. Egg. Swap the egg out. Swaps the egg
Swap for
with the sugar.
No.
What am I missing?
I love crafting cakes in this game. It just feels so nice to actually get the cake.
Dude, I forgot how to make a cake. I'm sorry.
No, the cake is like Loki what like throws off people. Like I can imagine that would throw off a lot of people, but like I kind of locked in on it because I just like remembered like the materials for the cake and then I just didn't have to look really.
Milkshake? No, I have it.
I think there could genuinely be an argument in this game to not even look at order 4 and only do order 3 and 2.
Order 4.
Yeah, like
Because your scoring is only based on like the specific order placement.
two
So
is
if you only
ready.
do 2
Order
orders
three,
and
two
your
banana
Elytra present's
milkshakes.
fast enough, you're never gonna get
Yeah,
started.
yeah,
You
literally.
have less information to process.
No, I
Yeah,
was mostly focusing on like I was just mostly focusing like left to right. Like I wasn't really thinking about like it was kind of
The
just like
problem, with you doing it like that, is you will say finish order 4, but because you're thinking so much on order 2 and 3, it's not worth anything because I'm gonna deliver it like 7.
Order 3 done. 3 mushroom soup. No, we good on that. I have that. Never mind.
Obviously not like to that extreme, but because you're delivering that specific order slowly, it's just not
Order
worth as
2
much.
done. Order
So there
2
could just
done.
generally be an argument to just not think about order 4 ever, unless it is like the most. Unless you like really have nothing to do, because you're
sorry,
gonna
I took
score
that.
more because you're doing specific orders faster.
Oh, we might need more eggs. I don't
Wait,
know.
what? I don't
Like,
think
I'm not
it's-
100. So no,
I
the
think
scoring of the
it's
game
just-
is like
Oh, I'm
it's
stupid,
like
I'm
Build
blind.
Mar, I think, where
Okay,
order
that's
4
fine.
is
I'm
a set
good
list
now,
that
I
keeps
have it.
continuing. I don't think it's like you beat an order and a new specific order in the line appears. Like I might be wrong. I guess Tommy about that.
I think,
I'm
but
curious.
points wise, I'm pretty
Order
sure
4 done.
it's
Order
just
4
it doesn't
done.
really
One
matter.
carrot
It's
soup.
just
One-
getting the
no, I have that,
orders
never
is what
mind, I have that.
matters. I think.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, it doesn't really change anything if I'm full focusing
Order 2
first
is
3.
done.
But
Order 2
sometimes
is
I think the thing is like with like the reason why having more like doing more orders is better is because if you are really locked in, you can do like if steak is used in 2 orders or whatever, then you can use it and you can pop it in 1, 2, and it's like almost like entirely overlapped. You know what I mean? Like it's so like.
Order 3 is done. Order 3 is done.
Yeah, I think I started fumbling a little bit here. It might have been my fault that we fell behind, to be honest, because
You might need to get.
I
don't know actually.
I
I'm good.
blanked
Order
like
that
2 times where
Order
I just
4 is
kind of
done.
like
Order 4 is
forgot
done.
what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have cookies?
Like why do they have 2 slots? One where there's an
If so, Oliver, come back to base.
11 baked potatoes. Oh, wait, no. We can.
I'm putting potatoes in the smoker. I put them in the smoker.
They passed
I
us
think. I know. I have a
here.
order. Rush order. Good. Rush order.
Yeah, this
good,
was
rush
the
order good.
milkshake incident. I was like staring at the leaderboard while it was happening.
We're doing so good. Keep it up. Keep it up.
I also think the calm at the end of the game to make sure that people grabbed the fucking other 2 chests because there was no point of them just watching me not grab it
Order
was
2
good
is
as
good.
well.
Order 2 is good.
They
Yeah.
had to deliver it on foot, but it doesn't matter at that point.
Oh wait, it's shot.
We need a cake and that's it.
Yeah.
We need
fuck.
more cookies here.
I
This guy's
have-
really greedy.
Didn't we?
I'm getting the cake.
I'm making
Order 4 is good. Order 4 is good. Order 4 is good.
Okay.
Oh no, please already there. No, 4 guys.
There's 3. I'll.
Keep it up. Keep it up. We're on record pace.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
I'm putting the bananas in here.
We need one more cookie. Are we serious?
Cod.
Order.
Fuck, dude, they did so good in order up. If they didn't do like so well, we actually have top 3 like good chance. But
Okay, try to do the 20
Like,
seconds.
No,
both
I
just
think
did
it was
so
just a
well.
matter of I think pink was just insanely strong and then blue was just kind of slept on.
yeah.
I think SMK and Fume and Hacked is like
Order 2 is good. Order 2 is
fucking
good.
like
Order 2
if
is
you
good.
compare that trio to our trio, I think their trio is just better. And then you compare. I think our 4th and 5th are the same as their 4th and 5th. I'm trying to remember who do they have? Z and
Oh wait, oh, we gotta take it.
Oliver.
Yeah, sorry. I
Like how
was
did Oliver
confused.
do? Hang on, I'm on the server still.
They have Oliver. The thing that's good about Oliver, I think, is like he's like.
Yeah, Oliver 29th, which is for W.
he's like so down to like learn the games and like kind of like
Mhm.
I don't know, he's invested in like the VOD review and like trying to like understand and do well and stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's competitive. So it's like he was definitely like they were like locked in on their like plan before us. Yeah, we got
Yeah.
34, they got 36. So
We're gonna be like almost tied for first.
Check out the Kalen fucking Uber Eats Express. It's a mesmerizing perspective.
yeah,
Okay, it's a mesmerizing perspective if you ignore the first 40 seconds of the game. I am like horrific at the killing of the fish.
oh that's okay. It's like Loki an aim challenge.
I didn't miss them. At the start of the game I elytra straight into the water. Or like I elytra from the sugarcane, and then I'm stuck in the like elytra mode in the water, and I'm just so slow.
Hmm.
Not even like really. So if it comes to it, it's not gonna be an issue. Oh yeah, the game was paused for a bit. Oh, thank God for the pause. I got the yap.
Hmm.
Super important before the crops because it simplifies Dakota. Right, here's the problem. Elytra. See how big the fish were?
Yeah.
That only happened on the first kill because they went back to normal size after.
Really? No, in new versions,
you'll see-
fish in Minecraft they like are just RNG
Oh,
the
really?
size. Yeah.
Because look how fucking tiny the cards are. 30 seconds till compost there. I think I tried to count to 2 stacks here, but I probably could have. I should have gone for 2.5 because then we would have got the one more thing. But I also didn't have anything to gauge off.
Yeah.
I didn't know how many. Hitboxes are better for it, but I don't want to play an event with hitboxes on. I have standards, I guess.
It's crazy
Like, I
that
didn't miss them.
sugarcane's so fast you can just run back, forth, and you're just getting like more.
Yeah, I think that's just a fundamental missing of the game that I didn't realize that you could just abuse the respawn rate. Like it should just be slower. Because I didn't even know about the sugar being OP until you told me last night.
Yeah.
Okay, we have free upgrades. Get the speed. Get the compost to A.
How are we like 2 off of that? That's so annoying. It doesn't matter though. Like what?
I like my brain was fucking having a seizure here, trying to figure out like what to get because we were 1 upgrade short. And then this. I debated putting the fish in, but I knew that was a stupid idea. I also thought we had the looting, so I almost fucked up there. And I'm gone. I do put the fish in after I get back, I think.
That's fine. I feel like that's fine. We
need shit.
mushroom stews soon.
That's
I'll go. I'm gonna go.
You got the
break
whole
some
thing, right,
mushrooms.
Scotto?
Yeah.
Because I know in my mind you have an order. I was trying to find. Do I not see the order? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna go get some.
I'm getting more sugar because I'm just. I think I was just semi-focusing on trying to confirm that we could get the last upgrade point.
Yeah.
Because playing this game on half a chest is unplayable.
Okay,
You go up and. Sorry, I can't. I'm gonna drop
There'll
the
be
sugar.
a bunch of orders ready.
I also think I didn't mind getting a little bit behind at the start because I knew you would have had to start processing all of the new information anyway, like because you would have had limited items. So it's not like you were gonna have 3 orders ready immediately. No, you're right.
Yeah. No, that's true.
The only main mistake I think I'm making in this game is whenever you do an order 4, I should go around the furnace and not to the right of it. I do it like once. It just felt nice, but.
Mm.
And this is me like trying to figure out something to compost in case because I didn't know where the sugar was, and then I'm now just stuck with 25 carrots.
Because the sugar was on me, because I thought like the combo was that I would do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to like. I wanted to make sure that if you forgot, we still could confirm it
Because you were dealing with more info than I was.
Yeah.
Back.
No, like I did forget, Loki. I think you calmed it to me. Like compost was open because I was like watching it. I'm like, okay, compost was gonna open in 10 seconds, and then I forgot. Like it was just terrible.
Pumpkin pie, you got that? Yeah, I'm here. Oh, you focus on rush order.
Rush order 15.
Rush order available. Yeah.
3 vanilla
I'm ready to deliver that in a minute.
Are those in the chest? I can't tell.
Oh, you're gonna see me edit a sign at some point. Oh my god.
Nice, perfect.
I
I saw
it's
you
here.
open a barrel already.
Not yet. No, it's I'm spam clicking, praying to like just give the order, but it just didn't work half the time.
It's some other game. I was trying to load my crossbow in battle, and I kept right-clicking trapdoors. It was so annoying.
One more run in a second here.
Dude.
Thank you for the order.
This is fucking goated though.
This is the
170.
bridge. I got so good at practicing this.
Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you needed help with it.
It's fine, it's fine.
We're doing great. We're doing great. I think it's here.
Dude, is that just there
The
for
sign
everyone
updated
now?
as well. No, I wonder if that change is gonna stay. Alright, I'm back.
And this is where I grab the pork chop for you, and then it disappears.
Yeah, okay.
I grab the chicken for you.
Yeah, that was
There goes the chicken.
good because I like.
Chicken bugged and we just lost 13 chicken. That's kind of annoying, but it's fine.
Like I kind of forgot to prioritize forward of 2 like backwards to you, but I think it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, I picked up the pork chop. The pork chop. Sorry, the pork chop.
Oh, I think I know what it is, by the way. Opening crafting table fixes ghost items. So if you ghost anything, you should open a crafting
okay.
table and it fixes them, it comes back.
Yeah. Like here, I should have gone left, not right. Like it's a worst line, but it's so minor.
Feinberg.
No, you were fucking cranking. Dude, oh my god.
The chest bit.
I guess this flow kind of works nicely. I guess like it's just like if we want it. Oh.
One of the 2 mistakes.
If we wanted to get like higher, like I feel like our strat probably caps out like at a certain point, like 36 orders or something. Like we might be able to get that.
I
with,
think we could get
with
like
one
a bit
elytra.
more. I think it caps at 40. I think like there are some
40?
time losses that it like our early game could have been a tiny bit more smooth. Like, that's the
Yeah.
main, and then also there's some movement errors that fucked me up. I think 1 or 2 orders.
I'm here.
I could see the line. So like, but I just think it's like
Yeah, we
there's
had
a
one
certain
elytra
point
emerald.
where there's a certain point where like 2 elytra is like totally worth it, but like
yeah,
we're not.
I think there definitely
quite
also was a
there, maybe.
moment. Yeah, there also definitely were moments where we could have actually committed to the elytra, but it's just so hard to process when to do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the baked potato?
Just like stalling right now. Like yeah, this is bad. It sucks too because it makes it so like. I think it's because I only had like 1 order to work on, and like I think we were waiting for Scotta there for a second. I don't know. Maybe that was fully my fault though.
Emerald, the mindset for it was 1 elytra, 1 hoe, and if the plan fell apart, then make the second elytra, but then it never fell apart.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm being.
I got confused here. Like this isn't the real.
You just like forgot the
big-
meters or something, probably,
yeah.
right?
The biggest time loss hasn't happened yet.
No.
Like even when you have 2 orders waiting, like it doesn't even matter that much because by the time I give you 1 order, I should be able to do the 2 orders before you put the 1 order in, unless you get like the easiest thing ever.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in a chest. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I guess like yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. Like everything's just really fast, honestly. I feel
No,
like
I
this is
also
a
don't think
banger
they
game.
expected the game to be this optimized already, especially because this is like what the 4th time this like variant of order has been played.
Yeah.
One second, I need to craft the kitty.
You're good. The pork chop's in the second.
I think it was low-key easy for you to like the reason why it's kind of easy for you to deal with meats is because they're in the furnace, and so like you don't have
Yes.
to like they're not going to be in my inventory because there's always going to be like a few split in the furnace, and so like it's easy for you to fill them out.
Yeah, my assumption every time was that there would always be something to grab there, especially because Dakota also did a very good job of just managing that we always had this. Oh my god! And then the first ladder is there.
Yeah, that's so unlucky. I mean, like you were literally so close to right-clicking that guy.
Yeah.
Need more pork chops, maybe.
Everyone hates Spleef. Well, Spleef would have been fun if they actually had the one good game mode in it.
Yeah. Or
I can't believe I looked back. I can't believe I got second in div with how Spleef and Blitz went.
Dude. Yeah, I feel like honestly this event was like hard to like get high indiv points because like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like in theory like
Wait.
Oh, here where I choose not to do.
Yeah, that was smart. That was smart. Like Yeah, that got us.
Oh, Labubu beats us in that order by just a small bit there.
Yeah. Because you were waiting for me for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the points were like spread out, or like there was like so many good people, so there was like so many, like, I don't know, like there wasn't like some crazy like first in div gap. I mean, I don't know. Samch had quite a lot of points, but.
When it gets near the end game, if there's multiple orders, someone take it because of overtime. But like only when it's like 5 seconds left or something.
I was trying to like. It's so hard to time with like this is basically what I did the first time I played
Yeah.
And then now I've just the last 2 times I've played I've just been the motherfucker that like. Hold on, I have to make the. This is where I started. This is low-key my fault, I think.
You just need the banana.
Like I could have been way faster on these. I just like kind of got overwhelmed by the crate craft, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't blame it for the order, like crafting orders to become a bit of a jump scare because most of them are just so easy to do in the inventory, and then you have like cake or carrot cake, and it's just a jump scare because you have to commit more than 2 things for it.
Yeah.
Yay! And then I didn't realize we still had 2 more orders out. I thought we were getting 33 at the end, but then
No, it was like kind of annoying, honestly, because. Well, I don't know. The flow kind of worked, but we had all these 3 done like a few seconds before the end of the game. It was like it didn't like line up like. Well, actually, I guess that is good, but like no, it was like more. We had all these 3 done like 15 seconds before the end of the game or something, or like 10 seconds before the end of the game. So like it was like. Okay, 10 seconds. I don't know. It didn't work perfectly, but like Loki, it was pretty close, so like it's fine. Like if we could have snuck in like one more cycle there, like if we had saved like 10-15 seconds overall in the game, snuck in one more cycle, then we just would have been tied with Labubu.
Yeah.
Probably would have won actually, because we did so good on the rush orders. Well, maybe not. They just like they cranked so hard at the end.
Dude,
this is like crazy though. Yeah.
It's like, especially you can't. Oh, you guys! I forgot it's you guys with the fucking TUI 4, and you can't see the bottom of the leaderboard. But Orange got like destroyed in this game. Just this game has to be so demoralizing if you don't understand, if you don't like actually think about it, which is just unfortunate. But that's just how the game is. It's too complicated to just ignore it.
Yeah. Pats playoffs.
Kel, I opened Kel's stream after, my Pats playoff guy won. Yippee! But then, I opened Kel's stream after, and he was not happy with the race reset. I mean, it makes sense. He got first, and then got, well, not first. Actually, don't know what place he got, but hang on, I'm curious. Block Wars.
But like, it just doesn't make sense. Like he was a bit ahead. Like,
Div race. Kel got second on the repeat. Oh, come on, he got second on the repeat.
Like, he can be mad, I guess, but like, I'm willing to bet like he was just.
I bet he just didn't get as trolled in the fucking.
Yeah, the lag just didn't fuck him over as much.
You were also stuck in the boat, right?
Yeah, I was stuck in the boat, so I couldn't move at all. No, I was like, what was I? Wait, what?
It was lap 2 that it happened. It was the second time I got to the ice boat. I remember that. Because first lap I ended in a good spot, and I remember going downhill. Yeah, because I passed 2 people on the ice boats. Yay!
Oh, I hit my head. No.
I'm so much better than I was last lap.
I hit my head. It's actually fucking cooked.
That is a shame, though. That's 2 scenarios in a row than you on the Lime team getting third.
Dude.
Dude, the honey.
You need to stop. You need to fucking request not that color anymore. Why did Suruho get kicked?
Oh, Suruho.
You don't.
Like
that.
Lag.
Oh, thank God it's not just
Oh,
me.
he got trolled here.
So I didn't
Like, okay, shut the fuck up. You didn't get fucking hit by the lag.
Oh, I just got.
I'm really glad I was in a swimming set.
Like, he just was it was like the most perfect moment. Like, I think what would the last?
Can you see after you do this? Can you see what time Kel got in the first race? But yeah, like I'm pretty sure you get stuck in the same place as me.
Oh, also this.
That's
I
so
had to
fucking
unsprint
dumb.
and resprint on that like one tube because I felt like I kept sprint glitching.
Oh, I made so many mistakes. I was like trying to like. The third time around, I was actually good at this map. It's like coming up, right?
Yeah, it's if you're on lap 2, it's coming up.
Wait, why did I go on the
No, because I had like some fumble at the beginning that made me like pretty far behind, and I was like trying to crank it back.
You're right, but I like
Yeah.
6 times 7.
For,
Oh, wow.
yes, sir.
Why is this?
Why is it lagging?
So like this, I'm not listening time, and then like hello.
Let me on my boat.
Oh, I just lagged back. So
Like
he kept moving forward.
And then I full lag back as well.
And it's my fault. Yeah, I lag back as well, but I don't think Kel's realized how ridiculously stupid this was.
Yeah, like he just saved 10 seconds on me right there. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as it don't crash, it's good.
But there was another moment where it was really laggy for me as well. When was that?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like the did we try one and then it like full server crash or something?
Yeah, it happened again. Because the second one happened almost immediately. It was like I think we elytra hopped in the ice boats.
Look at this. Yeah. No, imagine because they like, dude, look how stupid this looks from my perspective. Like, imagine if, like they played this one out. Like, I elytra, and then
my start is better this time. I'm happy.
It like now.
This happened to me. This happened to me, and then I placed the ice boat. But like,
I'm like, I was like, wait, I'm cranking, Loki. Hopefully they keep this, and there was like nothing here. And then like, I'm just like, what am I doing? I'm doing the swim section. I'm like, yeah, I'm in third. And then I lag all the way back to 15th. Like, are you serious? I'm in 15th. That's so stupid.
Origins. What's the record for Mariano? Okay, I was nowhere near the best Mariano time. I'm actually a fraud. That's okay. We take these. Or maybe they changed it from Origins 30, but I was 14 seconds faster than Origins 30 freeze like last time it was played, so that's good. But yeah, can you see what time Kel gets?
Section when that happens.
On what?
On the one that he wins. I'm curious what time Kel gets. So just go to the end of the like race.
This is the most
unfortunate.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Wait, what do you get?
My time's better. I got 512 or 514. I can't remember. It's one of the two.
Deserved to win.
Oh my god, bro. Hold on, wait for it.
I was shaking so much. I genuinely, I have so much trauma of race. I have stopped caring about race so much because it's just so many times where I have a shit lap 1 and then have like the second best lap 2 and 3, and then I make up like 8 to 10 spaces, but then I come fucking 7th in the game because my first lap sucked.
Yeah.
It's just nerves, but getting to play race 3 times negated the fact that lap 1 could be shit because it was like lap 7 at that point.
They got 1
I
and
also
2
don't get the
because they fucking both didn't lag on that.
I also don't understand the like complain about it because he went from 1st to 2nd, so he didn't even lose that much.
Like Feinberg, I guess, went from like 2nd to like 5th or 4th or something. But like, Feinberg did good. What else is there to watch?
Yeah.
Oh no. Wait, keep this.
Wait, I need to see this. Okay.
Yeah,
dude, the first 30 seconds of this Trailblazer might be the most depressing me movement of my life.
Really?
My zoom key's wrong. I fixed my zoom key and I failed the first dropper like 6 times. It was so mentally tilting.
Bells. Don't like bells.
What happened?
Yeah, the expert bells is just a bunch of one.
Okay, I might have fucked up. Like I did equally as amount of. Oh wait, look, yeah, look.
And watch it. Oh my god.
Like, are we serious? It wasn't, and then and now my fucking blocks are like in my way.
Did you get the gold still?
Dude, like,
0.06 off.
Like this is just like it's just like not like how's this? Like
I think you should just mentally always avoid obstacles.
No,
these days. I
now
don't
from
know.
now on, like I am, because I just didn't.
Do you want to clip this and put this in feedback? Be a honorable Origins player and tell them that this needs fixing.
What is this? What is this?
Chopper.
Yeah, the expert bells is just a bunch of one ticks.
No, this game for me was I did bad in both of the elytras I did. I just like I was in my own head so much at the start, and then the parkour, the second expert I get the fucking bell stages, which is 5 one ticks in a row, and it's
Yeah, the expert bells is just a bunch
because there's nothing I couldn't do any tech around it.
I felt like I was doing okay, and I just like never end up doing that well in Trailblazers. People are just so much better.
I think this game you get better at it the second you get more confident at parkour, because then your routing gets so much more logical instead of it being like, well, I could do parkour, but I could lose like a minute.
Yeah, where I spent 30 seconds to get how many points is a silver on obstacles? No top
check.
3.
News event scoring. You said obstacles silver, right?
Yeah.
So if you got gold, because you definitely weren't getting top 3 there. You would have got 18, and because of your silver, you got 14. So you only lost 4 points, but it still is garbage that it happened. Because you probably could have maybe got top 3. I mean, I don't know what the pace of this is, but
It was paced to be hacks on this one. He had 19.55. I was like, I mean, maybe like a tie-in or something.
oh my god! Wait, I'm finding a moment in the last 5 seconds of his Trailblazers is another trauma for me. Do you still have my VOD up, or
do
I need to grab it?
Probably.
Yeah, go to the last 10 seconds of Trailblazers for me.
Never one finishes.
Actually traumatizing. It's game 2. That's really far back. I can't believe the battle strat worked. I obviously it's not optimal at all, but it's just for our team it made so much sense.
Change my zoom key.
Yeah, and just go to the last 10 seconds. This hurts me mentally.
What should I skip? Fuck. Let's see. I heard you like complaining about something. You're like,
No, it's like I just was barely off it. On my screen it looks like I get it. So just watch this. I look to my right and I'm thinking like, should I maybe back out of this because gold wasn't enough time, and I thought I can get first on this. I fucking destroyed the other ice boat. I got first by 4 seconds.
Oh my god.
And it was the shorter one as well. So I get this. I'm like, okay, 6 seconds. Okay, I got this. I look straight.
Oh my god, please make it. Oh, what do you mean that doesn't count?
It's because it triggers when you land on the floor.
That was like
it's so
actually
stupid.
0.1 off. Like
because I go above the green when there's 1 second left, but I don't get it because you get it when you land on the fucking
that's
green.
crazy. Oh my god.
And I lost because I was getting first in that if I got it. So I lost let me look. I spoke 23. I lost 35 points for that, which is a bit annoying, but it wouldn't have like in the grand schemes, I wouldn't have gone up or down in my Indiv at the end, so I don't care that much, but it's so shit. Especially like I think I was like fucking 4th in this game. That's a low for me. Oh wait, Scotto's in Pat playoffs right now.
Really?
Yeah, I thought he got out. He told me he got out. Well, he isn't up yet, but his match is next. That's interesting.
Wait, I wanna put my clip. Where is it here? Where do I put it?
In feedback. I think it's
feedback. Okay. Wait, do I have to make a thread? Oh.
I think so. Yeah.
Can I just send the clip and it's fine?
I think so. I don't think it's that. Oh yeah, no, send it. It makes a thread once you post a thing. If it doesn't work, it's fine. I think it's in feedback channel. Just like
post the video and then just save it. Because this is a known bug, but maybe it happening more to you because it looked pretty frequent on yours might give them, because they might like ask for a mod or something.
Chopper.
Yeah, the expert bells is just a bunch of one ticks.
You can't see me.
That's fine.
Seeing that happen again, trauma. I struggled on the bell one a bit.
Yeah.
Trying to find the wait, I think it's on, oh, it's on the website. I'm being stupid. Events 37. Let's see how you individually did in each game. Curious. So race, you got 10th. Are you happy or sad with 10th? Like, is that something you want to improve on mentally, or sad? Okay.
I mean,
Trailblazers,
we can watch
we can
like
skip that.
Dude, it was like
I'm curious about what happened on your race, because I remember you saying you had something go wrong in the first lap. You failed a 1+1 or something.
Oh my god, okay.
yeah, it wasn't actually a 1+1.
Yeah, left jump pad.
It's just like it was just like wait, which one is this the one where it actually happened? No, it's just like so like why I don't know why I broke to my like. I just like make it stupid. I just made a stupid big mistake. Like I feel like I'm pretty good.
Alright, let's do this.
And like I was like learning the map a lot more. But
is this variant 1 or this is the
I think this is the actual one. So I kept pulling my trident too early there. Like you can pull it later and then Elytra momentum carries you through the water more. And I was aiming too high on that sometimes, so I kind of fixed that. This one like I could pull earlier, but then look at this.
To figure out.
Isn't that crazy that my momentum gets full stop there? It like has to be like actually pixel perfect.
Well, let me watch from my mindset. Hang on. So you clip here. That's irrelevant. You just made it a 3+1 and flicked. That's your fault, unfortunately.
No, it wasn't like that at all. It was because
you jumped so early.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to negate 1 ticks, but like it was because look at all of my momentum dies. Like all of my momentum gets killed because I hit the left wall. Like, do you see that?
Watch again.
What? Oh my god.
I just don't see it.
I'm pretty sure I hit the left wall. All my momentum just died. No, because like okay, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to like, I don't know. I feel like a 3+.
I can't think of a lot.
I did it like the other times, like pretty much the same, just with like 1 pixel to the side, and then it just is like it was fine. I could never do this honey section. I don't know. I just couldn't do the first one at all.
It's just something you like figure out. It's so weird. It's just like it's not a Minecraft thing that you ever do outside of Block Wars.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I look should practice more ice boating. I'm like not that good at it. I kept doing this wrong. I don't know why I kept, and then this as well. I just like kept like those were like this 2 second mistake or 1 second mistakes that I like kept making. I don't know why I was doing that.
Right, diagonal.
It was like I was really trying to push myself to like save like frames like everywhere, and I just kept like making mistakes from it. Because like I know I'm like saving a lot of time and I'm like catching up on people.
Mom, get the camera.
But like
37 plays.
I'm just like
Oh, I
playing
don't know,
like to the
yeah.
very like edge of like my
Hell,
skill, and so I just like, keep like I sometimes make mistakes and stuff, and I'm just like not that good at ice bow, dude. I swear though, like I was fucking bugged out because this motherfucker in front of me, like it was like hard to like think because this person was just going like shaking back and forth in front of me, like I just was like, what are like why are they doing that? And then I just like messed it up because I just like was looking at them.
That is unfortunate. I think it's only like that specifically in events like this because it's custom because of like the no collision.
Yeah.
So it just looks wrong. You walking off there is unfortunate because that's just slower.
No, I mean I feel like it probably is slower, but like it's just like
oh my god.
I wanted to like fall faster so that I can pop the elytra and then I can save time. But
I think the mindset is
probably just faster.
the problem of it is just if you do it too early, you don't get the benefit of the falling like momentum. So I think you like go into your elytra a bit early. I also skipped that first red pad. I not really any reason to it. I just kind of do like a giant trident before.
Really? Yeah, I just like kept messing with jumps because you want to be jumping into the elytras, but like
that
you need to be
jump pad there
timing.
is infuriating.
That it
Because if you
always
get the
clips
slap
you on
boost,
this.
if you get the slap boost, it's good, and if you don't get the slap boost, it just feels horrible. I'm so nervous. I'm never. Like that was good. That honey there.
Yeah, I was like I was being able to do the second one pretty good. The first one I just always messed it up.
I think the first one's harder because you go in at more of an angle.
Yeah, for sure. I just kept messing. I like figured it out by lap 3. Like if I did this map again, I swear I could like fucking clap it. But like,
yeah,
it was just like it was the micro stuff that like I kept figuring out more and more. Man, maybe that's will happen to me next time I play. I just kept figuring out more and more and more and more.
I think the main thing to also remember is it's your first time playing in specifically an Origins roster, so like stats are a bit skewed. That it's just gonna make you feel like you did worse. Whereas if you did this in say Brawl or the Berg Wars, you probably would have done like way better. So you probably wouldn't have analyzed it as much as this, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
But that's just.
I don't know why I wasn't confident in my turn
Oh
there.
my
Like
God.
I knew it was correct, and then I just like second guessed myself. And then I don't know why I get way less of a boost sometimes on that one. Then sometimes I get way
Can I
more.
watch you do it again? Because the best thing to I do with tridents is to try and deliberately.
just,
Like well you're looking a bit low there, but like you want to if you try and did like a tiny bit later, you would have got the giant boost. It's just getting used to the timing of tridenting as you're almost basically about to leave the water. And then
Yeah,
I think it was
wasn't,
also
like-
just because you were looking too low.
Yeah, I think it was just
Like
yeah.
oh my god, like you barely made that on both flaps.
This is like John Cena versus Dwayne The Rock Johnson for last place right now. Oh my god. This is...
I fucking pulled my trident too early.
This jump from the moss to the slab scares me so much.
Can't see me times now.
I just like couldn't like.
I think the best way to not get clipped on that slab is just figuring out where to jump on the red. My heart is. But it's just weird. I have like no nerves of steel, and it's like the fucking fail here.
Max Verstappen.
I should be down left on the end of that, and then that was good as
Yeah.
well. And then like
Oh my,
I went
nice.
I went almost like too high there, so then I had to aim lower on the trident, and it
Lower,
like didn't
yeah.
like pull.
The
It
emotional
didn't bring me
support
up enough.
teammate, that's what that's
No,
my
I
word.
need this.
That's-
I have one ice foot to go.
I felt like everything was like so smooth.
Pressure. What
The
pressure?
end, I
Pressure
think.
of tires.
We did it! We did the ice
Like,
foot.
my
Oh, who's
fucking
singing
movement
the
feels
the
perfect.
Max song? It was John from Down Pub. He was our sub. I mean, I'm sorry. I feel so bad for No Name.
I know that was kind of fucked. Like it's not really like
It wasn't
anybody's
even that
fault.
late.
It was just like.
Oh my god.
Because
Oh,
the thing is, he also could have played
okay.
without Noxesium, and it would
I
have been
think it was
fine.
free.
Oh, right, free restarts. Yeah, I think it's just small things. I think your trident angles can be a bit more lenient.
I should really like a bit higher. Yeah. I'm like not that comfortable with tridents in general.
It's also weird because every other event has like some different tech, like unique trident because of
playing around collision. So sometimes they have the most tiny different elements to it.
Yeah.
What happened to No Name? They couldn't install the mod for the event that makes like half the games run. And then their Luna client was being a bit weird. What should I win by?
Alright, I mean, yeah, that's
2
whatever.
seconds. I'm gonna be fucking. Yeah,
Trailblazers, I didn't like that one. This one actually, like, I was feeling pretty good on Scout, and then I felt really bad on Penguin. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's my bad. But it's more of it was more of just like an in the moment call because I had died twice in a row to
fucking
firebomb,
Yeah.
move to ice, terrible PvP with bad border. I don't know why they didn't use a custom
know.
border. That border pissed me off.
Dude, yeah, it's so bad. It's genuinely so bad.
This is the first event ever in battle I've like got to the midpoint because you see me not even bother going to mid, and then I didn't realize just how easy it is to get to it.
We get mid. We get the point.
Also, the fact that John almost fucking failed the 1-block jump immediately.
I did the 1-block jump in reverse at 5. Like, look, yeah, I should probably have locked in on that a little bit harder. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what?
And then, look, Dakota doesn't do the jump because they don't want to die, and I feel so bad. But we're capturing the point slower.
We are capturing the point on it. Okay. We're gonna go this way.
I mean, it isn't really much to battle other than like, okay, now we go 2 points and we shoot at people. Because there was no universe I think we were winning like any fight without having 2 or 3 people die.
I legit just get so happy every time I get any kills. Wait, there was something.
I didn't get a single kill. Oh, I saw you drop for this and I thought you just fell off.
Oh yeah, he'll
I like Loki, like I was not expecting to get double crit there. Like,
wait, I'm curious.
well, obviously they're gonna be pushing for that kill, but like I thought I could like snag it for some reason.
So
like-
you're on 6. You're on 6. You're starting to get healed. 7, 8, 9.
Dude, yeah.
We just were never gonna die, and it's like it's better because it depends on your team. Like if your team thinks you can do better in everything else, there's no point to high roll this game. Like obviously we could have played to get first in this game, and then maybe you could have made finale from it. But like, are we really getting first in this game? Oh my god!
I was looking so much. I was like, dude, no. There's like a lower part. I kind of want to watch that. How close it was. Like I was like, oh my god, perfect. And then I lined it up. Like how are they not dead? It's like Loki. If it's like anybody like that's not like good at movement, then like I feel like I get the kill. But like maybe I don't know what like maybe I don't know what the.
Wait, what's the same with Speed Free? What are you saying about Speed Free Rocks? I think I just didn't read it. Oh, you shot phase. Oh, capture points. It's the same Speed for free or more. I thought it was 8 because there was 4 of us doing 2 per second, and then it was 10 once thingy got on. I mean, what am I on about? You have a fucking 1,000,000 page doc. You're probably right, but I just assumed we needed all 5 on it. I don't think it's wrong to assume if you don't know every single nook and cranny of the points that it would have been better for, like, you assume more equals more.
Right here.
Okay, I feel like we should probably. Like,
All right, let's see this.
Okay.
Wait.
Switch up the totem master. I'll be there. Yeah.
I feel bad.
Ah, like it was so close, dude. That almost would have been like the most insane pick ever.
Oh.
No, legit. If it's not somebody who's like good at movement, if it's just some like random motherfucker, then I get this kill.
Yeah, but it's good. No one a random motherfucker.
Yeah, no, phase is too good. Anyway, that's fine.
Wait,
And then there as well, like I almost got, dude. I'm just like looking for people, and I'm like looking for them jumping off, and like I'm just trying to get kills into the void.
I should have done that, but I had so many arrows. I was hitting like almost every shot. It felt so. I was having so much fun in this game.
Yeah, I like Loki. I think I like fully fixed my mental block where I would just shoot into like a group of people and expect my arrow to hit. I just fully lock on one person and like actually try to hit them, and I was hitting way more arrows than I normally do.
I think the only optimized thing we could have done in this game is we could have calmed who we were shooting at, because like shooting blindly at the group's good, but if you shot blindly at like their skeleton or their other non-healer,
yeah,
there's a chance that we could have just like blind
dropped
fucked them up.
worth playing risk.
Yeah.
No, and like.
Oh,
if
isn't that a
you-
1v in round 3 where we see the 1v1 and we try to clean it and then we couldn't?
Click button every once in a while.
Yeah. Dude, no, I was aiming intentionally for people who had low armor because my arrows were just
Yeah.
gonna do way more damage.
I didn't know how much harming did, but a lot of the time I was I was just praying that if I shot, because I shot fine 4 times in a row in round 2, and he just doesn't fucking die, and it's so sad.
I thought I had an arrow. Where'd my arrow go?
We're gonna drop on the right where I am. See where I am.
Okay, I have an arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I just right-clicked to the fucking floor randomly. Oh my god, what am I doing? I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just-
we should probably. I need to check at some point to see if anyone on red does that limp arrow thing and probably put it in feedback, but I'll check later.
Yeah.
Because I think that's ridiculous.
Bro, like, fuck off. Like, they directly
Dude, this fire
hit
pissed me off.
Oh, dropped down right to another fire. Like,
Why I asked to
fuck
heal here because
off.
I'm just so low.
I don't know why, like, the whole fucking squad wanted to just attack. Like, this is so stupid.
I'm so mentally confused.
I'm just
Like, what is going on? And then
because I'm in the border.
I upset Soul in a battle box game today, and that's why Blues. Well, not Blues. Like, maybe they pushed us twice. I didn't get to do this mosh pit at all. I didn't get that fun.
Dude, I was cooking. I was like actually like I was not cooking like Loki. I was not cooking, but like I was almost cooking. Like I grabbed this kill, right? And then I get hit twice. I'm on 2 hearts, and then boom, hit,
boom,
sprint hit, and then I'm gonna get that kill if I don't get fucking random killed by Sandra's Lord. Like like I was actually gonna get that kill. Like so like I actually locked in for that.
Wait, Rice has a cape on, with, like the fucking lunar thing.
The lunar wings. It's so stupid. The border's so dumb. Like what?
You top frag this game, man. You have no
It was just from this one round. I got 3 kills and like did you get how many kills did you get in the?
I got none.
Yeah. I just got 3 kills in this one round. That was it.
Yeah. You only scored 10 more points than me. I think that's mainly because I had the better range kit.
I'm getting anything because I'm in the border. Like,
wait, it's fine.
This is fine.
Like my crits just like aren't going through sometimes.
Nice silver. Nice Scotto.
The thing is, you're being chased by that yellow person behind you, and you just keep fucking missing you. Like Zoo kept missing.
Really? I had just like, wait.
like watch it from deathmatch. You see the yellow person behind you.
I'm just smacking shit.
I swear they're swinging
I'm
you.
getting anything because I'm in the border. Like,
wait, it's
You get that kill.
It's equalizer now. If you can like 2
Like,
crits someone,
okay.
they die.
Oh
Nice
no, it's
silver.
someone else.
Nice
It's not the person in the yellow.
Beautiful border play. Beautiful
There's
border
like
play.
someone trying to follow you, and they probably just died to Zoo. That's why you didn't get like crit from behind.
Silver rib.
And then Dakota almost wins round 3.
Yeah, that was fucking hype.
Scott got more points than me in the game without getting any range. I forgot healers as well. Like them healing isn't even like not doing anything because there's a heal pool as well.
We're just going straight for the
Yeah, true.
We're getting it. We're getting it.
We get 1 cap point and we call it.
The meta, you have every player intentionally like fireball themselves and then you heal them.
Okay, we're gonna get it, and then we're gonna go.
I got more points in that round than your team in the entirety of battle. No, Emerald, it was so hard to watch that on the day.
Let's go up.
Okay.
You can. Oh, wait, no, just keep capturing it.
I'm finishing
They
it, bro. I'm
backed us.
finishing
Yeah,
it.
they backed up actually.
I was afraid of everything. That fireball came in and I thought like a team of 5 was gonna run in. I did not want to stay on the point. Yeah. I think if teams realized that they could push us, it could have made the game a lot worse for us. But I also don't think it would have penalized us in any way.
I was trying to get the void kills. It's so hard to hit them.
To be on. So that you guys are both getting the boost.
Yeah, go left side. That much silver.
Man, look at all of these people playing like actual battle.
Oh, they immediately killed it. Awesome.
It's okay. It dies in 1 hit, so it's like pretty easy to kill. So how's everyone doing?
I'm great.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm chilling.
Bro, I've never had a battle like this before. Like, I've never had a battle where I can just sit hands off keyboard and do nothing for
Literally,
half the
I
round.
could like be doing my nails right now.
I'm so serious. I'm so serious. I could be AFK.
Right, guys,
Oh.
let's move to a different side because Pink is like fully watching us. Let's go over here. Let's see. Let's trying to deal with.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it. Oh wait, no, wait, we don't need healing.
Oh, there is so much.
They're
Watch
just
out for the
following
people
us.
leaving. Oh, Pink's following us. Okay.
Oh, what Dude. them in their crossing?
Red's got the point that we were at, so watch out for that. Do you have another totem?
I was trying so hard to get that kill, and who was that just shooting at me with skeleton?
I think if it's on red. Oh wait, what team? Pink.
Pink.
I think it was in Fume, right?
It might be SMK. I think it's SMK. I just like kept like strafing back in, dodging like every shot. I'm looking at them, but like, look, none of them want to drop. I don't think, cause like I don't know if they were looking at me, but like I was just staring at them, waiting for them to jump because I was like so ready. And then they fucking nailed me with that. I got hit in the back with one, and I got shot randomly from the side, and then I got hit in the front, and then I'm on 5 hearts. And then they jump out over. So annoying. They didn't get the chance.
We got extra healing.
You're so nice.
The firework doesn't actually do that much damage. Loki arrows do like way more.
Yeah. It's purple.
This happened to me twice, dude. Like
You're so nice.
the firework knockback is so random.
It's purple.
Just knocks me down.
You get sick for sleep removed, by the way.
Oh my god, really?
We both did so shit. You beat me in sleep. I had a terrible time.
That's fucking bad.
Dakota. Oh no, Dakota got 40th by 50 points.
Dude,
That's
no,
the best.
sleep is just so bad.
And then yeah, in party, John got last and I got first.
Keep knocking me off.
Yeah, I can see
That's
why we
crazy.
got 7th in Trailblazers.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
hang on, especially the image, you can have like it's just neater to look at it this way.
This is great. I'm having a great time. No, I'm loving this. I'm vibing.
You being in between 3 pink players in the overall lane div is kind of funny as well.
You're down 1.5 hearts.
Wait, let me see that. Where am I? Wait, what are we looking at? Party?
This is just indiv of each game. Like a part. Look at the gap between party. Like we're all over the place.
Yeah, I didn't do that good in party.
Yeah, party's just weird. You just get used to it, and then if you don't, it's just kind of you can get punished. Like for your Photon, you only got like 17 kills, right? Photon is worth so much. You did fine at Beep, didn't you? You got to black without losing a life. I was so internally focusing on you and Scotto while playing.
I was focusing so hard. I was like doing really well, and then I like, what did I fall on? Like, look at watch that in a bit. But like, I think there was like there's 2 jumps where I just like kind of fucked them up, and then I fell. Like I just like didn't time it. But I was just mad because like winning the whole game gives you like 10 points, right? Like.
Yeah.
Dude, like I'm on 4 hearts before we even go in, and then we get fireball. Oh my god, wait, Loki going in the water there was tough as hell. I didn't even think about that. You can just like obviously you can go into the water.
Oh my god! Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just didn't even think about that. I just did it. Like I'm on 3 hearts, dude.
I need healing a lot. Oh. No healing left.
What's going on? I just start getting destroyed by the border after healing a little bit. Like it's so weird.
No healing left.
Everybody's like the border is knocking me backwards. I can't like get in because the border's like ticking me, and then the ice is making it like knock me or something. Or maybe I just got shot.
No heals. No heals. No heals.
Where are you?
Like this is so dumb. Sudden death in 4 seconds.
I just got like hit from ice and I couldn't get back. It's fine. You guys are doing good.
Back in the scrap. Back in the
Stuck
scrap.
in the
Back in the
border.
scrap.
I'm stuck in it.
Yeah, I was stuck in it.
I was like intentionally trying to use the border to survive. It was just like
It's fine. You guys are doing good.
Back in the scrap.
I saw somebody on 2 and I was trying to get the kill for so long. And then I'm like, how do I use the border here? And then of course fucking
You're dead, yeah. Actually I'm gonna bring that up.
Also, it's so annoying the sword goes into my first slot. I'm not used to sword in first slot, so I had to like switch to it, and I have to be like focused.
Back in the scrap. Back in the scrap.
Stuck in the
Back in the
border.
scrap.
I'm stuck in it.
I'm just dead. I just got like hit from ice and I couldn't get back. It's fine. You guys are doing good.
Back in the scrap. Back in the scrap.
Stuck in the
Back in the
border.
scrap.
I'm stuck in it.
Yeah, I was. Oh, you got responses to your feedback already. Wow.
I didn't look.
Oh, your block is disappearing because you're placing a block on the same block as someone else.
What?
Because everyone's on the same course but invisible. Unlucky. They said they're trying to fix it though, so.
Okay. People placing the block on the same block as you. So I place a block and then they place a block and it updates my block and makes it disappear or something.
Yeah.
That's like that's good actually. That's a really good bug to have.
The board.
Wait.
Absorption in this
Dude, no, this is so annoying. Look, 8, and I'm like, okay, let me put this in my 4th slot. Even though it's already in my 4th slot, I hover it, I hit my 4th slot key, boom, fucking locked. Dude, I'm so dumb. That is so stupid.
Oh wait, I see what you mean with the bottles. What the fuck?
The bottles are all spread out in my inventory.
Oh really?
It's fine. Like it's fine.
Right,
It's so
straightforward,
dumb.
straightforward. Ignore the concentration. Go through this diagonal so we can't get hit randomly.
All right, let's see what this kit's like. I know you said it was worse than the other two, but I'm curious what it looks like from your
No,
perspective.
like honestly, it's just like higher skill scaling. Like, I think the biggest problem is I can't melee ever, but like I'm full range, and like what I realized, the snowballs regen so fast. Like they regen so absurdly fast, and they do a lot of damage if you can hit them. But it's so hard to hit a snowball. Like it's like a range kit, but like it's low-key mid-range because like I should be throwing my snowballs. I didn't realize at first how much more I should have been throwing them. Like I should have been using them on cooldown always, like because they do so much more damage than the. I was just like reading them.
Mhm.
And look, I'm just like trying to hit the fucking snowball shots.
As well.
You're aiming so low.
I got it. And look, it's already regen. I'm like, holy shit. It's just so hard to hit the fucking snowballs, but they do a lot, I think. I think they do like 4 hearts or no, that sounds way too much. Probably like it's like this kid is like low-key goated. And then my other one's back. Like it actually just regens so fast. But like I'm trying to hit like a fucking 300 block snowball shot. Doesn't it? Cuz like there's just we're not close enough. And it's like so it's like way easier to hit.
They load so slow. Or is that the cool? Like, can you throw it while it's doing the cooldown thing? Or
I think there's like 2 cooldowns. I think I can throw it while it's doing that cooldown thing, but it like that's like when it regens an extra one. Because like otherwise, why would there be 3? Like what doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we should go right now.
Yeah, I just like should have been using these way more. I just like didn't realize at first. Like and then I just start fucking dropping them into these people. It's hard to hit the snowball hits.
So watch out below us. Is Infuse.
I was like trying to like keep a snowball on me at all times, but like I just don't even need to do that. Like if I just full spam them, I'm gonna have a snowball on me like a lot of the time.
Sometimes a little is a lot.
Yup. Hearing the ding is just.
It's really hard to hit shots with Trident and Snowball though. Like that's the biggest problem with this. It's too long range. Like I hit that. Maybe I hit one there. I can't even tell. Because it was just a mosh pit. Like and I was just aiming in the middle.
Okay. Go.
Here, like did I snowball him?
We're going. Rotate.
Back up.
I snowballed him like way too late because I have a slowness snowball. Like I should have snowballed him instantly.
Blue has taken a...
We don't need
And then he got the kill and he healed, so kind of annoying.
I forgot you got a kill in game 2 hearts.
Yeah.
See below us? We should just drop and fight.
Ready?
Maybe? Oh, no,
Okay, I dropped. My bad. I dropped.
Wait, guys. I need healing. I'm right behind you, Scott, if you have any more healing.
No, not for 10 seconds.
Okay.
I'm coming, Kaden.
I'm healing.
I just need to catch him. There you go.
Yeah, you're good.
I just am so sad that I don't kill Phaser there.
Fine's below us.
No, because I was like greeting this kill and then you guys were just like on the opposite side of the map as me. I thought you guys were below me, so I drop here. I'm like, alright, I'm with the team, and I was like, what the fuck? You guys are on the other side. Like, what? How did you run over there?
My bad. Wait, guys. I need healing.
Oh, I phase.
Because that's what I was like, they're on 7, and then I hit this trident hit, and I'm like, oh my god, I need this kill, right? And then you guys are already on the opposite side of the map just chasing this one blue. Wait, I low-key could have cut them off and backstabbed if I noticed this and just like fought them with you guys. Wait, this would have been so much better if I just had looked with my eyeballs.
Stay in this corner, stay in this corner.
Just,
Flames below us.
like, try to stay alive.
Oh, shit. Okay,
Like, how am I alive?
There you go.
Oh my god, wait, I got that kill?
Flames below us.
I did you like? Oh shit.
Okay, heal. There you go.
What the fuck?
Wait, no more heals.
I hate this border shit.
Yeah, like you just can't hit people.
I was getting on 1 health and being able to run away for that long. Is
I know, it's so annoying. Like, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I just get, like, I crit him, and then I just got knocked from the side into the ice, like, no momentum. Like, he's so far away from me. And then, like, I want to go for the kill, but then, like, somebody else is just mid. It's just, like, I can't. It's so dumb. Nice, 2v1.
I'm dead.
Fuck! It's okay, Dakota, you
One-
got this?
We got
Oh,
it.
behind you!
Oh, nice try.
NT.
I just can't.
Yeah.
That's it.
Dude is on the way. So, yes.
That sound was funny. I did alright. I guess, like, the biggest thing you should watch is, like, kills.
You got 6th in the game.
My god. I just, like, felt like I did better than I did, but I just, like, so many people are good. No, this was so cooked. Like, I want to know who was juking me here. This room is so hard.
Dude, I also want to see the round where me and you were at the fucking roof again.
That's just so funny. 0 players near you. I swear I'm hearing footsteps. I fell.
What's this?
Someone, yeah.
This room is weird.
Nice.
I hear footsteps.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping? Because I see them there. And then I go to run at them, and it's just ice, like, awkward ass, like, blocks in my way, and I don't know where they went. There's, like, 100 places where they could have ran. So I just leave them. Who was that?
Basketball rooms off.
I need to know who's juking me so well. I need to know what they did to, like, juke me like that. I hear footsteps.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping? Who is that? I don't know.
Oh god, this basketball.
Somebody on red? Is that Feinberg or something?
Oh, you're trying to find it from the other perspective?
Yeah, I just want to, like, see how I was getting juked, because, like, I just, like...
2 players near you. Oh.
What round did we have?
I saw them.
I'm here.
Oh no! Wait, this was actually so funny. Wait, I want to watch... Never mind. It wasn't Feinberg that was juking me, but... Wait. Is it Cal?
What is going on?
Oh, there's a lot of, like...
Is this the train room? Is this the room you guys were all really excited about? Is in the room you were all really excited about is in,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
The one where you all hid together in the corner.
Oh my god, the army room! The army room is back!
The build it. I don't know what this room is.
No, because I knew they were hiding here. Look.
There's 3 of us in here. If you can make your way throughout the course of the game, make your way.
We got this.
No, because I hid earlier and I saw them hiding here, so I knew to go there and see. I knew they were there now.
Whoever that is.
A Greninja L?
You lost him. Good
Wait, let me see.
I've watched it happen. Man.
I know, it's crazy.
Dude, are you actually serious? Dude, fuck you! You're a quick pro! Oh my god!
This game is so good. This game is so
Wait for me to kill them. They're having such a joyous moment, and then now I'm gonna ruin it.
Unroom stats. Of course, Silver checks it, and he just knew we were all on this room.
From me to you, he got nobody in between.
And look, I go and kill Space as well.
Do you get this as well?
I killed 4 of them on their team.
Why is he still here? Why is he still here?
They're all teaming about like nothing though. 18. Oh, we did worse though.
Can we call like?
It's so funny. I ruined their whole team stat. Wait. Wait, I'm curious what Kel is getting so mad about. Like, what does he mean? I'm on Quake Pro. Like, yeah, no shit, I'm on Quake Pro. Dude, I don't want the thing that happened to Ampfrost to happen to me. Okay, wait, but who was juking me here? Was it Kel? Was it somebody else in their team? I don't know. Okay, let me see if it's Kel. Round 4?
Okay, I'm
Round
going
5.
to
Work at all.
you guys. Oh.
To me.
Is this the train room? Is this the room
Wasn't
you guys
Kel.
were all really excited about? Is
What?
No.
in the room you were all really excited about?
What do
Was
you
in.
mean?
but
What do you
you're-
mean? What do you mean?
The one where you all hid together in the corner.
Oh, is
Like
it the opposite corner? Oh, shit.
the building? I don't know what this room is called, bro.
Oh, the
tank, the military room.
Army room.
There's 3
was kind of-
Fury. It's a fucking.
Oh, so one of
it's
us
a
is getting
fucking
chased right
law.
now. Whoever that is.
I'm good.
See, I still can't believe you sold me out.
I know. I can't believe it either.
I've watched it happen, man.
I know.
I thought they were chasing me.
Dude, are you actually serious? Dude, fuck you! You're a pro! Oh my god!
Like, I'm just like panicking. He's like dodging me perfectly, and then I just like find him anyway.
Dude, are you actually serious?
That's so funny. Wait, who's fucking pranking me before? Was it?
I don't know what this room is called, bro.
Is it not red? Because it's. I'm pretty sure that's me over here.
Army room.
That's me. It's nobody on red, so it's like somebody on a different team, I guess. But like their skin looked like it was red. Oh wait, I want to see it. When I ruined their day from Kelsfield, man.
I just TP'd. Oh god.
No. Of course, Silver checks that.
Yeah, dude, Silver just fucking actually wall hacked from me to you. He got nobody in between.
I didn't like that middle room because it was too scary, and so I kept running.
Why is he still here? Why is he here?
So we have 2 alive, right?
Can we call like
Who's alive?
Okay.
Oh, I'm just confused by the Steve skins on the.
What is happening?
Oh, that event is now.
What is this?
It's a well, the title basically says it. It's an event with 4 teams of like 10 or something.
Yeah, I just like don't really understand. So who juked the fuck out of me? I feel like my.
You can
That's
check
true.
it.
I guess I haven't seen anyone else go in it except that one time at the very end.
I've seen Rice go in it, but that's about it.
I hear. I fell.
What's this?
Someone,
What's-
yeah.
This room is weird.
Nice.
I hear footsteps.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping?
Oh god, this basketball room's awful.
I hear footsteps.
Oh, it's this room.
Who's stepping?
I've never seen that room with all the faces before.
It's freaking impossible. Who is this?
Wait. Let me see the lineup of people in the event.
It's nobody on red. I thought it was a red team, but it's not.
What was it? Try to get another angle of
I
it.
hear footsteps. I have like 3 frames. There.
Go 1 frame forever. Analyze, zoom in, enhance. So it's dark red. Who here would have? Could it be a Labubu?
Maybe.
I don't remember what color the Labubus were.
They were like all.
It could
different
also be
colors.
Ubby or Toph. Ubby and Toph are pretty red in the event.
It might be tall. Let me see. Somebody, they have good movement, at least, like, I know that, so, like, that can maybe narrow it down a bit.
You agree just now.
Oh my god, it was tough.
I'm in this basketball room.
Oh,
Sure
God,
the
Soul.
doesn't-
Oh, there was Soul.
Like, I knew I could hear them. I just couldn't find them.
Okay, you stand in that corner, right? I'm trying to see that. I'm trying to see the highlights. I don't care. I don't care.
Like, I feel like I was doing that so well, but I couldn't. But wait, don't I get Toph anyway?
I remain unspotted.
Oh. It never mattered.
No, I had a goaded ass hunting ground because I killed Toph, Kel, Fine, somebody else. Like I killed like just so many top frags and like
I
people were goated.
killed Morgan no Morgan, Marcus Hacks.
I feel less bad now.
Dude, go to the round that we're on the house. I want to fucking see the roof thing again.
Yeah.
Because I had so given up on finding my own hiding spots that I just kind of followed the team.
Chat is hating on my.
Like, I was gonna do it in this one, but I didn't like the library. And I live anyway.
There's too many people there too. No, because this room previously, I'm pretty sure there's a goated spot on this room, but I don't know how to find it. Like,
yeah,
there's like some really deep like turn into like a. Oh my
back
god!
wall.
Wait, no, there's a really good spot in this room. I don't know where it is.
I'm
No,
following you. I trust you.
I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Wait.
I'm the best in this game.
I'm just gonna copy blue team.
Someone find a spot for me. I need it.
Over here, in this corner. When they come. No. I think if we crouch drop to the right or the left, depending on where they are, we might be okay.
Okay. I'm curious how I get away from this if they just see you and me. Give it down.
No, they won't check. They won't check.
Vine strat. There's a vine. Go down a bit lower. Like where the leaves are. Okay, back up. Go a little bit. They can see you if you're here. They can see you from the side. And then someone comes back here. Maybe just actually go up to the flag. This is like definitely can't see you.
No, I think I bricked out here.
There's one person. Oh, go down a bit. Leave.
Fuck.
I'm having a great time.
Oh, you like try to stay?
So
I think that could have worked. It's genuinely a 50-50. They run at me or they like commit to you.
So
are they? You took one for the team. I had fucking 1 out of 5. I needed 1 out of 6. I needed this.
That's valid. That's this round.
This
This round was so funny.
God.
It'll never come.
I almost got away, but I over thought how good TGQ was.
Oh my god, wait, that's good.
I know my escape route.
Wait, what is the route?
Just left and then run away out of here the same way we came
What
in.
if they come? What if they come from the left? What
Just run
then?
past. Oh.
No, they won't check.
Run, everyone, run!
Oh.
They're looping back on the spot.
Maybe on you, but...
Well, there is like a million of us here, and they can't just look up. You went up here. It's TGQ. I'm fucking.
I thought I was gonna die. Look, they're on my. Because I went here in this corner because I couldn't like pay attention to like people who were outside on the rooms, and I didn't want to be exposed from like those areas.
Because what happens with me there, like they're both on me now. Like, okay, never mind. But like I almost got juked by that second person when I ran in.
I see that.
Like I felt like I did the runaway well. I just kind of fucked up the end.
No one here.
It's around 7, I think.
The left. What then?
Just run past. Oh.
No, they won't check.
Run, everyone, run!
They're looping back on the spot.
Well, there is like a million of us here, and they can't.
Dude, you keep looping it. Oh my god. Oh, they saw
I
me.
didn't know where to go. I'm fucking dead. Flat boost, dub.
I'm a runner, I'm a trickster.
And then, oh no, Duke to the left.
That was crazy. Wait, you actually have like 8 blocks of space.
Yeah,
They're still
they're
chasing
gonna
you.
get speed. They're gonna get speed.
Somebody else is. No. You gotta.
I'm away. And then there's.
Not Thunder, thanks for
someone
the 2
there.
viewers.
No, I'm dead. I just there was a
Wait,
I
let
couldn't
me
go
see.
forward. I think it's like I couldn't go right. And like I run here.
I know.
No, I'm dead. I just there was a wall.
Oh, that's so funny. Cause like if you Loki, if you tuck in left there, then they might not see
Yeah. I think the problem there was if I processed faster that they had given up on me, I probably could have got a, like in a proper hiding spot. But I was so panicked.
It was like so close. Like you still
Yeah.
processed it really fast though. Like it's not like
The chat here.
Four. Kins are
order up. Pretty good. I had like a couple times. Like maybe I should just like looking for the times where I was like mentally stun locked for a second.
Yeah. Scotto won his ranked game. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you needed help with it. And we're back to order up. We're doing great. The sign, you can edit the sign.
This one's ready. Like Loki, what I would do sometimes is like I would get some items in my inventory to like put in, and then I'd be like I'd forget what items I just grabbed to like put into the chests, and I would just start shift clicking everything on my hotbar.
I don't think that's wrong. It takes away a thought process.
Yeah. Well, it's like I just shouldn't have forgotten what I just put on my hotbar, but like I just did.
Chicken bugged and we just lost 13 chicken. That's kind of annoying, but
No, I think it ghosted in your inventory. It should come back.
Okay.
One more ready. Mutton, golden egg.
I think I dropped the chicken. Oh, I picked up the pork chop. The pork chop. Sorry, the pork chop's on the fucking jump pad. I like ran.
It's fine. We can get it later.
I'm back.
I'm taking some carrots and raw potato for the carrot stuff.
I was not locked in. I could have gotten that golden apple so much quicker.
Recipe book's my best friend.
Oh yeah, definitely need it for this
I
thing.
dropped pork chop at the trading area, so you should just pick it up. You're so much better because you don't put the gold in the fucking chest.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've seen people put like the gold or the cocoa beans or just like all of the miscellaneous stuff in the chest because they want to like bask clean their inventory. Sorry about that.
No, it's so bad.
It's all good. I don't know what you did, but it's all good.
Vanilla milkshakes. Which one's that? I'll get those. I'll get those in a minute.
There's so much sugar.
Alright,
I'm gonna take
This
some.
one
of the
is
sugar.
ready. Cake, golden egg.
You rush order?
25 oranges and 4 orange juice. Jesus Christ, we have the orange juice.
We should have that.
Oh yeah, we have it.
Do you
Yeah, we have
oranges?
it.
I'm here.
Got it. Vanilla milkshakes.
Do you still need those?
1.
Yeah, we
Two,
free
three.
milkshakes.
Okay, I'm bringing them.
When I help.
This one should be ready whenever the milkshakes are in.
Yeah. Do you have the
I'm
baked
coming.
potato
I'm coming.
for?
Which order is it?
There's two different orders.
This one. Okay.
Cake will be in.
Okay, they're in.
Golden egg.
Jump pad. Sorry. I'm here. I'm going.
All the orders are ready. Like this is like what's annoying for me. It's like when this happens, but it's just like not really much you can do because I just was able to shift click like all the orders in. We were waiting on like a one thing from Scotto and then.
No. You are good.
I need to steal some cocoa beans for chocolate milkshakes. Where are the cocoa beans?
Up top.
Oh, they're in a chest. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I put in 13 vanilla milkshakes. So we have
Perfect.
enough of those. Beautiful. I'm taking some cocoa beans.
I fucking love movement games.
That's enough.
One second, I need to craft the cake.
You're good.
And now.
The pork chop's in the second order.
Okay.
Hell, ordering 8
we
cookies, a
might need
cake,
bit
and
more
4
mushroom stews or
steak. Be hungry.
Hungry.
I love like processing some of the actual orders and how ridiculous they actually are.
Yeah.
Have we got any upgrades yet?
No, we don't need the second one. Oh my god, oh my
Okay.
god, oh my god, oh my god. Like, I'm ordering cooked pork chops, some golden carrots, and just 6 lemons.
We need
Mhm.
more pork chops, maybe. Unless I don't see them.
6 lemons.
I have 9, sorry.
6
lemons, 6 cookies.
No problem.
They go
Chicken.
I drop the pork chop on the floor. It's by the
Rush order.
Like there, see, I got all 3 in my inventory, and then shift clicked all 3, and it was so clean. When do I mental stun lock? I start mental stun locking like a little bit. See there, I shift clicked the lemons in because I forgot what I was shift clicking in, and then I shift clicked here. Am I stun locked here? No, this is fine. This one will be done. Oh, here. Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to get? Because I kept looking over at it. It was golden egg and golden apple, right? Yeah, I just like tweaked. My brain kind of tweaked a little bit.
There you make a singular mistake.
Wait, what?
Why can't you play perfect?
Dude, I need to be playing perfect. Oh, I put the gold in at the very end. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I think I just misclicked that.
Okay.
But like only when it's like 5 seconds left or something and I'm not here.
Here, yeah, I started bugging at the end, like low-key. Like, I couldn't focus for the whole length of the game. Like, why did I just shift-click the lemon into there? Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Because I know I put everything except the bananas into the left order.
Dude, it's because I got so stun locked on cake because I knew I needed 4 items to craft the cake, right? And I had the 3, and I was like, what is the 4th? And I like couldn't think about it. I kept going into the chest to look for it, but it's the fucking milk. Like I knew it's the milk, and I just was like not thinking about that properly, and it stun locked me for a really long time, honestly. Like I could have probably gotten an extra order if I didn't do that. If I didn't stun lock like that. Okay, dude, holy shit, it's hot in my room. Order up was chill. Low-key wish it was later.
Yeah, there was nothing we could have done. I think that game was guaranteed to get voted in the second it wasn't the last 2 games.
Yeah. I don't think my sleep play was like very good. I don't know. I think I was not paying it. Like I think my meteor death was like not actually like RNG was like totally my fault. Like how do I okay, so like let's just check out like every fall. So we're AFK, we're AFK.
Like everyone on the top.
Everybody is friendly, and then somebody just decides to not be friends with me for fun. Like who broke this even? And then I fall too. Like I just don't like I shouldn't be standing on one block, I guess, but like I also just didn't want to jump to phase because I didn't want to like get on like their land. But
I think you were safe with them because they weren't going out of your way to sleep you on the 2 blocks that you were standing.
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. I see some snowball. Oh, it came from behind. Who's behind me?
This round was the only normal sleep round for me.
Yeah,
Every other
Frost or
round,
Chaos.
I didn't fall a single time with one layer. I just.
Yeah, so then I fell there. For the falls, I fell one more
I
time.
also just had like no frames for the meteor sleep round.
Really? That's annoying. I just like start getting sleep, so I jump away, and then what happens? I just start getting spam snowballed in the back, and they fucking hit me and then break all the blocks below me. Like I don't know how they did that so perfectly. Somebody on pink, and then I'm like chilling. I'm just trying to be like safe, pretty much. How do I fall here?
I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, Frost just full commits to the snowballs on me, and I just like can't like. I don't know. Like I think this is a movement problem. Like I actually think this is a movement problem that I'm like not.
I don't know why I did that.
Like he just double hits me with the snowball and knocks me off the block. Like do I have to run at the snowball so that I can like take less knockback from it or something, or like?
I guess. I think yeah. If you're moving into.
Because I was trying to jump. I was trying to jump across to there, and I was trying to like make sure. Like I was just kind of hoping that he wouldn't hit the snowball on me. But like I guess like it's just like it's better to like play like reverse aggro on somebody else who's doing that shit to you, because they're just gonna get you, and it's just.
I know. I'm just like shifting, praying for the best.
And then this, like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just in the middle. Like, I had space here, so I was like, okay. And then, I don't know, I got lucky.
I guess the only thing I could have recommended is islanding, but then people would snowball you, so it's, like, not even correct. And then that's CGQ.
Yeah, it's just, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to, like, because I'm looking, my head is literally on a swivel. I'm looking for anybody aggroing me. And then I look here. Purple running in a bit. runs past me. Okay, we're chill. Look here, this person's like on here. Okay, look over here, look over here, look over here, look over here, and then fucking boom, I'm dead. Like, it was like perfect. Like, I literally was paying attention to the entire map except for CGQ, and he just fucking abused that.
Welcome to what we call RNG and unlucky scenarios.
Like, I'm looking.
Maybe you should have turned faster.
I just like, yeah, I need to be aware of like CGQ is playing aggressive as well. It's just like,
It's hard to gauge because it's like what 10 plus people there. You can't like know everyone's playstyles in that exact moment. It's just
yeah, it's really hard.
Okay.
So I wanted to farm some snowballs, and then that happened. So like, I don't even know, like, I like was not really that locked in, but like I was just not expecting there to be so much fucking shit where I broken right where I was going. Because like this happened, somebody tried to sweep me, and then this motherfucker just splits me perfectly to where I'm jumping. Like, that just is insane. That's just insane. But I just grabbed this shit. But I'm like low-key scared as fuck.
Oh, I'm down.
I'm trying to get the...
Sleep lobby?
What the... Dude, nobody fucks with me. I want friends.
I stare at them, it doesn't work.
Meteor chunk. Look, I kept trying to use this to
never
boost...
picked one of those up.
Look, because I knew it was like pretty safe.
Yeah.
Like where, like what was that? Like genuinely,
I think you were looking at. I think, well, from what I heard from Scotto during this game, you weren't looking straight down. Is my only guess. Like you threw it like kind of diagonal.
So
you threw it like a wind charge.
I guess, yeah.
Again, I've never thrown any of these because I never fucking picked these up, so I have no idea how to do it. Did you get a message from Marcus at the start of this game?
No.
Because Marcus DM'd me and John going 6-7 alliance. which is
Look, I start spamming snowballs into Soul.
Friendly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And then Soul gets like pissed off and I run away and then Soul just starts fighting the other team. I just like pulled it.
It's Meteor Sleeve. Welcome to the game.
Dude, why do the meteor chunks keep falling?
Wait, random chances, my friend, surely.
I grab another one. I'm trying to get up. Wait, somebody's gonna go for the meteor chunk and I'll shoot the meteor chunk at them. Yes! Dude, this was the play! It was actually so perfect! And then look. Boom. Boom. One pixel up! That would have worked. That totally would have worked. And then I aggroed them. And then I got knocked down. Wait, I don't even know what like that was. Like I was expecting to get like hit by the meteor chunk and it just didn't do anything.
Oh, when? Oh. Maybe it doesn't hit you, maybe it only hits terrain.
I guess.
No. Wait, am I?
Oh my god, okay.
And then like... Was this my fault? I think I just didn't pay attention to the red line. Right? Meteor.
Oh my god, I boosted up a layer. I boosted up a layer.
How do you do it?
You're obsessed with these meteor.
I just looked.
Because I was trying to boost up because I like being on the bottom layer. Friendly. You killed me.
He's 50 round 1. You didn't remember this.
That's wrong. Yeah. Hey, like I really want to boost up, but I don't know how to do it. Like
no!
That's why did that even happen? There's no floor beneath the.
I really want to boost up.
Look. Oh my god! It's like the fucking very like it's not actually over the. It's like
also
over
remember
the
that the meteors
board.
are bigger than a block, so that it's not like falling in that one block. It's falling in like the 3x3.
That's wrong. Hey, 3x3?
Yeah, do you see how they blow up a 3x3 space? So it's going in the middle and it's hitting the
Yeah, but I thought it was like I thought it would be like in Bow Spleef where you like shoot the middle and then it breaks the surrounding blocks.
Yeah, but then they're not. I think they're maybe. If I was to guess from a game design, I'm pretty sure those are just enlarged armor stands.
Like it's just
so they're
pure
retextured.
Killed me last match. That's wrong. Hey, like I really want to boost. This is definitely my fault. I just like didn't see. I think I maybe saw it and I just expected it to fall through. Like I just didn't think about it. But I just need to be like so aware of these red lines and just be like absolutely fucking nowhere close to them. Like it's just
2 minutes away. This is incredible.
That's why I did so terrible on that one. And then
Oh my god, we're so small.
Wait, they're real size
Hang on, I'm just gonna
Labubus.
check the door real quick.
Oh my god,
Okay.
Oh my god, mini spleef! I stayed at the top till the end, and then I
Yo,
fucking
dude, this looks so funny.
Fuck it. We're going.
Fuck off. I didn't realize that. Like my land just all ran out, and then I. Dude, this looks so funny.
Fuck it.
Because no, this is so dumb. Like I have all this land, right? And then I'm like gonna use all this land, and I'm like, okay, so I have all this land back here, and then I have this little dot over here, so I'm gonna go over here, take this, and then go back, and I look back, and my land is gone. Why did this person do that? They just fucking full tanked me, and now I'm just stuck on one block. Like, are you serious? And then I'm just looking at Ubby and the land like, hey guys.
Fuck it. We're going.
Fuck off.
I split you.
Deadass.
Okay.
What the fuck is this?
I made friendship with Emph.
Oh my god, I got a kill from the top layer. Let's go.
People are making a friendship with you.
Oh, I just
Acquired food. How's the spleef going?
This is so stupid. Look at this like lucky ass kill. Look at this. I just like see like a line down. I just see some big ass people down there, and I just start chucking snowballs.
No way.
And then I got, and then look at this. Some fucker. Who is this? Ubby. I just get hit once,
Me
twice.
and Ant are the last two people on that floor.
Like that's so crazy that you can hit triple snowballs into me. It's just
Well,
when
I fall from that top layer straight to the bottom layer. It fucking
It's so OP because you can be so aggro. If people aren't looking at you, you can just full like focus on killing somebody, and they just can't do anything. Like if you have the position where you're safe, it's so busted. I was just terrified now because I didn't want to die early again.
Yeah, you're safe.
I'm just like running around in circles, like trying to grab some shit whenever I
Stay
can.
where you are now. You're on a big platform. Above you maybe.
I'm jumping between the one blocks when I just don't need to do that.
You can first snowball to Kel. Yeah, stay where you are now. You're on a big platform.
I just like didn't really know what to do. Like maybe I should have just played more chill, but like I had no blocks over here, so I wanted to like make a different play.
We're coming for jump from down.
And then, dude, who was that? They fucking destroyed me. I just jumped, hit by a snowball, and then broke my block. Like everything was just perfect.
Sorry, surely.
I should have just not like aggroed into somebody who was looking at me like ever. I should just never do that. That's fine. Sleeve. Already. Like, this is just not fun. Like, this game is just not fun. Like, I hit Infium, he's fine. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Yeah, and I just got punched off. Yeah. Like, it's not even like he's playing wrong. It's not like he's playing aggro. It's not even like anything. It's just like... It's just like, it's the most like, it's just stupid. It's just it's just actually stupid. It's just dumb. Like the game is just dumb because the whole design of it is like, you're supposed to be going down, you're supposed to be going fast, and then if you go down faster than other people, then you're behind, or you're in front of them, and they'll knock you off.
Sorry, I can unmute now.
Just like such a flawed design.
Regeneration.
Yeah, no, I get it.
You're supposed to be second, and then you're supposed to like lose the wave. Cause like I was just ahead right now. Like I was probably just like one of the like farthest people.
I heard so many punching sounds, dude. Yeah, I know. Oh,
Like he probably just like, cause look, I drop.
I'm seeing people die.
Yep, and you're dead. And you're both dead.
Like, it's just.
I got punched off.
Dude, you motherfucker, you punched me up! Karma.
Wait, this game's RNG too. I figured it out.
Wait, but at least it's in party, so it's...
As soon as I'm like Loki. Oh, that's crazy. As soon as I'm like fully locked in. Just like honestly, this game would be really fun if there was no punching. Like it would just be it would just be fun. But it's just lame because there's punching.
You just want the game to be more skill.
Yeah. Well, it's just like boring because like it's just like not interesting to get hit in a...
twice, so I'm gonna get like bottom hat.
Yeah, it's just not interesting to just get punched randomly and then just get knocked out. Like, it's just like not fun. It's not interesting. There's nothing to learn. There's no counterplay. It's just not. There's nothing good. There's no positives to punching except maybe that it's like funny, and like adds RNG to the game. I don't know. Like, it's just like. It's just not good. It's just not good at all.
I do like the it's funny mental.
It's a bit funny, I guess. It's a bit funny. It's not funny for the person getting punched.
Also,
It's a bit funny for the person punching.
We cannot complain about punching when we literally at the start of the game when I'm gonna punch him.
Punch him. No, well that's because he deserves it though. Like Loki, like it's. Toph just took like a 1v1.
What? I had him like 30 vlogs down. Wait, 3 seconds.
Oh my god, he's not gonna make it.
That's okay. You get points for getting for it.
No, like just because we're playing the game how it works is not. We're playing the game like it's like the game is flawed, but like we're still allowed to like abuse the flaws. Dude, I was so locked on this for so long. I was so locked. Anyway, like, I kind of locked in. After I got punched off there once, like, I kind of started to figure it out. Okay, I was taking too much fall damage at first. Oh, wait, no, this is before I got punched. Yeah, and I just got punched off. Yay! This game is so fucking fun.
That's crazy. I died right at the end.
I mean, I deserve my death there. I tried killing Oxy. The benefit of being behind is there's no one to punch you off anymore.
Got karma.
Look, I'm like locking in.
Oh, okay.
I got punched, but I survived. There's no punching like off the rip. That's what we learned.
Okay.
Did you get the kill on Infium at the start?
No, I punched him, but it didn't do any damage.
Yeah, because there's grace period for the first like few seconds, which makes sense. Otherwise, everyone would go fucking flying immediately.
Oh dear.
Sandwich. Well, I was just looking for someone on pink to punch because they were one of the two teams we had to get to pass. But I was looking for Hacks or Infium.
Oh my god. Like I low-key locked in there, but then
I haven't even made a fucking lap yet.
I just got my first one.
I think I do a lap in 2 platforms.
Oh god, why did I do that? What a bow? Like I'm not using this shit, man.
Okay, I did the lap.
That's usually it gives you like a heart as soon as you step on it, I swear.
Dude, you have 45 seconds. I thought the regen was slow.
Ah! No, because dude, this was so stupid.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm not.
I thought I could. I tried to head hit her to that block, and then I just ran off. It was just
It'll be fine. Okay, I did a lap.
I think do I get 2 laps? Probably not.
My punch. I'm gonna like.
Okay.
I'm so excited for a kill. Oh dear.
Oh fuck. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got a lap.
Fuck! I was right
there! Yeah, I made it like pretty far because like I knew I had a bunch of health, so I just dropped really far to try and.
Yeah.
There's 2 seconds left. I was locked for this. Let me see my fails though. Cause dude, it's so stupid though. Like I don't like how, well, it's just like it's not really stupid. It's just kind of how it works, but like how life works. But like this jump, I failed the other time, so I knew to go wider than I thought on the ladders. Oh my god, that was so stupid, dude. The toggle sprint thing that I was talking about happened to me again.
Oh, the freezing on like the first open.
That's crazy.
Oh, you
No,
didn't
like it was like I was.
Oh no, I remember you were thinking. No,
Yeah, some like weird lunar client
toggles.
toggles.
The other one.
Wait,
I failed this one as well because I messed up the Pessy, but I knew the trapdoor's 3. No.
There's like another way you could do that. That's easy.
And then, oh, this I like high key bricked for like a long time. I was trying to force me on a flick, and it like kind of worked, but then I was like, dude, this is taking me too long, so I
with
just
stairs, if you like shift to barely go up the stair, you can just jam.
God, I love copper.
Wait, what?
So if I like from your perspective, instead of going sideways, I like treat it like a Neo. I shift to like I barely go on that top stair, and then I can just jam.
Oh, it's like not that far. Like you don't really need that much momentum.
No, yeah, the jumps.
And
not
you
far,
take
so
it like
jam.
really like nice, like with the line as well, probably, huh?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Made it.
I kind of got lucky there. I kind of just egoed up, and then
So I failed this one.
I just like I like second guessed my timing there. I should have just full backed out.
I should have not chained it. I should have like tried to. I should have just one take there. I think chaining it's just.
That was so stupid. I
Something
just
falls
killed
on a
all of
block.
my momentum.
W
I
subtitle.
You could have one
two
there. I
life.
don't know why I tried to chain it. I have 2 life still as well.
Oh, I fell. I'm dead.
Oh, rip.
I'll just try one
I fell again. My bad.
You're good.
My bad.
Oh god.
I'm dead.
How did I run off there? I just messed up the tick timing.
You're good.
Mm.
How many ticks do you have to run? 3 or 4?
This is a.
Because I thought it was 4, and I think I did 3, and
No,
or I
it's-
think I did
it's-
4 and
no,
I
it's
fell.
5.
5?
Because the trapdoor just does the free shift taps to make it a 5 tick. Because the mindset is you need to do you can't run a 4 block from back wall, so the trapdoor is doing the shift taps for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 5 tick.
Maybe I'm just what really? Because I feel like I'm good at those jumps. Like I was thinking about it like that, but I still just ran off. Like.
My bad.
Oh, whatever. I just probably spaced like a frame too late. When does my space input come through?
My bad.
Yeah, it was just too late. Whatever. It's fine. And then what did I mess up?
You fail 5-4.
Do I stay? No, I'm getting that. Last level.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Yeah, that's fair. That's safe.
I missed.
Ah.
Because I wasn't like ready for my momentum to get killed so hard on the
block before.
The block before the ice, yeah, like. So I just jumped really early, yeah.
I didn't realize it was far. I think you lose like 2 points for doing. Actually, I didn't
No,
lose
no,
this
I think
point,
you
it's
lose a lot. You lose like 10.
Oh, okay.
Because full completing gives you like a lot. That's why I was really pissed, honestly.
Where am I gonna go?
Let's see this
Hang on,
photon.
watch Photon.
Yeah,
I'll watch it, but I just need to make a phone call real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Oh, this could be top 5 aura moments.
Killed Fine. Killed Colin. I'm dead.
Oh.
Swiffies.
I'm like by no one.
Oh, I thought I was gonna go on a rampage then.
I'm on a 6.
Should we count the deaths that I get killed in the back?
Killed Sandwich.
Ooh.
Wait.
Killed Fine. Oh. I can't kill Silver, so.
Is that? Oh fuck! Is that? Right. Oh, this could be top 5 aura moments.
Okay.
Killed Fine.
0 for 1.
Killed Colin. I'm dead.
Oh.
Swiffies.
Wait, was that not in the back?
Killed
Who
Colin.
killed me? CGQ, he's in front of me.
I'm dead.
How does he shoot so
Oh.
fast? He just shot. 3 for 2.
Oh, I thought I was gonna go on a
1
rampage
for
then.
3.
I'm on a 6 kill streak, by the way.
Killed Sandwich.
Ooh.
I can't fucking find anyone there. I'm dead. Oh my god. I got 6 kills and I couldn't see anyone for 20 seconds.
Oh, dog.
5. Bro, this is so stupid. 1 for 6.
I just don't love the way that the game works with like spawning.
1 for 6. Yeah, actually he's not getting killed in the back a lot. 2 for 8. 3 for 9.
Oh.
Wait,
slow.
like who shot me there? Chaos from above or where? From where? I'm being so aware. Oh, from the like how can I be more aware than this? Like genuinely, how can I be more aware than this? Look at what I do. I look behind me twice. I look in front. I do a full left right flick, see a person, die. Like I keep just
Oh.
I don't know.
They traded. That's messed up.
This is where I locked in.
That was.
We trade?
That was.
No.
But like my spot is so hype and then nobody's there for like 10 seconds.
Okay, again.
Chaos.
Like, why are you hiding?
Pretty sure
You're
about
gaming
that.
from doing that.
Okay.
3 for 12.
Right. Okay. He's gonna kill no one.
I would have to run for 20
Hi, John.
seconds to see anyone.
I fucked up there so bad.
Right. Okay. That's crazy.
I Bri. I love trading. Oh, it's my favorite thing. I love trading. Hello?
There's nobody. There's just nobody for so long.
Hi, Silver.
Hi.
I love trading.
Oh, my kill streak. My
I'm back.
kill streak.
They messed up my order, and I'm getting free things in the future, and I had to type the code out.
Nice.
Yeah, what do you think happens in Photon
Where
then?
is everyone?
I don't know, maybe I'm playing too aggro because I keep just running and then dying. But also I'm just missing my shots, like I just need to fucking log in a little bit more.
Feinberg. Why is all?
It's just interesting because the firework crossbow is just slightly different to a normal one. I also love watching someone play an event with subtitles on because it's the most pointless thing in an event.
Oh.
Dude,
It's
no,
fire
I
charge,
turned it on
crossfire fire.
on purpose.
Really?
What did I turn it on for? The only thing I can think of is footsteps and blitz on. I think
Oh, really?
that'd be
Okay.
useful. No, but like, look at this last 10 seconds. This is just the worst, like, fucking, or like 30 seconds.
Where is everyone?
Like, okay, so like, I just missed like 18 shots, get killed. Killed in the back. As soon as I turn around.
Oh.
Walk in, killed in the back.
Why is all of our team there?
Killed in the back off a respawn. Killed in the back off
my
respawn. Look, I fucking reverse F5. Killed in the back already. Oh, what is that? How do I even, like, I couldn't even shoot my fucking arrow in time. I died too fast, and I was literally, how do I even die here? Because I'm fully behind, I see the person, right? And so I fully conceal myself behind the fence. I see them, right? And I'm like, oh my god, there's a free kill here. And I'm all the way over here, like, I'm so far past the fence. And I die. Because they fucking hit some crazy ass, like, fucking arrow curve shot. Like, how do they even do that? And then, where, did I look the wrong way? It's happened to me twice with TGC. Look left. Reverse F5. Nobody. There's nobody. And then I'm dead. Oh my god, I've got killed.
Oh.
Feinberg. Why is all of our team there?
I didn't look around there. I forgot.
No, this is insanely disgusting.
Oh my god, I've got killed back 6 times in a row. As soon as I fucking look forward, like, oh my god. Brick. As soon as I fucking look forward. That shot
That's
should have
insane. You
hit.
shoot sandwich and then you fight sandwich again immediately.
I know. He doesn't ever strafe right. Okay, literally watch us, but we're actually so stupid. Okay, look. We both, okay, we're both waiting for the I'm waiting for the right strafe, he's waiting for the left strafe, and look, he strafes, or I'm waiting for the left strafe, he's waiting for the right strafe. I shoot to the right, shoot to the right, shoot to the right, and he's shooting to the fucking left, shooting to the left, shooting to the left, until we both fucking run into a wall and we have no space. Like, it's so dumb. Oh my god. That was just so bad. That was.
Hey, best game. We got 4.
I just need to not fucking look about it all.
The map will just start.
Dude, I locked in so hard after being stupid for the first like 5 minutes of this game.
Oh, I forgot I did good in this game until I fucking butchered the end.
Wait, look. Like, dude, there's just so many people. I don't know what's going on. And then he just fucking, like, why did he do that? Like, was he intentionally doing that? Like, we're just running. He's running over there. I'm running over here. We're kind of chill. We're kind of friends. Boom! Hard cuts back into the middle and just fucking jumps in front of me.
They were running into that aqua person and they got scared.
Yeah, and now I'm on the bottom floor. I'm the first person down here. I'm like, dude, I'm like debating on whether or not I should use my leap. And I end up just using it because I think the biggest problem with the leaps is they regen after you run out, so you want to be able to get to the end game with full 3 leaps up, because that's when they're the most useful, is in the end game. So you won't want to make any stupid mistakes before the end game. And
important, when you run out of leaps,
I made too many stupid mistakes before the end game because I wasted one and I was on the second layer, but like
so it's okay to go to 0 leaps. So if you go on the bottom layer,
Was this game mode in
How many layers are there? 3?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
think I got like 4th or something, but Emerald won. And then that too, like, dude, fuck. Like,
how many layers are there? 3?
usually, I think I just like wasn't paying attention to like I'm like not being aware enough of my surroundings or something, but like,
remember to look.
Like, I see not souls in front of me, so I cut to the side, and then I just like thought I would have enough time to jump on that block with them, and they just cut it right before me. A little bit.
Oh, someone just killed me. Oh.
No, you're good.
Oh, they died before me. That's all fine.
You
by
beat
me.
Oliver, the goat. Alright, speed's gone. I think the meta, Silver, is to try and stay down as long as you can, and then use your leap up if you think you can start like one hopping on something. Alright, we're gonna get jump boost free.
There's
jump
only
boost
one
free
round of this, right?
Oh my god, this jump boost saved me. I had like nowhere to go.
Wait, you're meant to if you think you can start like.
Look at how weird this is.
Alright, we're gonna get jump boost free.
There's only one.
Free.
I don't think you should have jumped.
Right?
No, look, I double jump on the block and it doesn't break twice.
I think it's because you jumped on the edge, and like sometimes jumping on the edge doesn't. No, wait, but it's 121.5. That shouldn't be a thing.
I jumped on it and I jumped on it again and it didn't disappear.
Oh, it has a because it has a decay. Like it's like a well, no, a cooldown kinda. I guess like it doesn't just immediately go. I think. Like,
Yeah.
It could be abusable. I don't think so. It's like you're never gonna assume you're gonna
Oh, I'm dead.
be able to
fucked up my
abuse the double like it not triggering.
I did not
Wait, W
understand. Oh,
shape.
you're cooking kill and you have so much land.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take my time.
Jump down.
Do your one hopes.
And like eighth is fine.
Like, I feel like with the space that I had put, like I put myself in a bad spot by being over here, but it's kind of hard to look ahead like that. Like that is probably like the next skill, but like for the space that I had, I feel like I played it really efficiently. I just didn't have a lot of space.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're good.
I fucked
And
up
like
my boost.
if I could have survived,
I think what you should have done if you rewind 5
I did
seconds.
not
Real quick.
understand. Oh, you're cooking kill.
It I don't think it trolls me, but I wouldn't have gone up a layer. I would have gone to that giant orange
I'm
blob
dead.
You're good.
I fucked up my boost.
like
on the same layer. So you do
jump
this
is the same
bit,
way.
and there's like a giant
This?
orange blob over there.
yeah.
Oh, I'm dead.
I think I was like worried I might not be able to get it. I was like really tunnel visioned on the stuff above me.
Yeah,
I did not
yeah.
understand. Oh, you're cooking kill and you have so much land.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take my time.
Do your one hopes.
Yeah, if I could have gone over there, that would have been really good. I also like mentally had a picture, like I think my mental picture was like incorrect because I thought like our teammate.
No, but look how good of a line I would have had if I didn't slip. I go up and I go towards that orange blob that you didn't go to.
Dude.
I fucking slipped.
There was one gray piece over there. There's a
What's my
couple
fire?
things. Speed 3.
Actually, Soul would have been up for a while. Actually,
You can
maybe.
go up. There's like 6 blocks to your right.
Yeah, I go up to the right area and then I fucking slip. Yeah.
Soul would have been able to survive for a while.
Yeah.
How badly did I do in party? Because it didn't even feel that bad, but then it ended up being pretty bad.
Probably worth grabbing if the team goes the other way.
Okay, go right then.
I love being right.
Yeah, I locked in for extraction Loki. Hacky. Max and Infium did 50 1v1s against each other.
We just played it correct. I just don't fucking get why people split. Dub.
Long shots.
This is also the only round, by the way, that we go the direction that they don't go. Because this is the only round that's 5 and 5.
Hit 1.
I hit.
Yeah.
Hit 2.
Nice.
Hit 3. Hit 1.
One dropped. One
Watch out
dropped.
the elevator. I know there's one in the. Pass SMK.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I had to. My 5 SMK and the
Got him.
elevator were just both jumping up and down.
Nice.
Nice.
Behind me.
Coming.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Under spawn.
No!
Got him.
One more. Back corner.
Oh my god, I pre-fired the nice twice in this game against this team in red.
Another thing is over here.
Dead.
Nice.
I just don't know why they're there.
I'm not even joking. I forgot my offhand key. When you asked me to offhand to ping where they were, I just couldn't remember what my offhand key was. I changed it like a year ago now, but my brain still auto-corrected to my old offhand key, which is so stupid.
Nice. Okay, good start. We're gonna mental reset. We don't get our ego.
No, actually, I don't think it's been a year. Maybe like 6 months ago that I changed it.
So yeah, we lose this round, but like I wasn't really expecting to beat this team.
They're
I just get to 1 heart so quick.
Should we push them hard?
Yeah.
There were 2 scenarios where like we got the heart and my mind was like, oh my god, I need this. I'm down low, and then you get it, and then Dakota gets it, right in front of me.
Oh, really?
No,
I only think I grabbed it once, and it was like I was 2 hearts or something, so it's like really good for me.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Oh, nice Abby shot.
I'm dead.
Yeah, sorry, I just got him from every way.
Like Toph is here, I think.
Behind you, Silver, just tough. Yeah, you're dead. Unlucky.
That was my worst round by far, because like should we push them hard? Yeah, hard push. And then I just run in, I'm like the only fucking person in here. Like, hello? Where is everybody? I'm like, okay, I guess we're not hard pushing.
2 of us were trying to get the heart.
Sorry. They're here.
And then I just got to 1, so I was just like playing like...
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah, sorry, I just got him from every way. Behind you, Silver, just tough.
Like, I low-key would have fucking hit this person 5 times without them hitting me once if I didn't get backstabbed by Top. Like, I was so about to just fucking beam the shit out of them.
It's
weird.
Right.
Wait, what'd you get in this game? You get...
Nobody? I got
yeah,
helmet.
third, Pog.
Yep, nice. There is one of them.
It was just last round I fucked up, and that second round I fucked up.
I think they are coming through our spawn, but don't worry at the moment. I'm just paying attention to it.
Was this a good round for me? On the right here, solo. Okay.
Yeah.
Hit twice. Drop to mid.
Well, we beat this team, so it could be.
Yeah, that's perfect. It was good damage.
This is super shiv. I knew exactly where it was.
Elevator.
There's one in the
I
back.
hit him twice.
One.
Snare shot.
Just keep pushing them. We can play.
I need to watch what the fuck went wrong with this team.
Yeah.
Went 0 for 7.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
This is my SNK fight. But like we were both jump heading. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was so like that was like the weirdest fight ever. I ran out here because I thought like we were gonna have more people up. After, because like when we were going in on this fight, like we were pressuring them back pretty well. But then I jump up and like everybody's gone, and then I don't see anyone. I'm like, what happened? And then all of a sudden they just pop out right in front of me, and the smoke is here. And then like I don't know why they forgot about me after they got me to 1. But that was like bigger.
Nice.
And then you got the person that was killing me, and then I got the people who were killing Squatto on the back.
Oh
Which
my
is so
god.
funny.
Silver.
That was so
Nice.
crazy.
I hit 9.
How many shots did I get?
Oh, we almost beat this team. They live on 1 health each.
Wait, is this the... Wait, how many shots did I get?
Right.
8
Yeah.
to 17. Oh, we both got...
So
we both got
Oh,
9.
flanking you on 1 heart,
Yeah.
and I just shot it before they
Really? That was so perfect then, because I killed 2 people who were flanking.
So keep it, please. Whoever's on far left, try to keep an eye on if they're splitting or not.
Oh my god, I can't believe we
I'll
rolled. It wasn't
Okay,
this
so you
round, but
keep
the
an eye out,
one
I'm gonna-
scenario where we didn't have a correct direction to go because
they're
all
going
3
right.
of us were in the middle.
They're going for long shots. Some, like...
There's
Oh, no,
one
they're
at the
going right. They're
bottom.
coming right. They're coming right.
Okay.
Oh my god, they're
I
close,
get
close,
one.
close, close, close. And
It's like a 1 in
I have
10.
one.
Whoever's on the vent, you should
Hit
back up.
twice on there, right?
I'm dropping.
Wait.
I had like such a crazy angle. They kept walking into me.
Oh, one's in the elevator. One's in the elevator.
Here,
Yeah,
underscore.
get him.
I'm done.
Dead.
I'm gonna get the other health up.
I'm actually curious how
one's
Chaos's
coming up the
perspective
elevator.
is because Chaos slept for an hour
Yeah,
after
I'm
coming
down,
home
I'm
dropping,
extremely drunk from a frat party.
That's fine.
With you. You take the site?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
Got
worst
home, I think
perspective
3
ever.
hours for the event. Yeah,
And
he
on your
had
left,
to be
on your
like
left.
so
He's on
hungover.
1. That's all together, all 4 of them.
Yeah, I'll-
Just shoot crazy.
I'll-
It's good, fine.
Oh,
That was a
sorry,
very.
sorry.
I think that was a good attempt against a team.
They're
that was,
both
like,
on 1. Like there was like totally a line for me if I just like don't get
Yeah.
hit like
I'm gonna go
here, and then I just have like 1 extra health.
One's coming up the elevator.
I didn't really
I'm
benefit
I'm
from
dropping,
running
I'm
over to get
dropping.
the heart because I get the heart and I get fucking cross
With you.
map.
Take the site.
Yep.
No, they went up. They went up.
I'm just went up.
And on your left. He's on 1.
And then
That's
there.
all together.
I also probably could have
Like,
beat Ant. I just went
what?
through.
They peak as a 3 stack,
Yeah.
4 of them.
and then
I'll-
You get
Shoot
killed by
crazy.
Stu.
your ninja gets me, and then
It's
yeah.
fine.
Oh,
That was a
that's
very.
fair.
I think that was.
I'll do one.
Oh,
Okay,
I
they're
don't
right.
think they're there.
okay. Dakota, we're going right.
No, I could have done a lot better than that.
Yay.
No, the 3 of us are the middle. All right, so Dakota, just if you see them, don't push into the hole.
Okay,
I
they're
don't think
right.
they're there.
Someone's right, at least.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Some left though. Should
I
we
hit
push
them. I
in?
hit them. I hit
Okay,
Colin.
I think
push.
there's
Two.
Let's
I hit fine. I hit
flash.
fine.
Okay, I got the help.
Nice.
Did you see his dead?
All right.
Fine, dead.
I'm missing me.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Hit.
Hit them twice. They're 1.
Nice,
Dead.
nice.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's just-
Keep
it's
pushing.
two more,
pushing.
two more. I don't know what
As a
face
squad.
is.
There's one on the
Hell's
top.
right there.
This
I
was
got-
so bad. Like, how do I miss these? What the fuck?
Nice! Behind.
Oh yeah, the pre-fire nice
On
again.
2. Oh god.
Find the 2 of you. Nice!
Oh,
Nice.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Good. So bad.
Yeah, I'm like not like I'm like good. I'm doing good, but I'm not doing
I see one of
amazing.
them going right.
I think they're going left.
Split.
No one does like
We have to
exceptional
go
in this map. This map's just so hard to
I
do
would
exceptional in because it's
One
just
I'm-
so fucking
Out
open.
one.
Hit phase 1s.
But this is where like I greeted this kill, but I think it was worth it because like getting the confirmed kill on somebody is like so good, and then I was like flanking.
We need to push this forward.
Dude, I
don't know
fucking.
where everyone is, but they're doing fine. That's one here.
Oh, I can't believe I missed that shot.
They
This is
dropped,
great.
I think.
They might be hiding.
Hello?
Oh yeah, this is crazy.
Below,
They're below. One on me.
Oh,
Kate's 1.
you get the kill?
Oh, dead.
I don't know where the last one is.
Up top.
Here, on me. Upstairs, top. They're on
Oh,
1.
nice!
Nice.
We're doing well as a team. You're
Some-
good.
Sad.
Did we lose the
You
last
don't
round?
have
I
to push
think.
it at all. It's just like
Oh my god, I did so much God's work in the last bit. This last
I did so
fight. I
bad.
set you guys up. I set you guys up for a fucking 3v2 where they're both on 1 health because I got sandwiched from 5 to 1 on 1 heart.
Nice too.
Oh, I could jump
Mace,
up on
Mace
the
dead.
trapdoor
Go
so
on,
I
one
can go
dead.
up left.
Should right, should right.
push.
I guess.
Don't
Yeah.
drop down. Don't drop down.
Just like as an alternate angle because I don't like peeking.
And
at
Bri
same
comes up
spots.
here.
What, in the elevator?
I'm just like not getting any hits. They're just barely running away, and then I just get hit through the smoke randomly,
Run.
and then I'm just missing, and then they hit me, and then I wanted to back up. I don't know why. I shouldn't have backed up. I should have just kept fighting there, to be
I
honest.
need it. Sandwich is in the. Sandwich is one. That's one. That's one. And like in the hub. thing.
He's dead.
I hit him.
That like I wanted people to focus on Sandwich because he's getting so many
so
annoying
It's just
shots.
those two. It's just those two. Just
Nice, and then this is unfortunate.
Oh, so close.
There's a 3v2 and then a 3v1, but like I was dead immediately because I just like didn't. I just had just traded out Sandwich.
No, we just
40 damage.
And then you made top 10. Yay!
Yay! That was fun. That was fun. Is the event elo updated?
No, it doesn't even have predictions for this event. So I think the guy is like MIA again. I had to look for fun because I was curious.
Oh,
Like they haven't even added the most recent MTC.
Oh. Wait, for some reason I thought Kel like was doing something with the sheet or something.
There's like one in the
Huh.
But I'm just wrong. I think I just like made that up.
There's like one, and there wasn't. That was lava right there.
It's like, what are we doing?
Hey man, what's up? Hey bro. Just trade.
What is the? What is this? What is the?
I have a lava. I have a lava. I have a lava in our base.
I don't know what the goal of this event is, but I know it's a charity event.
I don't have a bucket though. I'll take the bucket.
He's muted in Discord.
What? How's there a board in here? What the?
Wait, guys, I have a lava. I have a lava. I have a lava. Okay, go. You have it?
Curry with no face cam? I've never seen this before. It's too sick.
It's on ours?
Like our main island.
Alright.
This could be huge, actually. Like, everyone should enchant. Everyone.
Yeah, no, he's chill. He's my
have
friend.
Everyone
Yeah, everybody
should
else
have
has E-table. I checked the list, so.
Alright, I'm gonna go get some deep slate.
Yeah, there's deep slate in the Taigo biome.
OG strat.
I don't know what's going on.
I think they have to like do a bunch of tasks and then they get mini games to do or something. Oh my god, speedrunning.
So why do you tab out at the end of the game? Okay. I should probably get off.
Yeah, I think it's relaxed time.
Yeah, because I wanted to do some speedrunning. I might do some speedrunning offline, but I have some school to do. I have to study a bit. Like, it's just stuff for me to do.
Get ready for that in midterm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm a leave call. Bye bye.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
See ya. Okay. Bye chat. Thanks for chilling with me. Suits up to low key. Fun stream today. Good stream. I mean, I did as well as I could have. I think if I wanted to better, like, there's like lots of stuff for me to practice and improve on, and like VOD review, and it's just like a process. Like, I don't know. The more time I put into it, the more I improve, I think. And if I just become like a demon at parkour, like that'll be like the most fun line for me to like get better at events, is probably just being a demon at parkour, because I just like movement. Compared to like, if I wanted to practice a lot of PvP, like I could do that and it would probably help me a lot with events, but I just like don't want to do that compared to parkour. But we'll see. And yeah, other than that, like I don't know, just yeah, speedrunning. I have to do a bunch more speedrunning stuff to prep for the